Number 5. Renaud Hardy. Renaud Hardy was well known in the small town where he lived in Belgium, and it wasn't for good reasons. Hardy was often seen around town with his camera, and he was known to act aggressive and even creepy while he did his photography. One such run-in got him banned from the local bar. He brought in a large picture of the owner's wife that he had taken without her consent. Then, in mid-September 2015, Hardy's girlfriend, Linda Doms, was found dead in her bed. She had been beaten to death. Hardy was interviewed by the police, but there was no proof that he did anything wrong, so he was released. However, he later admitted to friends that he had killed Doms, and the friends went to the police. The police searched Hardy's apartment and they found a memory card with a very graphic video on it. Hardy had set up a GoPro in Dom's room and then ambushed her with some wooden sticks when she walked in. After the discovery of the video, Hardy was arrested and he confessed to the murder. After his arrest, Hardy was linked to 2 other murders and 3 attempted murders in the area. All the other victims were women who were attacked with wooden sticks. Hardy denies being involved with those murders and he claims he is not a serial killer. Number 4. Russell Williams. Russell Williams lived 2 completely separate lives. To most people, he was a respected and decorated colonel in the Royal Canadian Air Force. His second life, on the other hand, was driven by dark sexual desires. Williams had a habit of breaking into the homes of young women, dressing in their underwear and bathing suits, and then he would take pictures as he pleasured himself on their beds. William kept these pictures as mementos, and he had thousands of them. On November 24th, Williams broke into the home of Marie-France Como. He had already been there a few weeks earlier to take pictures, but on this visit, he broke in while Como was home and then hid in her basement. His plan was to attack her when she went to bed, but the plan was thrown off when Como's cat came downstairs and found Williams. Como went looking for her cat and found Williams instead. He attacked her, took her to the bedroom where she was bound and raped, and finally, Williams suffocated her with his bare hands in duct tape. Having crossed the line from pervert to murderer, Williams developed a taste for killing. In January 2010, Williams broke into the home of 27-year-old Jessica Lloyd, who lived alone. Williams attacked her in her sleep. Over the next day and a half, Lloyd suffered unspeakable horrors, and it came to an end when Williams strangled her with a rope. He then dumped her body in a wooded area. A week after the murder, the police had set up roadside checkpoints because they were looking for a very unique tire tread that was left at Lloyd's house. When Williams was stopped at one of these checkpoints, the officers immediately saw that the treads on his Pathfinder's tires were just like the ones they were looking for. 3 days later, Williams was brought into the police station and he confessed to the murders of Como and Lloyd. The police searched his house and not only did they find his disturbing selfie collection, but they found video recordings of the 2 brutal rapes and murders. Williams was sentenced to 2 life terms in prison, but he'll be eligible for parole in 25 years. For obvious reasons, the recordings of the 2 murders have never been released to the public. Number 3. The Hammer Maniacs. When it comes to cold-blooded and vicious serial killers, it doesn't get much worse than 19-year-olds Viktor Sayenko and Igor Sobyanruk, also known as the Hammer Maniacs. The 2 teenagers, who live in the Ukraine, started off killing animals before they moved on to people on June 25, 2007, when they murdered a 33-year-old woman who was walking home alone. The pair of demented teenagers would surprise ambush their victims by beating them in the head with a blunt object, often a hammer. They picked their victims at random. Most of the time it happened to be people who they found walking alone. Many times they killed multiple people on the same day, often within hours of each other. In total, they attacked 28 people, including men, women, and teenagers. Only 7 people survived. The young men's violent crime spree came to an end when the police traced the cell phone of their 21st murder victim, and they found it in the possession of the 2 young men. The police searched their bedrooms and found 300 pictures and 2 videos linked to the attacks. One of the 2 videos was leaked on the internet, and it depicts the horrific murder of a 48-year-old man who was riding a motorcycle. The video shows Sayenko and Sobyanruk waiting for the next person to come down the road, and then they attacked the unsuspecting man. The man was brutally beaten to death while the boys laughed and posed with the dead body. The video was presented at trial, and it was so graphic that the second video didn't need to be screened. It was never released to the public, but if it's anything like the video that was leaked, it's probably best if it stays that way. Number 2. Maury Travis. In 2001, Maury Travis, a hotel waiter in St. Louis, Missouri, began picking up prostitutes and bringing them back to his home. Sadly, at least 12 women would never leave his house alive. In Travis's basement, he had a secret torture chamber where he raped, tortured, and murdered the women that he brought home with him. Travis was caught when he sent a letter to the local newspaper after they wrote a story about one of his murders. The letter included a computer-printed map with an X marked on it. The police went to the location marked on the map and found another body. The police were able to use the map to trace the sender's IP address, and 2 weeks after the letter was mailed, Travis was arrested. Inside his home, the police found his torture chamber and they found several disturbing videotapes, including one called Your Wedding Day. The video starts off with a wedding, but then it switches to a woman who is on her knees and her wrist and ankles are handcuffed behind a pole. Sadly, that was just one woman, and there was multiple women on the tape who are tortured both physically and psychologically by Travis. The video also contained one murder. In one scene, Travis strangles a woman to death. After doing so, he says, "This is first kill, number 1. First kill was 19 years old. Name, I don't know. I don't give a f***." The tapes were so graphic and so disturbing that the chief of police ordered psychological counseling for all the officers who viewed them. Snippets of the video were also released to the media, but the murder footage was never made available. Travis hanged himself in his cell shortly after being arrested. Although Travis bragged about killing 17 women, police were only able to confirm 12 victims. Number 1. Armin Meuwes. Armin Meuwes says that he first developed his cannibalistic fetish between the ages of 8 and 12 when he fantasized about eating his classmates. Later on in life, in the year 2000, when Meuwes was 38, he posted a classified on an internet forum called Cannibal Cafe. In the ad, he said he was looking for a well-built 18 to 30-year-old to be slaughtered and then consumed. Supposedly, Meuwes received over 200 responses, and he even met with one potential victim, but the man backed out at the last minute. Meuwes found another volunteer, 41-year-old Bernd Brandes. On March 9th, Brandes went to Meuwes' house where they had sex. After having sex, Meuwes cut off Brandes' penis, and both men tried to eat it raw, but it was apparently too rubbery. They then tried to flambe it, but that didn't work either. After their meal, Meuwes slit Brandes' throat. If this crime wasn't already disturbing enough, Meuwes videotaped the castration and Brandes' death as a souvenir. He also kept parts of Brandes' body in the freezer, and over the course of 10 months, Meuwes would cook up the meat and eat it. He said that the body tasted like pork, but sweeter. In December 2001, Meuwes had almost finished eating the remains of Brandes, and he posted a new ad looking for another victim, but this time someone phoned the police. The police searched Meuwes' house and found the videotape and pieces of Brandes in his freezer. Meuwes was arrested and was originally given 8.5 years in prison. However, he appealed that because he didn't think he was guilty because Brandes had volunteered, so therefore it was assisted suicide. When he was retried, Meuwes was given a stiffer sentence than the original sentence, and he was sentenced to life. Currently, he is in prison, where he says his diet is completely vegetarian. Number 5. Kenny Lockwood. In early 2000, Kerry Kawaja was 20 years old and he was attending Texas A&M University. In a chat room dedicated to Texas A&M football, Kawaja met someone who claimed to be Kelly McCauley, a pretty 20-year-old woman who lived in San Antonio. For months, Kawaja and McCauley talked, and Kawaja became quite smitten with McCauley. Kawaja tried to set up a few meetings with McCauley in real life, but she kept turning him down. Then, in April 2000, McCauley finally agreed to meet. On August 7th, Kawaja drove from College Station to San Antonio. However, McCauley wasn't a real person. It was actually 6'2", 31-year-old Kenny Lockwood who was pretending to be McCauley. When Kawaja arrived in San Antonio, Lockwood met with him and posed as McCauley's brother. Then, at some point, something went horribly wrong and Lockwood shot Kawaja once in the back of the head. After killing the young man, Lockwood dumped the body in a field. Lockwood then sent an email from Kawaja's account to his friends and family saying that he was staying with McCauley. Next, Lockwood logged onto the chat room where he met Kawaja, and posing as McCauley, he told the other chatters that he and Kawaja were engaged. When Kawaja's family didn't hear anything else from him, they filed a missing persons report, and the police looked into Kelly McCauley. Turns out that Kawaja wasn't the only guy that Lockwood was catfishing. In the end, Lockwood was arrested and charged with murder. Shortly after being arrested, he and another man in the jail formed a suicide pact. On October 14, 2000, Lockwood was found dead in the showers. He had slit his wrist. Number 4. Alejandro Gallegos. In late 2013, Priscilla Meza of Longview, Texas, told her brother, 22-year-old Alejandro Gallegos, that she thought 19-year-old Andre Travis wanted to rape her. Thinking that he was protecting his sister, Gallegos set up a fake Facebook account for a fictional woman named Monica. Posing as Monica, Gallegos chatted with Chavez for a bit, and on the fake Facebook page it said that Monica and Chavez were in a relationship, even though they had never met. On December 23, 2013, Gallegos told Chavez to meet him in the woods. When Chavez showed up, Gallegos surprised him. Gallegos beat in Chavez's head with a baseball bat, and then he cut his throat. After the murder, Gallegos' sister went to the police and told them that her brother was probably involved in the murder. Gallegos was arrested and charged with murder. Gallegos was found guilty, and he was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Number 3. Daniel Timothy Duplassier. In December 2012, James Ernst Ahn, who was the head of the Department of Communications at Texas A&M, was contacted on the social networking site mocospace.com by a girl who was under the age of 18. She sent Ahn some graphic pictures, and then she asked for his phone number. Shortly after giving the number, Ahn got a call from a man who said that he was the girl's father. He was furious, but the man said that he wouldn't go to the police or Ahn's employer if Ahn paid him $5,000. Ahn gave him $1,000, but he was having a hard time getting the rest of the money together. On January 7, 2013, the father sent Ahn a text message saying that he had one day to get the money together, or else. The next day, Ahn went to the top of the parking garage at Texas A&M and then sent the following text to the girl's father: "Killing myself now, and you will be prosecuted for blackmail." And then Ahn, who was a husband and father, jumped to his death. The police looked into the suicide, and it turns out that it was a catfishing scam. The girl was actually Daniel Timothy Duplassier, a 37-year-old sex offender from Louisiana. Apparently, the pictures he used were pictures of his own daughter. Duplassier was arrested and sentenced to 1 year in prison for extortion. Number 2. Peter Chapman. In autumn 2009, 17-year-old Ashley Hall of Darlington, UK, met a young man on Facebook named Pete Cartwright. Cartwright was a good-looking teen, and Hall was infatuated with him. On October 25, 2009, they decided to meet in real life. Cartwright said that his dad would pick up Hall at her house. Hall told her mom that she was going to spend the night at her friend's house, and then got into the car. Pete Cartwright was actually 33-year-old Peter Chapman, and he was the one driving the car. Chapman kidnapped Hall, raped her, and then put duct tape over her face to suffocate her. After murdering the 17-year-old girl, Chapman dumped her body in a field. Chapman was arrested after the murder for a different incident. Since he was a registered sex offender, he had to register his car, and he had failed to do so. Once in police custody, Chapman admitted to the murder. He was sentenced to at least 35 years in prison. Number 1. Mark Twitchell. On October 3, 2008, 36-year-old Gil Tetroy was told to pick up his date, Sheena, who he had met on the dating website Plenty of Fish, at a garage in a neighborhood in Edmonton, Alberta. Once inside the garage, he found out that Sheena wasn't there. Instead, it was a man wearing a hockey mask. The man in the hockey mask then started to put duct tape over Tetroy's eyes. That's when Tetroy started fighting with the masked man, and he realized that the gun was fake. There was a struggle, and Tetroy was able to escape from the garage, and the man with the hockey mask chased him. Luckily, Tetroy found a couple walking in the neighborhood, and his attacker fled. Tetroy went home and found that Sheena's profile had been deleted. Sadly, Tetroy did not report the incident to the police. A week later, on October 10th, 38-year-old John Altinger was lured to the garage. This time, the victim didn't get away. Altinger was stabbed, dismembered, and then his body was dumped down the sewer. After killing Altinger, the murderer emailed Altinger's friends and family to say that Altinger was going out of town with his date from Plenty of Fish. He also sent a resignation letter to Altinger's boss. However, after not hearing from him after the initial emails, the police were contacted. The police were able to trace the Plenty of Fish account that was used to lure Altinger to 31-year-old filmmaker Mark Twitchell. Twitchell had rented the garage to shoot a short horror film. After completing the film, Twitchell set up the room as a kill room. When the police searched Twitchell's computer, they found a document called SK Confessions. SK stood for serial killer, and it was a story about a man becoming a serial killer. In the document, Twitchell describes how he lured two men to the garage. He then goes on to explain how his first attempt at murder failed, but the other succeeded. Also in the document, Twitchell wrote about some really gruesome things that he did with the body, like use the head as a puppet, while laughing about it. Twitchell claimed that the murder was self-defense and that the document was fiction. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison without the chance of parole. Number 3. The murder of Catherine Winter. On the night after Christmas, 2012, 19-year-old Catherine Winter was babysitting her niece and her nephew, who were 3 and 4 years old, at her sister's home in Boreham Wood, Hertfordshire, England. The next morning, Winter's mother arrived at the home. Her grandchildren ran towards the door, screaming that Winter was dead. Winter's mother went into the kitchen, and she saw something that she will probably never forget. Her 19-year-old daughter was slumped against the fridge. She was lying in a pool of her own blood. The medical examiner determined that the 19-year-old art student had been stabbed 23 times. Several of them were defensive wounds, and 13 were considered significant. The police asked Winter's mother if anyone wanted to hurt her daughter, and she said that she didn't think her daughter had any enemies. They then asked if her daughter had been dating anyone, and she said that she thought she was, but she was secretive about it. The police seized Winter's laptop, and they started to look at her social networking profiles. They noticed that on Facebook, Winter had spent a lot of time talking to a 19-year-old karate instructor named Tony Bushby and Bushby's friends, Dan Tress, Sin Darwin, Shane Poulion, and Crystal Stangard. The police went to Bushby's home, and they found some blood on his front door. They asked him about the blood, and he said that the blood came from a pair of gloves that he was wearing. He said that the gloves were given to him by Dan Tress, which was one of Winter's Facebook friends. He said he didn't realize that there was blood on the gloves when he was wearing them. The police tried to get in contact with Dan Tress, but they were unable to. As the police searched for Dan Tress, they decided to look at Bushby's computer. First, they learned that an hour after the murder, Bushby looked up how to permanently delete a Facebook account. Next, they discovered that Dan Tress, Sin Darwin, Shane Poulion, and Crystal Stangard's Facebook profiles were all created using Bushby's ISP. It turned out that Bushby met Winter at school months before the murder. Their relationship blossomed on Facebook over several months. One reason that Winter developed feelings for Bushby was because how his 4 friends talked about him. Winter had no idea that the 4 friends didn't exist. While Bushby talked to her on Facebook, posing as the fictional people, he would watch violent pornography. After they started dating, Bushby asked Winter to keep their relationship a secret. The murder weapon was never found, but the police had plenty of evidence against Bushby, and he was arrested. It's believed that the motive of the murder was sexual. Experts testify that Bushby was most likely sexually aroused from stabbing her. Bushby was convicted, and he was sentenced to a minimum of 25 years in prison. Number 2. The murder of Brian Barrett. In May 2005, a person using the handle Marine Sniper entered a chat room for teenagers on the website pogo.com. After chatting for a bit, a user named Tall Hot Blonde sent him a private message. They exchanged several messages in which both chatters said that they were 18 years old. They started to flirt, and then they shared personal information with each other. Marine Sniper said that his name was Tommy, and he was in the Marines. He lived in Buffalo, New York. Tall, hot blonde said her name was Jessie and she lived in West Virginia. They also shared pictures with each other. Some of the pictures of Jessie were quite revealing. For nearly a year, the relationship continued, and it wasn't just confined to online correspondence. They talked on the phone and sent each other gifts, but they never met in real life. Then in May 2006, nearly a year after they first met in the chat room, the relationship hit a major roadblock. It turned out that Marine Sniper wasn't who he said he was. He was really 47-year-old Thomas Montgomery. He had served 6 years in the Marines, but that was decades before. The picture that he sent Jessie was 30 years old. He was also married with 2 daughters. One of the daughters found an instant message from Jessie, and she told her mother. Montgomery's wife found emails, love letters, and gifts from Jessie. So she sent a picture of the family to Jessie, along with a note outing Montgomery as a 47-year-old father of 2. Jessie was mortified upon hearing the news. She asked a co-worker of Montgomery, who used the same chat room, if the information in the note was true. The co-worker's name was Brian Barrett, and he used the name Beefcake. Barrett confirmed that the information was true. Barrett and Jessie then started to develop their own online relationship. They also started to badmouth Montgomery online, telling everyone that he was a liar. In private messages, Jessie started to tease Montgomery. Then, for a short time, she went back to be with Montgomery, but didn't stay long. She told him that she would rather be with Barrett. In the fall of 2006, Barrett planned on meeting Jessie in real life, something Montgomery never got to do. Montgomery heard about the planned meeting, and he became enraged. What Montgomery didn't know was that Jessie had texted Barrett, and she told him that she couldn't meet. On September 15, 2006, Barrett was found shot 3 times with a Marine rifle in the parking lot where he and Montgomery worked. Other co-workers knew about the online love triangle, and they told the police about it. The police went to Montgomery's home, but he wasn't there. They thought he might be heading to Jessie's home to kill her, so police were sent to her home. It turned out that Jessie wasn't who she said she was either. She was a 45-year-old housewife named Mary Sheeler. The photographs she used for the tall, hot blonde identity were of her daughter. Montgomery was eventually tracked down and arrested. He was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison. The police tried to charge Sheeler with something, but she didn't break any laws, and she wasn't charged with anything. Number 1. The murders of Billy Payne and Billie Jean Hayworth. On the morning of January 31st, 2012, the police in Mountain City, Tennessee, were called to the home of 36-year-old Billy Payne and 23-year-old Billie Jean Hayworth. A neighbor walked into the home and found Payne and Hayworth shot 1 time each in the face. Payne's throat was also slit. Their 7-month-old son was in his dead mother's lap. He was covered in blood, but he was unharmed. It didn't take long before the police had suspects. The couple had been involved in an online feud that got so ugly that reports were made to the police regarding the comments made online. It soon became apparent who committed the murders, but why they were committed shocked the entire community. 7 years before the murders, in May 2005, Marvin and Barbara Potter, along with their adult daughter, Janelle, moved to Mountain City, which has a population of about 2,500 people. Janelle suffered from poor health, and her parents were strict and overprotective. Janelle had problems making friends in the new town, and she rarely left her parents' house. 4 years after moving to the town, a clerk at the pharmacy where Janelle picked up her medication took pity on her invited her to come hang out with her friends and family. Among her family that Janelle was introduced to was her cousin, Jamie Curd, and her brother, Billy Payne. Curd and Janelle started dating, but they kept their relationship a secret from everyone else in their lives. Then, in 2011, strange things started happening online. Janelle's mother, father, and boyfriend all started getting messages from Janelle's Facebook account from a man who said his name was Chris and he was a CIA agent. He never used his own Facebook account, and he only messaged them through Janelle's account, or he sent texts through Janelle's phone. Chris would tell Curd that he had to protect Janelle at all cost. Around the same time that Chris started contacting Curd and Janelle's parents, Janelle and her parents started getting mean and threatening Facebook messages. The comments in the messages were from anonymous or fake accounts. Janelle soon accused Billy Payne's girlfriend, Billie Jean Hayworth, of being responsible for the harassment. Janelle said that Hayworth was harassing her because Hayworth was jealous of her good looks. Hayworth met Payne after Janelle had met Payne. Hayworth and Payne's romance progressed quickly. It wasn't long before Hayworth was pregnant and they were living together. After Janelle blamed Hayworth for the harassment, the couple unfriended Janelle on Facebook. A short time later, the couple was shot to death. Curd admitted that he and Janelle's father went to the couple's house at dawn. Marvin shot Hayworth in the face as she held her baby, and then he shot Payne and cut his throat while he slept in bed. He killed them because he thought they were threatening Janelle's life and may have acted upon those threats. The police looked at Janelle's computer and found out that there was no CIA agent named Chris. It was Janelle. She had catfished her parents and her boyfriend. Janelle was also the person who was sending and posting the threatening messages that she said Hayworth was responsible for. The police also found posts that Janelle had written on internet forums using different pseudonyms. In these posts, she would bash Hayworth and her friends. The police concluded that Janelle actually loved Payne, and she was jealous of Hayworth, so she manipulated her parents and her boyfriend into killing them for her. Curd, Marvin, Barbara, and Janelle were all arrested. Curd made a plea deal, and he was given 25 years in prison. Marvin, Barbara, and Janelle were all given 2 consecutive life sentences. Number 3. Seth Jackson. In the spring of 2011, Seth Jackson was 15 years old and he was living in Summerfield, Florida. On the afternoon of April 19, 2011, Seth's parents realized that he was missing. The night before, he went to his best friend's home. But that afternoon, his best friend called, looking for him. Seth's best friend said that while Seth was at his house, he got a phone call from his ex-girlfriend. After Seth got the phone call, he left to go meet up with his ex-girlfriend. That was the last time his friend saw or heard from him. Seth's parents reported him missing, and detectives began to look for him. One of the first places they turned to was Facebook. They learned that in December 2010, Seth started dating 15-year-old Amber Wright. But in late March 2011, Wright broke it off with Seth. Seth thought that the breakup came out of nowhere and he was distraught. Soon, Seth and Wright were feuding on Facebook. For several weeks, they publicly fought and insulted each other on the social media platform. Seth also started a feud with 17-year-old Kyle Hooper and 18-year-old Michael Bargo. Hooper was Amber Wright's brother, and he did not appreciate the way that Seth talked to his sister on Facebook. Michael Bargo was Wright's new boyfriend. Seth was sure that Wright had dumped him to go out with Bargo. The Facebook postings seemed to indicate that at some point, Seth and Bargo got into a physical fight at a party. Seth, who was 15, won the fight against 18-year-old Bargo. Bargo thought of himself as a tough guy, and he was humiliated by the defeat. After the fight, the war of words on Facebook escalated. Based on the Facebook postings, the police thought that a good person to talk to was Amber Wright, Seth's ex-girlfriend. When the police arrived at Wright's home, she was there with her friend, Charlie Ellie. Wright and Ellie both said that they saw Seth the night before. The detectives separated them and asked them about their encounter with Seth. They gave two very different stories. Ellie said that she and Wright were standing with Seth on a street corner near her home. Then suddenly, there was a loud bang and Seth ran away. Ellie said she looked around and she saw Michael Bargo with a gun. She said she thought that Seth might have been shot. Amber Wright told the police something completely different. She said that they had bumped into Seth, talked to him for a few minutes, but then he left. Wright said she assumed that he went home. When Wright was asked if Bargo was there and if Seth was shot, she said that none of that happened. She said she had no idea what Ellie was talking about. The detectives continued to investigate, but no trace of Seth was found that night. The next morning, Amber Wright's mother called the police department. She said that her son and Amber's brother, Kyle Hooper, had some information about Seth's disappearance. The police had her bring both of her children to the police station. Charlie Ellie was also brought in for questioning. Kyle Hooper was questioned first. Kyle said that 2 nights earlier, they were hanging out at Charlie Ellie's house and Seth was there. Then he said that Bargo surprised everyone by shooting Seth 3 times. Then, Ellie and Wright were interviewed. They said that Michael Bargo was the one who killed Seth and they were innocent bystanders. After they were interviewed, Hooper, Wright, and Ellie were put into a room together and they were left alone. They had no idea that they were being recorded. They talked openly about the murder of Seth, and it was clear that they had lied to the detectives. They talked about their involvement in the murder from the planning stages. It turned out that Michael Bargo wanted to kill Seth. Since everyone else disliked Seth because of what he said on Facebook, they agreed to help. The police continued to investigate Seth's disappearance, and they were able to trace his last steps. Then Kyle Hooper made a full confession, and he filled in the rest of the gaps about what happened that night. The night started off with Amber Wright luring Seth to Charlie Ellie's house with a promise of reconciliation. What Seth didn't know was that Wright's brother, Kyle Hooper, Wright's new boyfriend, Michael Bargo, and their friend, Justin Soto, were there waiting for him. When Seth got inside, Hooper, Bargo, and Soto attacked him with blunt wooden instruments. Seth tried to run away, and Bargo shot him twice in the back with a rifle. Seth managed to keep running, so Soto tackled him. Soto held Seth down as Bargo shot him again, this time in the back of the head. Then they dragged Seth upstairs and put him in the bathtub. They wanted to stuff his body into a sleeping bag, but his body wouldn't fit. So they tried breaking his knees. Then they realized that Seth was still alive. Bargo delivered the kill shot to Seth's head as he laid in the tub. Then his body was dismembered, and the body parts were thrown into a bonfire in the backyard that they had started earlier. A few hours later, they put his ashes in paint cans. Bargo then called his friend, 37-year-old James Haven. Haven helped Bargo throw the ashes into a water-filled quarry. Haven then dropped Bargo off at a friend's home in a different town. The police searched Ellie's backyard and they found a fire pit. In the fire pit, they found human bone fragments. On April 21, 2011, 4 days after the murder, 18-year-old Michael Bargo, 16-year-old Kyle Hooper, 20-year-old Justin Soto, 15-year-old Amber Wright, and 18-year-old Charlie Ellie were all arrested and charged with first-degree murder. 37-year-old James Haven was later arrested for being an accessory after the fact. Between September 2011 and June 2012, Wright, Hooper, Ellie, and Soto were all convicted of first-degree murder, and they were all sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. Michael Bargo, who the police said was the mastermind of the brutal murder, was convicted in August 2013. He was sentenced to death in December of that year. Bargo's lawyer appealed his death sentence. The appeals court decided to let him be resentenced because the jury had not unanimously agreed to sentence Bargo to death. They had voted 10-2 for the death penalty. In September 2019, a judge sentenced Michael Bargo to death once again. Friends and family of Seth Jackson, along with the residents of Central Florida, were shocked that an online feud could have spiraled into such a brutal murder. Number 2. Joyce Winsey Howe. In early 2012, Joyce Howe, who went by the name Winsey, was 15 years old and she was living in Arnhem, Netherlands. On January 13, 2012, Winsey was at home with her father and her younger brother. Their doorbell rang and her brother answered the door. Standing in the doorway was a young man in his early teens that her brother didn't recognize. The visitor asked to see Winsey. When Winsey came to the door, the young man said, "I'm sorry, but I have to do this." He then pulled out a knife and started stabbing Winsey in the face and the neck. Winsey's father, Sire Chun Nam Howe, tried to stop the attack. The young man attacked him with the knife. He cut Sire on the face and the neck. Then the young man ran off. Help was called for, and Sire and Winsey were taken to the hospital. Sire survived his wounds, but his face was left scarred. Winsey, who was just 15, lived for 5 more days before she succumbed to her injuries. Their attacker was arrested not long after he ran away from their home. He was only identified as 14-year-old Jinhua K. Jinhua confessed to committing the attack. He said that he didn't even know Winsey. He told the police he had just been ordered to kill her. Jinhua was friends with a couple who were only identified as Polly W., who was 16, and Wesley C., who was 17 years old. Polly and Winsey had been close friends. But several weeks before the murder, they had gotten into a fight at a party. In the wake of the fight, Winsey started badmouthing Polly on Facebook. Winsey had also posted some stories about things that Polly had supposedly done with boys. The Facebook comments made Polly furious, and she convinced her boyfriend, Wesley, that Winsey needed to die. They decided to get their friend Jinhua to commit the actual murder. From a young age, Jinhua had severe behavioral problems. Over several weeks on the phone and on Facebook, Wesley and Polly planned the murder with Jinhua. They even discussed killing Winsey's entire family, but they settled on just killing Winsey. Polly and Wesley told Jinhua that if he killed Winsey, they would pay him. There are different reports on exactly how much they were going to pay him. The figure ranges from 20 euros to 150 euros, which is about 22 American dollars to 165 American dollars. Wesley and Polly also told Jinhua that they would pay for drinks the next time they went out. Supposedly, Jinhua was excited that he was going to kill Winsey. He had told some peers that he planned on killing a girl, but no one took him seriously. On the day of the murder, Polly and Wesley gave Jinhua a note that had Winsey's address on it, and they told him when she would be home. Jinhua said that Polly and Wesley told him that he had to kill Winsey or they would kill him. So Jinhua said that he went to Winsey's home and he stabbed her. After Jinhua confessed, Polly and Wesley were arrested for orchestrating the murder. Jinhua went to trial first in August 2012, about 8 months after the murder. Jinhua's lawyer argued that Jinhua was afraid for his life, and that's why he killed Winsey. But the judges concluded that since the murders had been planned over several weeks, Jinhua had plenty of time to seek out help. Jinhua, who was 14 years old when he committed the murder, was sentenced to 1 year in a youth detention center and 3 years in a psychiatric facility. Winsey's father, who was left scarred from the attack, was not surprised by the sentence, but he was saddened by it. He said, "I lost my daughter, and he gets a year in jail. That difference is very big." Polly and Wesley, who were 16 and 17 respectively at the time of the murder, were tried together a few weeks after Jinhua's trial. They were convicted and sentenced to the maximum for juveniles, 2 years in a youth detention center, plus 3 years of psychiatric treatment. The psychiatric sentences could be extended if any of the three were deemed unfit to be released. All three were released in 2017, 5 years after the murder. In May 2018, Jinhua K, who was 21, was arrested in connection with a series of armed robberies. His arrest came about 7 months after he was released because he had been deemed a low-risk offender. The result of his arrest has not been made public. Choi's Winsey House murder was dubbed a Facebook murder in the media, and it made headlines across Europe. The age of the perpetrator shocked the citizens of the Netherlands, and parents began to question the role of social media in their children's lives. Number 1. Chris Marquis. In the spring of 1998, Chris Marquis was 17 years old, and he lived with his mother, Sheila Rockwell, in the small town of Fairhaven, Vermont. They lived in a small house that was about 100 feet from the police station. Marquis had a passion for CB radios. He collected high-end equipment, which was often paid for by his mother. Marquis had a vision disorder, which made him legally blind at night. As he got older, his vision got worse. It was expected that one day he would be totally blind. Since her son was losing his vision, Rockwell felt justified spoiling him, so she paid for the CB radio equipment. Many people wondered how Rockwell could afford to buy the thousands of dollars of radio equipment because she was unemployed. There were rumors that she and Marquis were prolific shoplifters. In January 1998, both Rockwell and Marquis were arrested while they were shoplifting in a department store. That was the only time that they were arrested, and Rockwell said it was an isolated incident. She said she had no idea that her son, who was 17, was shoplifting at the same time as her. Chris Marquis was well known in the CB radio community in his area. Because of the quality of his equipment, Marquis' signals were far-reaching. Marquis was also a bit notorious on the airwaves because of his behavior. He used his powerful equipment to troll other people on the CB radio waves. He would often mock, annoy, and insult other users. Truckers had their own channel, and Marquis would harass them as well. Chris Marquis also liked to use the internet. He would post on message boards and in news groups, and he used the instant messaging platform ICQ. In real life, Marquis did not have many friends. A former classmate said that one reason he was disliked was because he was always bad-mouthing everyone he knew on the CB radio airwaves. Marquis had apparently been beaten up several times by classmates. He eventually dropped out of high school. Even though Marquis didn't have many friends, he did have a girlfriend. Her name was Cindy, and she lived just over the state line in Whitehall, New York. They had met on the CB radio airwaves. After their initial contact, they were in constant communication. They met in real life after talking for about a year and a half. After meeting in person, they continued to date, and they would often meet at a McDonald's between their homes. March 19, 1998 was a gray, cloudy day. At about 3 o'clock that afternoon, a UPS delivery man knocked on Rockwell Marquis' front door. Rockwell answered the door, and the delivery man handed her the package. The return address was Samantha Brown, 1863 South High Street, Bucyrus, Ohio. Rockwell did not recognize the name or the address. But it was not unusual for her son to get packages from people she didn't know. Marquis ran a small business out of their home where he traded, sold, and repaired CB radio equipment. Rockwell brought the package to Marquis, who was in his bedroom. Marquis was doing what he usually did during his waking hours, which was talking to his girlfriend on his CB radio. Rockwell handed her son the package, and he read the return address. He also did not know who Samantha Brown was. Marquis opened the package, and there was a smaller styrofoam box inside of it. Just before Marquis opened the styrofoam box, his girlfriend joked that it was probably a bomb. Then suddenly, the pipe bomb inside the styrofoam box exploded. The police chief, who was in the police headquarters, which was about 100 feet from Rockwell and Marquis' home, heard the explosion, and he ran to the scene. He found the mother and son inside Marquis' destroyed bedroom. They were both badly injured and taken to the hospital. Rockwell lost her pinky and the tops of the rest of her fingers on her right hand. Her right kneecap was blown off. She ultimately survived her injuries. The explosion severed 17-year-old Chris Marquis' femoral artery. He ended up bleeding to death. The police thought that the case would be difficult to solve. Why would anyone want to kill a 17-year-old loner? The most obvious clues to investigate were the package that contained the bomb and the bomb itself. But neither clue pointed in the direction of a suspect. The return address was fake. There is no South High Street in Bucyrus, Ohio. Nor was there a record of a Samantha Brown living in Bucyrus. It turned out that the package had been shipped from a UPS depot in Mansfield, Ohio. But the police could not find any way to connect Marquis to Mansfield. The remnants of the pipe bomb did not contain any immediate clues either. It was made using materials that could be found in any hardware store or gun shop. Then the police looked at what Chris Marquis was doing online. To most people that Marquis met online, he wasn't a 17-year-old high school dropout with no friends. Instead, Marquis told people that he was 27, he was married, had a daughter, and he ran a business called the CB Shack. Often, Marquis would make business deals online. But Marquis was not always honest in his business dealings. Sometimes, when he sold or traded a piece of equipment, he would not send the item he had promised to send. Instead, he would send them something that wasn't nearly as valuable. As a result, several users on news groups and message boards that Marquis frequented had posted warnings advising other users not to deal with him. For example, 3 days before the murder, someone with the username NCTomcat posted this response to one of the warnings. "I am posting ads about that crook all over the internet. The address I have is Washington Street, Fairhaven, Vermont. Don't mail this liar any money or you'll be poorer but wiser. If I can find someone to pay the two-way airfare, I will go there and collect everyone's money back and give him some serious dental problems to deal with. Are you listening, Chris? When you see a 6-foot, 5-inch dark-haired man at your door, you better duck, cause I will be about to drop them all on you noggin dude." The police asked Chris Marquis' mother, Sheila Rockwell, if anyone had recently threatened her son. She said that he had been having trouble with a guy from Indiana. In Marquis' bedroom, near his computer, the police found a piece of paper with the address of a man named Christopher Dean, who lived in Pierceton, Indiana. In Marquis' wallet, which was in his pants when the bomb exploded, was a UPS tracking number for a package that he had sent to Dean less than 3 weeks before the murder. Hours after the bombing, one of Christopher Dean's friends got in contact with the police. The friend said that Dean had been complaining that some guy in Vermont had ripped him off. He also said that he knew that Dean had recently searched the internet for instructions on how to make a pipe bomb. Also, 5 days before the murder, Dean told his friend he was going to send the guy in Vermont a surprise in the mail. The friend said he did not go to the police earlier because he did not think that Dean would really send a bomb through the mail. The police learned that Dean was a truck driver. On the day the bomb was mailed for Mansfield, Dean was in Mansfield making a delivery. Also, if you drive from Pierceton to Mansfield, you pass by Bucyrus, Ohio, which was the city on the return address. The police got a search warrant for Christopher Dean's home. They found a mountain of evidence. This included a site on his property where there had been an explosion. They found fragments of a pipe bomb that was very similar to the bomb that killed Chris Marquis. The police thought that this bomb was a prototype. Brass hex nuts were packed into the bomb that killed Marquis. The same brass hex nuts were found in Dean's home. The police also found wires and lengths of pipes that were similar to the ones used in the bomb. One of the most damning things that they found was an open pack of 9-volt batteries, and one battery was missing. A Duracell 9-volt battery had been used in the bomb that killed Marquis. At the time, Duracell imprinted lot numbers on all their batteries. The lot number indicated the date and the assembly line that the battery was manufactured. Using the lot number, the police were able to determine that the battery in the bomb came from the same package of batteries found in Christopher Dean's home. Another massively damaging piece of evidence was found on Dean's computer. It was a printing template for address labels, and 2 of the labels had been filled in. One was filled in with Chris Marquis' address, and the other was the fictional address that was used as the return address. Then, a UPS employee in Mansfield identified Christopher Dean as the man who dropped off the package at the depot. Also, the bomber had filled out a slip to send the package. A handwriting expert compared the handwriting on the slip to Dean's handwriting, and he concluded that Dean had filled out the slip. Finally, it turned out that Christopher Dean was NC Tomcat, the user who posted that he wanted to beat up Marquis 3 days before he was killed. What the police were unsure about was what was the motive. Marquis did rip him off, but why kill him? Why didn't Dean just go to the police? Why didn't he sue Marquis in small claims court? The reason why Dean didn't legally go after Marquis came from one of Marquis' few associates, Mark Hutzinger. Hutzinger owned a CB radio and computer shop in Middlebury, Vermont. Hutzinger said that Marquis had confided in him that he had made a fantastic deal with Christopher Dean. Dean was going to send him a piece of equipment that was worth about $800, and Marquis was supposed to send him a piece of equipment worth about $400. But Marquis did not even do that. Instead, he sent Dean a piece of equipment that was much cheaper. Hutzinger thought that the original deal was odd, because why would Dean trade an item for another item that was half its value? After Dean was arrested, his wife had the owner of the local CB radio shop come over and appraise Dean's equipment. It turned out that months before, the man's shop had been robbed. The thief or thieves were never arrested, and the stolen items had not been recovered. As the shop owner was examining Dean's CB radio equipment, he realized he was looking at some of the merchandise that had been stolen from his shop months earlier. The police concluded that Dean was trading the stolen items at a loss online because he would be getting equipment that wasn't stolen in return. But then Chris Marquis ripped him off, and he couldn't go to the police because he had sent Marquis a stolen piece of equipment. So Dean decided to get his revenge by killing him with a pipe bomb. Christopher Dean was confident that he'd never be caught. When Chris Marquis was killed, he was 750 miles away in a different state. In fact, Dean had never set foot in Vermont in his life. Also, Dean had never met Marquis before. Had they physically bumped into each other in real life, they would have had no idea who each other was. Dean was not aware that Marquis was just 17 years old. So while Dean thought he had committed the perfect crime, he was arrested less than 30 hours after the bomb exploded. In September 1999, Christopher Dean agreed to a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to several charges, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole, instead of being condemned to death row. Number 3. Michael Anderson. In the fall of 2007, Catherine Olson was 24 years old. Catherine's father, Rolf, was a Lutheran pastor, and her mother, Nancy, taught English in high school. Catherine lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota with a roommate. Catherine was a bright but impulsive young woman. She was the co-valedictorian when she graduated from high school in 2002. She went on to study theater and Hispanic studies at St. Olaf College in Northfield, Minnesota. She graduated in 2006. Catherine was a member of her church's choir, and she volunteered for several outreach groups. Catherine loved children, and she enjoyed working with them. Occasionally, to earn money, she found babysitting work on the online classified website, Craigslist. In October 2009, she responded to an ad looking for a babysitter. The person who posted the ad replied to her email. The author claimed that their name was Amy. Amy wrote that they were looking for someone to babysit at their home in Savage, Minnesota on October 25, 2007. Savage is a suburban city that is about 15 miles southwest of downtown Minnesota. Amy provided Catherine with an address and a cell phone number. On the morning of October 25, 2007, Catherine told her roommate that she was going out to babysit at her residence in Savage. She told her roommate that she met the client through Craigslist. She also told him that the client seemed kinda strange. Her roommate left their home at about 8 a.m. At about 9 a.m., Catherine called the number Amy had given her. Catherine then got into her car and drove to the address that Amy had provided for her. The next morning, at about 8 o'clock, an employee of the Parks Department in Savage called the police out to one of the local parks. A purse had been found in a garbage can. The officer took the purse back to the police station. Inside the purse, he found Catherine's driver's license and a phone number. The officer called the phone number and left a voicemail saying that Catherine's purse had been found and she could pick it up at the police station. 8 hours later, the officer was told that Catherine's mother, Nancy, had called and said that either she or Catherine would come to the police station to collect the purse. The officer decided to call Nancy. Nancy told the officer that she had been trying to get in contact with her daughter, but she had not been able to get a hold of her. Every time she called Catherine's cell phone, her call went directly to voicemail, and she thought that this was odd. Nancy told the officer that she had spoken to Catherine's roommate. He said the last time he saw or heard from Catherine was the morning before. She had been planning on going to the babysitting job in Savage. He also said that Catherine met the client through Craigslist, and she had mentioned that the client was strange. The officer then decided to talk to Catherine's roommate himself. Catherine's roommate was able to get into Catherine's email box, and he printed off the emails between Catherine and the person who identified themselves as Amy. In one of the emails, Amy provided an address in Savage and a phone number. The officer then had a detective get involved in the investigation. At about 5:15 p.m. on the day after Catherine went to the babysitting job, the detective went to the address in Savage. It was a dilapidated house that was aqua in color. When the detective arrived at the house, he found that no one was home. The detective talked to the neighbors, and he learned that Steve and Barbara Anderson lived in the house with their 20-year-old son, Michael. The detective left a business card at the Andersons' home, and he went back to the police station. Meanwhile, the police officer who retrieved Catherine's purse from the garbage can went back to the same garbage can. He remembered that when he pulled the purse out of the garbage can, there was a garbage bag sitting on top of it. When the officer got back to the garbage can, he found the bag and he looked inside of it. He found a light blue bath towel with red spots on it. The officer immediately thought that the red spots were blood. He called the detective, who came to the garbage can. The detective took the towel out of the bag and noticed that there was an object wrapped up in the towel. It was a smashed cell phone. Catherine's parents, Rolf and Nancy, were shown the cell phone, and they said that it belonged to their daughter. One thing the investigators noted was that a name had been written on the towel in marker. That name was Michael Anderson. The detective knew that Michael Anderson lived at the address that was given to Catherine by the person who claimed to be Amy. Not long after the discovery of the cell phone, the detective received a phone call. It was Barbara Anderson. She was calling because she had found the detective's business card. The detective told Barbara that they were looking for her son, Michael. She told him that Michael was at work. He refueled planes at the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. Barbara gave the detective Michael's cell phone number. It was the same phone number that Amy had given Catherine. 20-year-old Michael Anderson was arrested as he was leaving work. A search of the area close to where the purse was found was conducted. A helicopter was called in to aid in the search. The pilot spotted a car that was the same year, model, and color as Catherine's car. It was in the parking lot of a nature reserve that was a little more than a mile away from where the purse was found. The officer who retrieved the purse from the garbage can went to the parking lot and determined that it was Catherine's car. He looked in the trunk and he found Catherine's dead body stuffed in a sleeping bag. She had been shot once in the back. It would later be determined that the murder weapon was a .357 Magnum handgun. Catherine had not been sexually assaulted. The police searched Michael Anderson's home. In his bedroom, which was on the second floor, they found a shell casing for a .357 Magnum. They also found some blood splattered on his bedroom walls and on his mattress. On the steps that led from the main floor to the second floor, they found blood smears. The blood smears seemed to indicate that someone had dragged a body down the steps. Investigators also found blood on Michael's shoes. Hours after Catherine's body was found, Michael was interviewed by the detective. Michael claimed he didn't kill Catherine. The detective then confronted Michael with all the evidence they found. Michael then said he was there when Catherine was killed, but he wasn't the murderer. Instead, he claimed that his friend was the killer. Michael said that his friend shot Catherine because he thought it would be funny. Michael Anderson was subsequently charged with first-degree murder. He went to trial in March 2009, about a year and a half after the murder. The prosecutor said that the evidence showed that Michael pretended to be a woman who needed a babysitter to lure an unsuspecting woman to his home. When Catherine arrived at his home, he somehow convinced her to come into his bedroom. He then shot her to death simply because he wanted to know what it felt like to take someone's life. Michael's defense lawyer acknowledged that Michael did pose as a woman and lure Catherine to his home. But Michael's lawyer argued that Michael never planned on killing her. Michael's lawyer explained that Michael was a 20-year-old high school dropout who had never been on a date. He posted the ad and lured Catherine to his home because he was looking for some sex that was consensual or romance. The defense also acknowledged that Michael pulled out the gun, but he claimed that the gun accidentally fired. The defense wanted a doctor who examined Michael to testify. The doctor had diagnosed Michael with Asperger's syndrome. The defense said that the syndrome would explain why Michael thought that posting an ad saying he was a woman looking for a babysitter could lead to a romantic encounter. The syndrome also made Michael clumsy, which would explain how he accidentally fired the gun. But the judge did not allow the doctor to testify. Michael Anderson was found guilty of first-degree murder, and on April 1, 2009, he was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. The murder of 24-year-old Catherine Olson was the first homicide associated with Craigslist. In May 2009, there was a memorial service held in Catherine's honor. Craigslist founder Craig Newmark spoke at the memorial. He cautioned people to be careful when using the internet. Newmark also contributed an undisclosed amount to a scholarship in memory of Catherine. Catherine's parents, Rolf and Nancy, never blamed Craigslist for Catherine's murder. The couple said that the loss of their daughter was incredibly hard on them, but they have tried to move on with their lives. They said that they know they can never go back to the way things used to be. Instead, they have had to learn to live in a new normal. Nancy and Rolf said that their lives after the murder of Catherine is like an orchestra with a single, out-of-tune instrument. Number 2. William Melcher Dinkle. In the autumn of 2006, Celia Blay was 60 years old. Blay was a retired school teacher, and she lived in Maiden Bradley, Wiltshire, England. Blay was dealing with some grief after losing both of her parents. Looking for comfort, she turned to the internet. One day while she was surfing, she accidentally stumbled upon something she didn't know existed. It was websites, chat rooms, and news groups dedicated to suicide. One online community she found was a place where people talked about contemplating suicide and the best way to do it. Most people in the community would discourage users from killing themselves. But since it's the internet, a small percentage of users would encourage people to take their own life. Blay started corresponding with some of the people in the community, and she encouraged them to get help instead of doing something irreversible. One of the people she talked to was a 17-year-old girl from South America. The girl told Blay she had a specific time and date planned for when she was going to hang herself. She also said that she was in a suicide pact with someone she met online. Blay asked about the person, and she said that the user posted under the name Lai Dao. Supposedly, Lai Dao was American, she was in her 20s, and she was a nurse. The 17-year-old girl said that Lai Dao had suggested being on webcam when she took her life so that she wouldn't be alone when she died. Lai Dao said she would take her life afterward. For obvious reasons, Celia Blay was disturbed by this. So she discussed the matter with some other people in the chat room where she had met the girl. It turned out that several other people had also made a suicide pact with Lai Dao. Lai Dao had encouraged all of them to hang themselves while she watched on webcam. Blay soon found a dozen people who had made a suicide pact with Lai Dao. Lai Dao also encouraged people to perform self-harm while she watched over the webcam. Blay went to the police in her village, but they didn't show any interest in pursuing the matter. They told her that if she didn't like what was happening online, then to turn the other way. Then Blay learned that the same user may have been using another screen name, Falcon Girl. Falcon Girl had been making similar suicide pacts as Lai Dao. Blay and a friend who had been talking to Falcon Girl decided to set up a sting. They asked Falcon Girl for a photograph of herself, and the user sent them one. It was a photograph of a family, and Falcon Girl said that she was the woman in the photograph. Then, for some reason during their chat, Falcon Girl's webcam came on. That's when Celia Blay saw that Lai Dao and Falcon Girl was not a woman. Instead, it was a middle-aged man. They managed to snap a photograph of the man on one of their cell phones. Blay and her friend realized that he was in the photograph that he had sent them. He was the man sitting next to the woman that he claimed to be. Later, in an email, the man accidentally used his real name, William Melcher Dinkle. Blay investigated Melcher Dinkle, and she learned that he really was a nurse. He was in his 40s, he was married and had 2 daughters, and they lived in Faribault, Minnesota. Blay also learned that another username Melcher Dinkle was using was Cammy D. For a year and a half, Celia Blay tracked down people who had talked to Melcher Dinkle under his aliases. She found nearly 50 people who had talked to Melcher Dinkle about suicide. She then went back to the police, but once again, they had no interest in pursuing an investigation. Blay also tried to pass the information on to the FBI, but they did not receive it. Around this time, 18-year-old Nadia Kajuji was attending Carleton University in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Kajuji was a freshman who studied law and politics. She had moved into a dormitory on campus in September 2007. Her family lived in Brampton, Ontario, which is about 250 miles away from the school. The first few months away from home were rough for Kajuji. She had broken up with her long-term boyfriend and started dating another young man. During their relationship, they had sex and the condom broke. Kajuji took the morning after pill, but it didn't work. She soon found out that she was pregnant, but it was not long before she miscarried. Kajuji was disturbed by the fact that she was not able to choose if she wanted to be a mother or not. Sometime afterward, the relationship with the new boyfriend came to an end. Kijuji kept a video diary, and she often talked about unrequited love. Kijuji battled depression during the school year. She was eventually prescribed drugs for her depression and to help her sleep, and she was required to see a counselor. It turned out that for months, Kijuji had been talking to someone online with the username CammyD, and CammyD had the email address falcon_girl_507@hotmail.com. Cammy told Kijuji that for the past 8 months, she had thought about killing herself. Cammy explained that she was a nurse and she had seen many people who took their own life or attempted to take their own life. She realized the quickest and most efficient way was to hang yourself. Cammy said that when the time came, that was what she was going to do. Cammy frequently suggested to Kijuji that she should hang herself while she was on her webcam. Cammy and Kijuji exchanged hundreds of messages. Cammy acted like she was understanding and caring, but she never advised Kijuji to seek help. Instead, Cammy kept encouraging Kijuji to take her own life, preferably on webcam so she could watch it. In March 2008, Kijuji told Cammy that she was going to go through with it. On March 10, 2008, Kijuji told Cammy that she was going to do it that night. Cammy simply replied, "Okay." That night, there was a blizzard in Ottawa. During the blizzard, 18-year-old Nadia Kijuji left her dorm with her ice skates. The next day, she was reported missing. About 2 weeks after Kijuji walked out into the snowstorm, Celia Blake got in contact with Canada's National Police Force, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, which is also known by its acronym, the RCMP. The RCMP did some investigating into the connection between Nadia Kijuji and William Melcher Dinkle, but they determined it would be too difficult to pursue charges. Melcher Dinkle was an American citizen who wasn't even in Canada when Kijuji went missing. In fact, he was over 1,000 miles away. So he physically did not do anything to Kijuji. Also, Blay only had evidence that someone from Melcher Dinkle's home had conversed with Kijuji. A spokesperson for the RCMP said that there was no definitive evidence that Melcher Dinkle was the person who was doing the corresponding. After all, Melcher Dinkle lived in the house with his wife and his 2 daughters. Celia Blay was discouraged by the RCMP's reaction, but she was not defeated. She then found out about a police unit called the Task Force on Internet Crimes Against Children. They were located in St. Paul, Minnesota. Blay was hopeful because Melcher Dinkle lived in Minnesota, and Minnesota has laws regarding encouraging people to die by suicide. Blay sent all the information that she had collected on Melcher Dinkle to the task force. The task force then began to investigate William Melcher Dinkle. About 6 weeks after 18-year-old Nadia Kijuji left her dorm room during the snowstorm, her body was pulled from the Rideau River. The police had gone through Kijuji's computer. Despite the frequent encouragement to hang herself, Kijuji did not want to end her life that way. She wanted her death to look like an accident, in the hopes that it might be easier for her family to accept her death. She had jumped into the river off a bridge that was close to the school campus with her ice skates on. She thought that the weight of the skates and the current would pull her under the water. She would either drown or die from hypothermia. Even after Nadia Kajuji's body was found, and as the Task Force on Internet Crimes Against Children investigated William Melcher Dinkel, he continued to talk to suicidal people online, and he would encourage them to take their own lives. In October 2009, about 9 months after Celia Blay passed her information along to the task force, investigators went to Melcher Dinkel's home. He was cooperative, and he let them into his home. When the investigators told Melcher Dinkel why they were there, he admitted he posed as a female nurse online. He also admitted that he encouraged people to kill themselves. Melcher Dinkel said they encouraged about 20 people to kill themselves, entered in suicide pacts with about 10 people, and he thought that 5 of the people he encouraged may have taken their own life. He confessed that one of those people was Nadia Kajuji. Melcher Dinkel was asked why he would do something like this, and he said it was because he liked the thrill of the chase. He also said that he had a suicide fetish. The police looked through Melcher Dinkel's computer, and they found a photograph of Nadia Kajuji. They also found messages between Melcher Dinkel and a 32-year-old man named Mark Dryborough, who lived in Coventry, England. Dryborough had suffered from depression for over 10 years. He often felt like a failure because he could not hold down a job. Then, sometime in 2005, Dryborough started talking to Lai Dao, which was of course William Melcher Dinkel. Dryborough formed what he thought was a suicide pact with Melcher Dinkel. Melcher Dinkel promised to take his life after Dryborough did it. Melcher Dinkel gave him specific directions on how to hang himself, which included putting the noose behind his left ear. The last time Melcher Dinkel and Dryborough talked was on July 27, 2005. Hours later, Dryborough hanged himself exactly the way Melcher Dinkel told him to do it. The noose was even behind his left ear. At first, the police did not charge Melcher Dinkel with anything. But then 6 months later, in April 2010, William Melcher Dinkel was charged with 2 counts of aiding in a suicide regarding the deaths of Mark Dryborough and Nadia Kajuji. In March 2011, Melcher Dinkel was convicted on both counts. 2 months later, he was sentenced to 360 days in jail plus 10 years of probation. Melcher Dinkel's lawyer appealed, and in March 2014, the Minnesota Supreme Court reversed the conviction because of the wording of the conviction. William Melcher Dinkel went to trial again in September 2014. He was convicted of assisting Mark Dryborough in his suicide. In the death of Nadia Kajuji, he was convicted of the lesser crime of attempting to assist in a suicide. He was sentenced to 3 years of prison, but the sentence was suspended. Instead, he was to spend 360 days in jail. Due to time served, he was released 6 months later, in February 2015. At William Melcher Dinkel's second trial, he apologized for what he had done, and he said he wants to be a contributing member of society. Celia Blay was hailed for her hard work and determination in exposing William Melcher Dinkel. She has been compared to Miss Marple, the protagonist in several prominent Agatha Christie novels and short stories. Celia Blay believes that at least 8 people that Melcher Dinkel was talking to ended up dying by suicide, but she says she would not be surprised if the real number was in the double digits. Number 1. Lisa Montgomery. Skidmore is a small town in northern Missouri. It's situated about 25 miles from the Missouri-Iowa border. In the winter of 2004, less than 350 people lived in the town. Two of those people were Zeb and Bobby Joe Stinnett. They had been childhood friends and then high school sweethearts. They got married 2 years earlier. The lead up to Christmas 2004 was an exciting time for the couple. Bobby Joe, who was 23, was 8 months pregnant with the couple's first child. Zeb and Bobby Joe both worked at a manufacturing plant that was 2 blocks from their home. Bobby Joe's real passion was breeding rat terriers. She and Zeb had their own dog breeding business called Bobby Joe's Happy Havens Farm. Bobby Joe always met with prospective buyers to ensure that the dogs they sold were going to a good home. She did a lot of her business online through her website. At the end of her pregnancy, Bobby Joe planned on quitting her job at the manufacturing plant to focus on raising her child and dog breeding. Bobby Joe also liked to talk about rat terriers and dog breeding online. She often posted on message boards, and she was a regular in a chat room called Ratter Chatter. On the afternoon of December 16, 2004, Bobby Joe was home alone. Zeb was at work, and she was home because she was on maternity leave. The day before, Bobby Joe had set up a meeting with a prospective buyer. The meeting was with someone she thought she only knew online. She was supposed to meet with the person at around 2:30 that afternoon. The prospective buyer's name was supposedly Darlene Fisher, and she apparently lived in Fairfax, Missouri, which is only about 20 miles from Skidmore. Bobby Joe and Darlene had talked online several times in the past 8 months. Then the day before, Darlene had emailed Bobby Joe because she was interested in buying a rat terrier. Bobby Joe emailed her back with directions to her home. Bobby Joe also posted a message on a forum that she and Darlene frequented. Bobby Joe said she was looking forward to meeting Darlene in person. At about 2:30 that afternoon, Bobby Joe's mother, Becky Harper, called Bobby Joe. Becky explained to her daughter that her vehicle was getting some work done and she needed a ride to the garage. Bobby Joe said she was meeting a potential buyer, but she said she would pick her mother up at 3:30. Then Bobby Joe told her mother that someone was there and she had to go. She then hung up the phone. At 3:30, Becky Harper was surprised to see that her daughter wasn't waiting to pick her up. She phoned Bobby Joe several times, but no one answered. Bobby Joe only lived 2 blocks from her mother's place of employment. When Bobby Joe didn't answer the phone, Becky walked over to her daughter's home. She was horrified by what she found. Her daughter was lying in a pool of blood. She called 911 and she explained to the dispatcher that it looked like her daughter's stomach had exploded. When the paramedics arrived, they discovered that the baby was gone. Sadly, it was too late to help 23-year-old Bobby Joe Stinnett. The medical examiner would later determine that Bobby Joe was strangled from behind with a rope. Then the killer performed a cesarean section with a paring knife. It's believed that Bobby Joe regained consciousness during the delivery, and the killer had to strangle her again. After the body was found, a neighbor of Zed and Bobby Joe came over to talk to the police. He told them that around the time of the murder, he saw a reddish-pink foreign car parked in their driveway. The police immediately had a suspect, Darlene Fisher from Fairfax, Missouri. Several people knew that Darlene was supposed to visit Bobby Joe around the time of the murder. The sheriff looked at the records for Fairfax and discovered that no one with that name lived in the area. The sheriff then had an expert go through Bobby Joe's computer. He found the emails and some messages posted by the person claiming to be Darlene Fisher. The expert found Darlene's ISP and then tracked her to a server in Topeka, Kansas. The expert went through the records of the server and looked at the times when Darlene Fisher posted the comments. He discovered that the server was accessed at those times by someone using dial-up internet. He got the phone number associated with the internet account. Then he learned it was the home phone number of Kevin Montgomery. Kevin lived in Malvern, Kansas, which is about 175 miles from Skidmore. The day after the murder, the police scoped out Kevin Montgomery's home, and they noticed a red Toyota parked in the driveway. The investigators decided to talk to Kevin. Kevin was at home with his wife, 35-year-old Lisa Montgomery, and a newborn baby girl. The couple explained that yesterday, Lisa, who was pregnant, had gone shopping in Topeka, which is about 40 miles from their home in Malvern. That afternoon, Lisa called Kevin and told him that she had gone into labor. She said she had given birth at a women's clinic in Topeka. She claimed that after she gave birth, she was released because she and the baby were in good health. Kevin said that he and his two children from a previous relationship, who were both in their teens, drove to Topeka and met Lisa and the baby in the parking lot of a Long John Silver's. Then they all drove back to Malvern. Earlier that day, before the police showed up, Kevin and Lisa had run a few errands and showed off the baby. The investigators thought it was a strange story, so they checked with the women's clinic. The staff of the clinic said that no one gave birth at their clinic the day before. Lisa was confronted about this, and she changed her story. She said she had actually given birth at home. So the investigators asked to see evidence of that, but she was unable to produce any evidence. Lisa then admitted she had killed Bobby Joe Stinnett, and it was her baby. Lisa was arrested, and the baby was given to her father, Zeb. The baby was healthy except for a cut above one of her eyes. She was given the name Victoria Joe, which is what her mother wanted to name her. The police and the district attorney then began to investigate Lisa Montgomery so that they could try to understand what type of woman could have committed such a horrifying crime. Lisa Montgomery was born Lisa Marie Mathers in Fort Lewis, Washington in February 1968. Her father, Edgar, was in the military, and when Lisa was born, he was stationed in Korea. Her mother, Judy, was a homemaker. Judy and Edgar's marriage was turbulent, and Judy filed for divorce when Lisa was 3. Judy then started dating and eventually moved in with an older man. He was alcoholic and abusive. For several years, he sexually abused Lisa. One night, just before Lisa's 16th birthday, Judy even caught him doing it. Not long afterward, the man moved out. Lisa said that her mother blamed her for the abuse and for her husband leaving. But Judy denied saying anything like that. After Judy's husband moved out, he continued to harass Judy. Judy was fearful that her estranged husband would harm her or her children. At the time, she was living with her 5 children, including Lisa, in a trailer just outside of Sperry, Oklahoma. So Judy reached out to the local sheriff, a man named Richard Bowman. Richard would go on to leave his wife, whom he had been with for over 20 years, to be with Judy. Richard and Judy would eventually get married. Roger had a son named Carl. Lisa and Carl first met when Lisa was 16 and Carl was 23. The next year, they were dating. On Lisa's 18th birthday, she moved in with Carl. Not long after Lisa moved in, she became pregnant. So she and Carl got married in a small ceremony. Lisa gave birth to a daughter in January 1987. Over the next 3 years, Lisa gave birth to 3 more children. Lisa's children later described her as cold and distant. In 1990, Lisa underwent a procedure where her tubes were cauterized, leaving her sterile. Carl said that they had talked about the procedure and Lisa agreed to do it because she was done having children. However, Lisa would later say that Carl and her mother forced her to do it. Lisa was repeatedly unfaithful in their marriage, and she and Carl got divorced in the early 1990s. Lisa fought for full custody of their 4 children, and she was awarded it. But at that point, she was dating a new man, and she had little interest in her children. So the children ended up spending more time at Carl's home. Then in early 1995, Lisa and Carl got back together and they got remarried. But Lisa continued to have affairs. They divorced again in 1997. This time, Carl was able to get custody of the 2 oldest children. In 1999, Lisa got a job as a security guard at a manufacturing plant in Topeka. It was there that she met Kevin Montgomery. They started dating and they were soon wed. Carl went on to meet a woman named Vanessa and they got married. Carl did not think that Lisa was a competent mother, so he fought for custody of his 2 youngest children. Then in the spring of 2004, Lisa started telling people that she was pregnant with twins. She said she was due in December. She started to wear loose and baggy clothing. She then told people that she lost one of the babies, but the other one was healthy. On December 10, 2004, Carl filed a motion to get permanent custody of his 2 youngest children. His attorney was going to present evidence that proved that Lisa was lying about being pregnant. And it was not the first time Lisa had faked a pregnancy after she had her tubes cauterized. Carl knew of 4 other times that Lisa said she was pregnant after she had been sterilized. The motion argued that these actions demonstrated that Lisa was an unfit mother. 4 days after the motion was filed, Lisa found out about the motion. Lisa told Carl that she would prove he was a liar. 2 days later, Bobby Jo Stinnett was killed and her baby was stolen. The police also learned that Lisa and Bobby Jo had met in real life before the murder. They met in April 2004 at a dog show. Lisa's youngest daughter was deeply interested in dog breeding, and she talked to Bobby Jo often online. After meeting at the dog show, Lisa also conversed with Bobby Jo online, and not just as Darlene Fisher. Lisa chatted with Bobby Jo as herself, but she wasn't truthful. Lisa told Bobby Jo that she was pregnant, and she was due just a few weeks before her. Since Lisa and Bobby Jo had met in person before, people wonder what exactly happened when Lisa arrived at Bobby Jo's home on the day of the murder. When Bobby Joe had recognized her, he realized she wasn't Darlene Fisher. While that is certainly possible, another possibility is that Lisa could have just told Bobby Joe that she was in the neighborhood and she stopped in to say hi. Regardless, Bobby Joe obviously didn't feel threatened by Lisa, and she let Lisa into her home. Lisa Montgomery went to trial in October 2007. Her husband, Kevin, was not charged with any crimes because he was not aware of his wife's plans. Since Lisa had crossed state lines while committing her crimes, she was tried in federal court instead of at a state level. She pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. The trial lasted for 11 days. Then the jury deliberated for 5 hours. Lisa was found guilty, and she was ultimately sentenced to death. Of the 62 inmates on federal death row, Lisa Montgomery is the only woman. She is currently being held in the Federal Medical Center Carswell in Fort Worth, Texas. Slave Master. If you were using email in the year 2000, you might have gotten an email like this. If a guy by the name of Slave Master contacts you, you do not answer. He has killed 56 women that he has talked to on the internet. Please send this out to all the women on your buddy list. Also ask them to pass this on. He has been on Yahoo, AOL, Excite so far. This is no joke. And please send this to men too, just in case. Send to everyone you know. In other emails, the killer's username was JokerKid613, Dreamweaver Gray, and Monkeyman935. Regardless of what the username was, the content of the emails was generally the same. A serial killer was prowling the internet, sometimes in S&M chat rooms, and he was enticing women to meet him. According to the emails, he had already killed dozens of women he met online. It turns out that there is some truth to this online urban legend. There was a serial killer who used the internet username Slave Master, and he did kill several women he met online. However, his victim count wasn't as prolific as the chain email suggests. His name was John Edward Robinson. Robinson was born in December 1943 in Cicero, Illinois. Robinson was first arrested in 1969 at the age of 25. At the time, he was living in Kansas City, Missouri with his wife and his 2 young children. He was arrested because he had embezzled $33,000 from an X-ray laboratory where he worked as an X-ray technician. It turned out that Robinson had used forged credentials to get the job. Robinson had gone to college to study to be an X-ray technician, but he dropped out after 2 years. For embezzling the money, he was sentenced to 3 years of probation. The following year, John Robinson got a job with an insurance company in Chicago, Illinois. Once again, he was caught embezzling money from his employer. He agreed to pay the money back so he didn't face any more charges. However, he was not supposed to leave Missouri because he was on probation. So he was forced to move back to Missouri, and 3 more years were added onto his probation. After moving back to Missouri, Robinson's wife gave birth to a set of fraternal twins, bringing their total number of children to 4. Robinson then started his own medical consulting business. He mailed out some letters soliciting investments. The letters were littered with false information. One person who received the letter realized it was a scam, so they went to the Securities Exchange Commission. This led to Robinson being charged with interstate securities fraud. He would eventually plead guilty to the charge. He was fined $2,500 and his probation was extended by another 3 years. Robinson continued to get jobs, and several times he was caught embezzling. Sometimes he would be arrested, but for all his arrests, he only served 3 weeks in jail. That was until the spring of 1981, when he spent 60 days in jail for stealing $6,000. After Robinson got out of jail, he and a friend started 2 consulting businesses. The businesses were nothing more than covers for Robinson's scams. In the summer of 1984, for one of the businesses, he rented out a duplex in Overland Park, Missouri. Overland Park is in the Kansas City metropolitan area. The duplex was nothing more than a brothel that specialized in sadomasochistic sex. Robinson was supposedly the leader of an S&M cult called the International Council of Masters. His title was Slave Master. In the fall of 1984, John Robinson met 19-year-old Paula Godfrey. He offered her a job with one of his consulting businesses. As part of the job, Robinson told Godfrey he was going to send her to San Antonio, Texas for some training. Robinson said he would pay all her expenses. Godfrey happily accepted the job. On September 1st, 1984, Robinson, who was 40, picked up Godfrey at her family's home in Overland Park. Godfrey's family thought that Robinson was driving her to the airport so that she could fly to San Antonio. The plan was that Godfrey was going to call her family when she arrived at her destination, but she never called. A few days later, her family still had not heard from her, so her father flew to San Antonio. He found no trace of her. She had not even checked in to her hotel. Godfrey's father traveled back to Overland Park and he went to Robinson's office. Robinson said that he had no idea what happened to Godfrey. Godfrey's father told Robinson that if he didn't hear from his daughter in the next 3 days, there would be trouble. Then a couple days later, the Godfreys received a letter in the mail. The envelope had a postmark that indicated the letter was mailed from Kansas City. The letter had been typed, and the author claimed to be Godfrey. She said she wanted to start her life over, and she did not know where she was going. The writer also thanked John Robinson. The sign-off of the letter was handwritten, and it said, "Love ya, Paula." Paula Godfrey's family immediately noticed some things wrong with the letter. For example, the author used profanity, and Godfrey wouldn't have done that. The letter also had several grammatical errors, which was uncharacteristic of Godfrey. Finally, Godfrey's family did not recognize the signature. The Godfrey family took the letter to the police, but the police saw no evidence that Godfrey had met with foul play, and if she wanted to disappear, that was her choice. So the police did not do any investigating. Just before Christmas 1984, John Robinson got in contact with a nonprofit group that supported young single mothers. Robinson said that he and other local businessmen wanted to help some young mothers by giving them a place to live and a job. In January 1985, John Robinson was introduced to Lisa Stassi, who was a 19-year-old mother with a 4-month-old daughter named Tiffany. Lisa was married, but the relationship with her husband was strained. Due to their marital problems, he re-enlisted in the Navy. Robinson told Lisa that his name was John Osborne. After meeting, Robinson put Lisa and Tiffany up in a motel room for several days. On January 10, 1985, Lisa's mother-in-law, Betty, received a strange phone call from Lisa. Lisa had told Betty that she had learned something. Lisa said she had been informed that Betty was going to try and get custody of Tiffany by telling the authorities that she was an unfit mother. Betty assured her that was not true and she was not trying to get custody of Tiffany. Lisa then told Betty that she had been asked to sign 4 blank pieces of paper. Her mother-in-law advised her not to sign anything. Lisa then said, "Here they come," and then she hung up the phone. That was the last time any of Lisa Stassi's friends or family heard from her. They later learned that she checked out of the motel shortly after the phone call. Lisa's sister-in-law reported her and Tiffany missing the next day. Lisa's in-laws learned that the motel room where Lisa and Tiffany had been staying was paid for with a credit card linked to one of John Robinson's consulting businesses. One of Lisa's in-laws confronted Robinson at his office, and Robinson physically pushed him out of the building. The police then began to investigate the disappearance of the mother and daughter. A detective interviewed John Robinson, and he told them that Lisa wasn't missing. He said that Lisa had recently babysat for a local woman. The detective interviewed the woman, and initially she confirmed what Robinson had told him. Then she admitted that Lisa had not babysat for her, and she had been blackmailed by Robinson to say that she had. The local police decided to call in the FBI. Robinson was interviewed by the FBI, and he claimed that Lisa had run off with some guy to start a new life in Colorado. Not long after Robinson talked to the FBI, some members of Lisa's family and some employees at the women's shelter where she had previously lived received some typewritten letters with Lisa's signature on them. All the letters said she had run off with Tiffany to start a new life. The FBI developed a theory that Robinson was running a baby brokering scam. They thought that for a fee, he was illegally arranging for couples to adopt babies. However, they could find no physical evidence to back up this theory. Nor could they find any physical evidence that he was involved in the disappearances of Lisa and her daughter Tiffany. Nevertheless, the FBI continued to investigate him. The Secret Service was also investigating Robinson. They suspected that Robinson and his business partner, Irv Blattner, were forging signatures on government checks. The Secret Service questioned Blattner, and he told them about his and Robinson's illegal activities. On March 21, 1985, Robinson was arrested for committing several financial crimes. He posted bond, and he was released hours later. Robinson knew that Blattner had turned on him, so he hatched a plan to have Blattner discredited. He convinced a woman named Teresa Williams, who was a sex worker at his bordello, to help him frame Blattner for murder. What Williams didn't know was that Robinson planned on killing her. Robinson had told Williams that they were just going to fake her death and she was going to go live in the Bahamas. Robinson also thought that the police believed that Blattner was responsible for Williams' disappearance. They might have also thought that he was responsible for the disappearances of Paula Godfrey, Lisa Stassi, and her daughter Tiffany. Before Robinson could set his plan in motion, a detective and 2 FBI agents talked to Williams. They told her that 2 other women who were associated with Robinson had disappeared. It turned out that Williams was already afraid of Robinson because of his erratic behavior. Williams told the detective and the FBI agents about Robinson's plan, and they placed her in a safe house. After Teresa Williams was placed in the safe house, Robinson desperately tried to track her down, and he even hired a private detective to find her. The private detective was able to locate her. The FBI found out that the private detective had found her, so the FBI decided to get Williams out of the state. Shortly afterward, Robinson had a probation hearing. The judge revoked Robinson's probation and ordered him to serve out the rest of his sentence, which was 7 years, in prison. Robinson appealed. He was allowed to stay out of jail on bond while he awaited the outcome of his appeal. In May 1986, a judge decided on Robinson's appeal. He ruled in Robinson's favor, and he did not have to go to prison. During this time, Robinson had been scamming a company in Johnsonville County, Kansas. They had been paying his invoices for consulting work that he had not done. In January 1987, Robinson was found guilty of fraud. The prosecutor told the judge how many times Robinson had been investigated, and he asked for a harsh punishment. The judge agreed that Robinson should receive a stiff sentence, so he sentenced him to 5 to 14 years of prison. But Robinson didn't start serving his sentence right away, and this would have deadly consequences. Catherine Clampett had struggled with drug addiction in the first half of the 1980s. By the end of 1986, Clampett, who was 27, had turned a corner. She wanted a better life for her and her young son. In January 1987, Clampett moved to Oakland Park to live with her brother. While Clampett looked for a job, her son lived with her parents. She came across a classified ad in the newspaper for a consulting business which offered a job with lots of traveling. Clampett applied for the job, and she was interviewed by the owner, John Robinson. Robinson decided to hire her, and he put her up in a motel for several nights. Clampett's brother expected that she would come back and stay with him again, but she didn't. In fact, he never saw or heard from his sister again. He reported her missing several months later on June 15, 1987. John Robinson began his 5 to 14-year sentence in May 1987. In prison, he was a model inmate. He took advantage of classes that were offered by the prison, and he learned about computers. It turned out that Robinson was gifted when it came to computers. He was even able to write computer software for the state of Kansas. It's believed that his software saved the state $100,000. In prison, Robinson suffered some minor strokes. As a result, there was some minor slackness on the right side of his face. The strokes did not affect his intelligence or verbal skills. Robinson was able to charm the prison staff. When he applied for parole for the first time, several of the prison's employees wrote letters on his behalf. Robinson was released from the Kansas prison on January 23, 1991. He had served less than 4 years. On the day Robinson was released, he was picked up and taken to a jail in Missouri. He still had 7 years left on his sentence, which he could have served while on probation had he not been convicted of any other crime. The judge decided to incarcerate Robinson in a medium security prison. While Robinson was serving his sentence, he met Beverly Bonner. Beverly was the prison's librarian, and her husband, William, was a physician at the hospital. Robinson managed to charm Beverly. Robinson told her that when he got out of prison, he had a job for her with his business, Hydroglow. The job was high-paying, and it involved travel. Robinson left prison sometime in 1993 after serving about 2 years, and he moved back in with his wife and 4 children. After Robinson went to prison, his wife sold their house and she bought a trailer park in Belton, Missouri. She both managed and lived in the trailer park. Robinson's 6 years in prison had done very little to diminish his dark impulses. While he could have gotten a job with his newfound computer skills, Robinson was not interested in honest work. Instead, using his computer, he created documents that looked like they were from legitimate investment firms. He would then mail out these letters. Of course, when people sent him money, he would just pocket the money. In February 1994, Beverly Bonner divorced her husband, William. She initially told her mother that she was going to work for a business called Hydroglow that was run by a man named John Robinson. But then she later told her mother that she was mistaken and the man's name was Jim Redmond. Soon after Beverly left, her family started receiving letters that were supposedly from her with postmarks in Europe. The letters were typewritten and they were signed by Beverly. The final letter they received had a Russian postmark. The letter, supposedly from Beverly, said she was making her way to China. Then the letter suddenly stopped. When Beverly divorced her husband, she was awarded alimony payments of $1,000 a month. Her mother would send the checks to a mail center in Olathe, Kansas. Even after her family stopped receiving letters, the checks continued to be cashed. Before Beverly went missing, Robinson had her sign blank pieces of paper. It turned out that Robinson had found a service on the internet that would put postmarks of different countries on envelopes. Around the same time that Beverly supposedly went on her trip to Europe, Robinson rented out a storage unit in Raymore, Missouri. He told people that he was storing his sister's belongings there. He said that his sister was traveling around with her business, Hydroglow. He wasn't even sure if she was going to return because she was having so much fun in Australia. One item that Robinson dropped off was a large barrel. Beverly's family became very worried about her. In 1995, Beverly's son died, and people could not understand why she was not at the funeral. Some people suspected that she was dead. But dead or alive, none of her friends or family had any idea where in the world she was. Debbie Faith was born in November 1978 in Dallas County, Texas. At some point, Debbie and her parents, Sheila and John, moved to Fullerton, California. At a young age, Debbie was diagnosed with cerebral palsy and she used a motorized wheelchair. When Debbie was a teenager, a doctor realized she had been misdiagnosed. She had spina bifida and not cerebral palsy. Both are neurological conditions that affect mobility. In 1991, Debbie's father died, leaving her mother, Sheila, as her sole caregiver. Debbie and Sheila lived off $1,000 a month Social Security payment, but it was never enough because of Debbie's medical bills. In 1993, Sheila and Debbie moved to Watsonville, California. Sheila wanted a male companion, so she started looking for one online in chat rooms and through personal ads. She and Debbie had moved to Watsonville so that she could be with a man whom she met online. However, the man was married and he did not plan on leaving his wife. Debbie and Sheila then moved to Pueblo, Colorado. While living there, Sheila met a man online who called himself John. When Sheila talked about her online boyfriend to her friends and family, she was vague. She said that he lived in Missouri or Kansas. He supposedly owned a large farm with horses. John and Sheila's online conversations soon turned to phone conversations. John told Sheila that if she and Debbie came and lived with him, he would get Debbie to ride a horse. He would also pay for Debbie to go to a private school for people with disabilities. He also promised to take Sheila on a cruise. The offers were too good for Sheila to turn down. So in the spring of 1994, she and Debbie moved away from Pablo. They had their mail, including Debbie's social security checks, forwarded to a mail center in Olathe, Kansas. Not long after the move, the only person who supposedly heard from Sheila was her brother. He started getting typed letters with her signature on them. Otherwise, no one saw or heard from 45-year-old Sheila Faith or her 15-year-old daughter Debbie. But Debbie's social security checks kept getting cashed. By December 1995, John Robinson, who did not have a full-time job, amassed enough money to put down the down payment on a house in Florida for his son and grandchildren. Soon afterward, Robinson and his wife moved into a trailer park in Olathe. In the mobile home, Robinson set up 5 computers. He used the computers to roam S&M message boards and chat rooms. His username was Slave Master. He would meet men and women online and have them sign a slave contract. The contract gave control of their lives over to Robinson. Part of the contract was that they had to turn all their money over to him. Amazingly, some people sent Robinson their life savings. In early 1997, John Robinson met 18-year-old Isabel Lewiska. Lewiska had been born in Poland, and she and her parents came to the United States in 1993. When Lewiska met Robinson, she was a freshman at Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana. In June 1998, Lewiska told her friends and family that she was quitting school. She told them that she was moving to Kansas to work for an entrepreneur whom she had met online. After Lewiska moved, her parents started receiving strange emails, supposedly from Lewiska. Lewiska's parents were concerned, so her father wrote to her in Polish and asked her questions that only she would know the answers to. Her parents would receive short responses in Polish. Unlike a lot of other women who disappeared soon after hooking up with Robinson, Lewiska did not vanish right away. She even enrolled in a community college in Overland Park, Kansas in September 1998. Lewiska bragged to people at school that she was married to an older man. She also told people that she did not live with her husband. What no one knew was that Lewiska had signed one of Robinson's slave contracts. The contract consisted of over 100 expectations that Lewiska was supposed to meet. John Robinson always kept himself busy. He was constantly looking for new women to victimize, and he was still married, and he had children and grandchildren. So Lewiska spent a lot of time by herself. During the 2 years that she lived in Overland Park, she made several friends. In the fall of 1999, Lewiska told a friend that she was moving away. That was the last time any of her friends in Kansas saw her. Around the same time, the tone of emails that Lewiska's parents were receiving had changed. One email said she was no longer going to respond in Polish. Then one day, they received an email, supposedly from their daughter, saying that she no longer wanted to talk to them. After that, the email stopped. In September 1999, John Robinson bought a 16-acre farm near Losine, Kansas. Robinson and his wife moved a mobile home onto the farm, and they took up residence there. In the fall of 1999, Suzette Troughton was 27 years old. She lived in Monroe, Michigan, and she had 2 part-time jobs. She had a job as a home health care worker, and she also worked at a Big Boys restaurant where her mother was the manager. In that fall of 1999, Suzette met John Robinson online. Robinson told her that he was looking for help with his elderly father. Robinson said he would pay her $60,000 a year, and he also said he would pay for her to travel around the world with his father. In February 2000, Suzette left her home and moved to Kansas City, Missouri. After a few weeks, Suzette's mother, Carol, had not heard from her. So Carol called the phone number where Suzette said she could be reached. A man answered the phone. He said that he did not know where Suzette was because she had run off with someone. In the days that followed, Suzette's friends and family received some emails and letters supposedly from her. Some of the envelopes had postmarks from California. Suzette's mother, Carol, received a letter in the mail, and she thought it was odd. For example, her daughter was a notoriously bad speller, but the letter contained few spelling mistakes. She also thought that the letter lacked her daughter's personality. So about 3 weeks after Carol talked to the man on the phone, she reported her daughter missing. The only thing that Carol knew about the man she went to work for was that he called himself JR. A detective investigated Suzette's disappearance. He learned that her name had been used to rent out a storage unit. The detective then found out that John Robinson also rented a storage unit in the same complex. The detective was aware of Robinson's criminal history, so he started a more thorough investigation of Robinson. One of the first people he talked to was a man named Steve Hames. Hames had been Robinson's parole officer in the 1980s. Hames had always thought that Robinson was a dangerous man, and he kept tabs on him for years. Hames had been worried that after Robinson was paroled in 1993, he was going to kill him or someone in his family. Hames gave the detective all the information he had on Robinson. The detective sought out more assistance on the case, and a task force was formed. They started surveilling Robinson. The task force desperately wanted to arrest Robinson for the murder of Suzette Troughton, but the district attorney wanted some ironclad evidence. After all, they couldn't even prove that Suzette was dead. In early May 2000, a woman named Gianna Milliron traveled from Texas to Kansas City to visit Robinson. Milliron met Robinson on an S&M website. Milliron was unemployed at the time. Robinson had invited her to come to Kansas City so that she could work for him and they could also have a sexual relationship. Robinson put Milliron up in a motel room. Milliron and Robinson had sex, but she thought he was too rough. He also took photographs of her nude body without her permission. A few days after she arrived, Robinson ordered her to go back to Texas, put all her stuff in storage, and then return to Kansas City. Milliron did as she was told and returned to Kansas City a few weeks later. Robinson continued to abuse her. He would also abandon her for days at a time. Milliron was in a city she didn't know, and she had no friends or family within hundreds of miles. Also, she had no money, so she couldn't go anywhere. Milliron finally decided it was best to talk to the police. A detective picked her up, and she was interviewed by the task force that was looking to arrest John Robinson. On June 2, 2000, the police went to John Robinson's home with a search warrant. He was arrested for sexually assaulting Gianna Milliron, among other charges. Robinson's mobile home was searched, and evidence that connected him to the 8 missing women was found. Robinson's computer was searched, and even more evidence was found that connected him to several of the missing women. The police brought a dog that searches for cadavers onto the property. The dog led them to a shed that was surrounded by some tall grass on the property. Behind the shed were 2 yellow 55-gallon drums. Inside the drums were 2 human bodies. They were later identified as 28-year-old Suzette Troughton and 21-year-old Isabel Lewiska. Suzette had been dead for about 3 months, and Lewiska had been dead for nearly a year. Both women had been killed by a single blow to the head. Their injuries were consistent with a hammer. The police then went to a storage unit that Robinson had rented in Raymore, Missouri. Inside of it, they found 3 more barrels, which each contained a body. In one barrel was 49-year-old Beverly Bonner, who went missing 7 years earlier. In the other 2 barrels were 45-year-old Sheila Faith and her 15-year-old daughter, Debbie. The mother and daughter were last seen alive about 6 years earlier. They had all been killed by multiple blows to the head with a hammer-like instrument. None of the 5 victims had any defensive wounds, which suggests that Robinson killed them in a surprise attack. The police also found evidence that connected Robinson to the disappearances of 19-year-old Paula Godfrey, 19-year-old Lisa Stassi, and 27-year-old Catherine Clampett. Godfrey disappeared in September 1984, Lisa vanished in January 1985, and Clampett was reported missing in June 1987. Their remains have never been found. When Lisa Stassi went missing, she was with her 4-month-old daughter, Tiffany. The police learned that Robinson had sold Tiffany to his brother and sister-in-law, who were looking to adopt a child. They had raised the girl for over 15 years as their own. They had given her the name Heather. DNA testing was done on Heather, and it confirmed that the girl was Tiffany Stassi. When Tiffany's biological father found out she was alive, he said he wanted to meet her, but he would not fight for custody of her. As a result, she continued to live with Robinson's brother and sister-in-law. Robinson's brother and sister-in-law felt like they were also victims of Robinson. John Robinson ended up being charged with 3 counts of murder in Kansas. Those were the murders of Suzette Troughton, Isabel Lewiska, and Lisa Stassi. He was also charged with custodial interference regarding Tiffany Stassi. John Robinson's trial started in September 2002. On October 29, 2002, Robinson was found guilty on all charges. For the murders of Suzette and Lewiska, he was sentenced to death. For the murder of Lisa Stassi, he was given a life sentence. He was sentenced to life instead of death in Lisa's case because Lisa was murdered before Kansas had reinstated the death penalty. Then it was time for Robinson to face charges for the murders he committed in Missouri. The prosecution wanted Robinson to reveal the location of the remains of the missing women, but Robinson refused to cooperate. In October 2003, Robinson agreed to a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to the 5 other murders, and he was sentenced to life without parole. John Edward Robinson is considered the internet's first serial killer. He is also the basis for the urban legend of the internet slave master. While Robinson has been convicted of 8 murders, the authorities believe that his victim count could be much higher. At the time of this video, Robinson is 76 years old. He is incarcerated at the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Prospect Township, Kansas. He is on death row, but Kansas has not executed anyone since 1965. Number 3. Joe Fletcher. In March 2015, 27-year-old Joe Fletcher of Akron, Ohio, was sentenced to 46 months in federal prison. Fletcher had previously been convicted of cocaine trafficking, and he was caught carrying a handgun in February 2014. He had pleaded guilty to carrying the handgun. After Fletcher was sentenced, Akron's police chief said, "Joe Fletcher is considered one of Akron's most dangerous individuals." Fletcher was released from prison in September 2017. But he was sent back to prison after a domestic dispute, which happened a week after he was released. On January 5, 2018, Joe Fletcher arrived at the U.S. Penitentiary in Atlanta, Georgia. The prison is also known as USP Atlanta. On January 27, 2018, a few weeks after Fletcher arrived at the prison, he posted a 49-minute long video to his personal Facebook page. It was a video conversation he had had with friends and family while he sipped on a Pepsi and ate some snacks. The video was recorded on a contraband cell phone. During the video, Fletcher bragged about having the cell phone, and he said that he could have a phone in any prison. He said that he was enjoying serving his sentence at USP Atlanta. He also said that he ran Akron, and he called himself a motivational speaker for gangsters. Fletcher talked about his plans for once he got out of prison. He was going to move to Atlanta and start a rap career. His violent past was going to be the material for his lyrics. Fletcher said, "Who done more shootings than me who's still alive?" He then specifically addressed a crime. He made a motion with his hand to symbolize firing a gun. He said, "I did it. Everybody know I did it. You know I still got love for Tay. The streets are mean like, but R.I.P. Tay. What happened happened. It's a cold game." What Fletcher was talking about was the September 2010 murder of 19-year-old LaDonte Smith, whose nickname was Tay. On September 26, 2010, Smith was found dead in his car, which was parked in his driveway in Akron. He had been shot once in the head. Another man who was a friend of Fletcher's named Anthony Smart, whose nickname was Champy, took responsibility for the murder. In 2011, Smart agreed to a plea deal and he pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter. He was sentenced to 17 years in prison. In the video, Fletcher said that he appreciated what Smart did and he planned to rap about him. He said, "If it weren't for Champy, I'd have a life sentence right now. You think I'm not about to let the world know who that man is?" After the video was posted, prison officials raided Fletcher's cell and they found 2 phones. LaDonte Smith's mother saw the video and she wanted her son's case reopened. However, it does not appear that the case was reopened. If it was, Joe Fletcher was not charged in connection with the murder. Joe Fletcher was released from federal prison in February 2019. Fletcher continued to get in trouble after being released, and once again, Facebook was involved. On June 24, 2020, Fletcher and 4 people were traveling in a car in Akron. An officer attempted to pull them over for reckless driving, and because the tint on the windows were too dark. The driver did not pull over right away. Instead, the driver sped off and then came to a stop a few blocks away. All 5 people piled out of the car and ran. Fletcher ran to a nearby swamp where he started live streaming on Facebook. On the live stream, he explained that he was hiding from the police. He said if they found him, he would act like it wasn't him who ran away from the car. In the 9-minute long video, he said he could hear the police and the K9 units looking for him. He also apparently threatened to shoot the police officers. 26,000 people ended up watching the live stream of Fletcher hiding from the police. Fletcher also took time to respond to comments. When the police found Fletcher, he was ordered to put his hands in the air or they would release the K9 units. Fletcher claimed he was just in the area fishing. But Fletcher ultimately surrendered and the live stream ended. Supposedly, after Fletcher was arrested, he again threatened to shoot some police officers. In the car that Fletcher ran from, the police found a loaded AK-47. Joe Fletcher was charged with handling firearms in a motor vehicle, having weapons under disability, resisting arrest, and obstructing official business. If his trial date has been set, that information has not been made public. Number 2. Michael Curry. At the start of summer 2018, 51-year-old Michael Leon Curry was living in Southern California. On June 28, 2018, Curry logged on to his Facebook and he wrote the following: "I am no angel. If I get pissed, I kill. I have never killed anyone who didn't deserve it." This posting caught the attention of the police in Bangor, Michigan because they thought it might be related to a decades-old cold case. 32 years earlier, on July 29, 1986, a woman named Rhonda had been called because her mother, 58-year-old Wanda Wilkinson, had not shown up for her shift at the local hospital. Wilkinson was a nurse's aide. She was also a wife and a mother of 6. Rhonda went over to her mother's home and found the house locked up. Her mother's car was parked in the driveway. Rhonda managed to get into her mother's home by knocking out a window screen and climbing through the window. Rhonda found her 58-year-old mother dead on a bedroom floor, and she called the police. It was determined that Wanda Wilkinson had been strangled to death. When she was killed, she was wearing a nightgown. The bottom of the nightgown had been pulled up and the top had been pulled down. Wilkinson's underwear was also missing. It was thought that her murder was the result of a home burglary gone wrong. A person of interest in the case was Michael Curry. On August 21, 1986, about a month after the murder, Curry was arrested for robbery in Bangor. He was held in the county jail while he waited trial. In January 1987, a man he shared a cell with went to the authorities. He said that Curry had confessed to him that he killed Wanda Wilkinson. He also gave the police a letter that Curry supposedly wrote. In the letter, the author confesses to the murder. So detectives decided to interview Michael Curry. Curry said they had planned on robbing Wilkinson's house if no one was home. He knocked on the door and he was startled when Wilkinson opened the door. He ended up attacking her and strangling her with his hands. He messed with her nightgown and stole her underwear to make it look like it had been a sex crime. Curry was able to identify the color of underwear that was stolen. The detectives asked Curry if he would take a polygraph exam, and he agreed. But when he was connected to the polygraph machine, he denied committing the murder. Curry also didn't know specific details about the crime. Plus, no physical evidence connected him to the murder, so he wasn't charged in connection with the murder. 3 years later, in December 1989, Curry was arrested again because he had nearly beat his roommate to death. The day after he was arrested, the investigators who had worked on Wilkinson's case received an unsigned letter. It read, "Almost 41 months have passed, 1,233 days since that fatal, hot, humid July night." That was the correct number of days since Wilkinson had been murdered. The letter also mentioned that the underwear was missing. The police checked the letter for fingerprints, and they found some. They were matched to Curry's fingerprints. But the police had the same problem they had when Curry confessed 3 years earlier. They didn't have any physical evidence that connected Curry to Wilkinson's murder. For nearly killing his roommate in 1990, Curry was convicted of assault with intent to murder. He ended up serving 27 years in prison, and he was released in 2017. After Curry was released, he moved to Southern California. Then in June 2018, Curry made the confession on his Facebook wall. 8 years earlier, in 2010, Wanda Wilkinson's daughter went to the Bangor police and asked them to investigate her mother's case. So the police reopened her case. This is why the police were monitoring his Facebook and saw his confession. In October 2018, about 5 months after Curry made the comment on Facebook, the police had Wilkinson's body exhumed for more forensic testing. Then in March 2019, Bangor detectives traveled to Southern California. They interviewed Curry, and he confessed to killing Wilkinson. He also waived extradition. On March 18, 2019, 51-year-old Michael Curry was arraigned on homicide charges in Michigan, and he was denied bond. Then, a couple months later, in May 2019, something shocking happened. The charges against Michael Curry were dismissed. It turned out that the police had the killer's DNA. A DNA analysis was performed, and it was determined that the DNA did not belong to Curry. But they were able to connect it to another man named Robert Waite. Waite had also been a person of interest in the case. He was 16 years old at the time of the murder. 4 years after the murder, in late April 1990, Waite was living in Bonita Springs, Florida. On April 30th, 1990, he met a 29-year-old woman at a local bar, and they went back to his trailer. Once there, he beat her and raped her. He then tied her up and locked her in the trunk of her car. He got in her car and started driving along the interstate, but then he got a flat tire. After he pulled over, he forced the woman to get out of the trunk, and he made her get into a nearby ditch. He then tried to strangle her with some rope. She was able to break free, and she ran. She managed to flag down a highway patrolman. Waite was arrested a short time later. He was eventually convicted of kidnapping and attempted murder, and he was sentenced to 20 years of prison. It's not clear when he was released, but he was out of prison in 2005. According to his criminal record, he kidnapped and assaulted someone in November 2005. The details of the crime could not be found. What is known is that he was not immediately arrested. In March 2007, Robert Waite was at a bar in DeLand, Florida. He choked out the 28-year-old bartender, and he started undressing her. The woman regained consciousness and managed to escape. Waite then tried to steal money from the cash register, but the owner of the bar came in and caught him trying to get into the register. So Waite ran from the bar. He returned to the bar a couple hours later and he surrendered to the police. He was convicted of attempted sexual battery and attempted kidnapping. He was sentenced to 30 years of prison. Then in 2008, he was convicted of kidnapping and civil battery for the abduction and assault he committed in 2005. For that, he was sentenced to 20 years of prison. When the police in Bangor, Michigan connected Waite's DNA to the murder of Wanda Wilkinson, he was in prison serving his sentences. He was then extradited to Michigan. Waite told the police that he and Michael Curry committed the murder together. But the police were able to determine that Waite was lying and he only knew about Curry because he heard about Curry confessing in the news. Waite ended up agreeing to a plea deal. Since he was 16 when Wanda Wilkinson was murdered, he pleaded guilty to homicide felony murder as a juvenile. In October 2020, 50-year-old Robert Waite was sentenced to 25 to 60 years of prison. The first 13 years of Waite's sentence will be served concurrently with his sentences in Florida. He'll then be transferred to Michigan to serve out the rest of his sentence. Robert Waite is currently serving his sentences at the Wakulla Correctional Institution in Wakulla County, Florida. A big mystery is why did Michael Curry falsely confess to the murder multiple times? None of the investigators know, but they credit his social media posting with helping solve Wanda Wilkinson's murder after 34 years. Number 1. Randy Jansen. Chilliwack is a picturesque city in British Columbia's Fraser Valley. It's an ideal location for people who like outdoor activities like rock climbing, whitewater kayaking, and hiking. In 2015, the city had a population of just over 80,000. 50-year-old Randy Jansen lived in Chilliwack with his 56-year-old wife, Laurel, and their 19-year-old daughter, Emily. For many years, the family was happy. Emily was a talented singer who one day hoped to become an opera singer. Since elementary school, Emily had suffered from migraines. Then in early 2013, Emily's migraines became more frequent and more intense. They would last for days at a time. The migraines also made Emily deeply depressed. Randy and Laurel had a hard time seeing their daughter go through so much pain and misery. They occasionally wrote on their social media accounts about their troubles. For example, one day Laurel tweeted, "Watching someone I love in unbearable pain every day for 18 months and I feel helpless. Hashtag we need help." Emily also wrote about her struggles on social media. One tweet she posted reads, "Whenever I start to feel sorry for myself, I just thank God I'm still alive. I complain about all the pain, but at least I'm here to feel it." Then on May 7, 2015, at 12:19 p.m., Randy posted the following message on his Facebook page. "Over the last 10 days, I have done some of the worst things I could have ever imagined a person doing. First to do with my dear, sweet loving daughter, Emily. The best little girl two parents could have ever hoped for. She was talented and smart and filled our hearts with laughter. She was always willing to help with a smile, even when she was feeling lousy. Emily excelled at so many things, but slowly had to stop almost everything because of the migraines. But when it affected her beloved singing, it took a part of her soul. She has been very ill with migraines that have plagued her since elementary school. This has caused her to miss 2 years at UBC, which completely broke her heart. I don't think anyone really knew how much pain Emily was in on a daily basis and the severe depression that these migraines caused her. Emily watched her friends from high school move on with their lives, while hers was spent wrenching into a puke tray in hours at the emergency room. Since October and November, her migraines have escalated to excruciating again, and I could just not see my little girl hurt for one more second. She had shown unimaginable strength through a lot of migraine pain over the years, and always seemed to try and look on the bright side, and always loved talking about things. When I get better, let's do this, let's do that. I wish, sweetheart. Emily had tried everything to get better, but nothing seemed to help her. I took a gun and shot her in the head, and now she is migraine-free and floating in the clouds on a sunny afternoon, her long brown hair flowing in the breeze, a true angel. Then I shot Laurel because a mother should never have hear the news her baby has died. Then a couple days later, my sister Shelley, because I did not want her to have to live with the shame I have caused all alone. Now my family is pain-free and in heaven. I have great remorse for my actions and feel like the dirt that I am. I am taking full responsibility for my actions of these murders. So sorry to anyone I have hurt. Rest in peace, my family. Love, Daddy-O, XOXO. Minutes after the posting was made, friends and family of Randy contacted the police. Officers immediately surrounded the family's home and a standoff ensued. Around the same time, a friend of Randy's sister, Shelley Jansen, went over to her home. Shelley lived in Langley, BC, which is about 40 miles from Chilliwack. Shelley was the opposite of her brother. She was quiet and introverted. She was a devoted member of the church that her parents helped found. She also taught Sunday school. Shelley's friend noticed that the house was dark and the mail and newspapers had not been collected for several days. So her friend went to the police station and asked them to do a welfare check. The police found Shelley's dead body under a sheet. She had been shot twice in the head. The medical examiner would later determine she had been dead for 2 days. The standoff at the home of Randy, Laurel, and Emily lasted several hours. At around 7:20 p.m., Randy Jansen was seen walking by one of the windows. Minutes later, a fire broke out at the family's home. The fire was so intense that it drove police officers back. The fire was eventually put out, but it made the structure unsafe. Investigators were not able to enter the ruins until 3 days after the fire. When they were able to enter the ruins, they retrieved 3 bodies. It appeared that Emily and Laurel had been dead for 10 days before the fire. They had both been shot twice in the head. Randy lived with the dead bodies of his wife and daughter for 8 days. He then traveled to Langley and killed his sister. 10 days after killing his wife and daughter, and 2 days after killing his sister, Randy started the fire and then shot himself once in the head with a rifle. The friends and family of the Jansens, along with the citizens of Chilliwack, were horrified by the murders. They wished that Randy had made such a drastic decision for his entire family. Number 3. Kerry Khawaja. In 2000, Kerry Khawaja was 20 years old and he was enrolled at Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. He was studying mechanical engineering. One day, Khawaja logged onto an online chat room for people who like to play Aggies Trivia. Texas A&M's alumni and sports teams are called Aggies. Khawaja started talking to someone in the chat room with the username Kelly_MC. The user said that their name was Kelly McCauley. McCauley claimed that she was a Texas A&M student and she was studying pre-law. McCauley confided in Khawaja that she was trapped in a toxic relationship. For the next several months, Khawaja and McCauley grew closer, even though they just talked online. They did exchange pictures with one another. McCauley explained that she couldn't talk on the phone because her boyfriend had broken her jaw and it was wired shut. Khawaja told Macaulay that he wanted to help her get out of her relationship. Eventually, they agreed to meet in person. 20-year-old Harry Khawaja left campus on April 7, 2000 and traveled to San Antonio, Texas, where Macaulay was living. He was supposed to return 3 days later. Khawaja's roommate received an email saying that Macaulay's brother would stop by their dorm room. On April 10th, the roommate came home and found a large young man using Khawaja's computer. The young man left a short time later. About a week after traveling to San Antonio, Khawaja's friends and family got an email from his account saying he was going to stay with Macaulay for a while longer. Macaulay appeared in the chat room and told others online that she and Khawaja were engaged to be married. Several more days went by, and Khawaja's friends and family became concerned because they had not heard from him, which was unusual. So on April 20th, his roommate filed a missing persons report. The day before the missing persons report was filed, a ranch hand had found a badly decomposed body near Dripping Springs, Texas. Dripping Springs is about 75 miles north of San Antonio. There were no pieces of identification on or around the body, and because of the state of the body, a physical identification couldn't be made. What was known was that he was shot in the head. On April 21st, using dental records, the police identified the body as 20-year-old Harry Khawaja. The police learned that on April 10th, his car was found abandoned in the long-term parking lot of Easterwood Airport in College Station. Some blood was found in the hatchback of the car. The police learned that Khawaja was going to visit a woman in San Antonio that he met online who used the name Kelly. The police made that information public, and a woman read a story about it in the newspaper. She often used the same chat room. She put all the chat room logs onto some computer disk and then handed the disk over to the Texas Rangers. Several law enforcement agencies worked together, and they discovered that Kelly Macaulay was really a 31-year-old man named Kenny Wayne Lockwood. Lockwood lived with his mother in San Antonio. He previously worked at McDonald's as a manager, but at the time he was unemployed. On April 28th, the police interviewed Lockwood. After 6 hours, he confessed. He said he had posed as a woman and talked to several men online. He used pictures of an attractive woman to complete the illusion. He said that when Khawaja arrived in San Antonio, he introduced himself as Macaulay's brother. Lockwood didn't say when or where he murdered Khawaja, but he did say he shot him in the back of the head. It's believed that Khawaja was killed the night of his arrival or sometime the next morning. Lockwood then put the body into Khawaja's car. He drove out to the ranch in Dripping Springs and dumped the body. Lockwood then sent several emails posing as Khawaja to buy himself some more time. After confessing, Lockwood was arrested. Many people who knew him were shocked. He didn't have a criminal record. His neighbors thought he was a quiet computer geek. Lockwood's father said his son was a lot more complicated than that. He had a violent temper, medical ailments, and sexuality issues. When he was a child, he attempted suicide. He had a degree in nursing, but he couldn't pursue a career in the field because of his health issues. After Lockwood was arrested, he was held in Hays County Jail on $500,000 bond. If Lockwood were to be found guilty, he could have been sentenced to life in prison. But he would never go to trial. On October 14, 2000, 32-year-old Kenny Lockwood was found dead in his cell. He had slit his wrist. Kerry Kawaj's murder was one of the first cyber-stalking crimes that became national news. Today, many people call what Lockwood did catfishing. The term first became prominent 10 years after Kawaj's murder in 2010 thanks to the documentary Catfish. Number 2. Nona Belmasoff. In May 2010, 18-year-old Nona Belmasoff lived in Sydney, Australia with her family. Nona was an animal lover and she was taking a vocational class. In the future, she wanted a job working with animals. Like many young people, Nona used Facebook and she was also on a dating website called Oasis Active. In April 2010, Nona received a message on Facebook from a profile for a man named Jason Green. Green said that he was a team leader with the Wild Information Rescue and Education Service, also known as WIRES. He offered her a job rescuing animals. Nona was overjoyed with the job offer, and she accepted. Green arranged to meet at a train station in Lamea, a suburb of Sydney, which is about 35 miles from downtown Sydney. On May 5, 2010, Nona traveled to Lamea and met Green. They walked along a bush path that Green said was part of the training. For the next 4 days, Nona and Green met and walked along the bush path. On May 10th, something happened that bothered Nona, and she told her parents. Green told her that was self-defense training. She said that Green pushed her to the ground and then got on top of her. He nearly suffocated her. He then got her back onto her feet. He blindfolded her and tied her wrists behind her back. He then pushed her to the ground. He climbed back on top of her and refused to get off. He whispered in her ear, "What would you do?" Then Nona started crying. So he finally got off her. Nona's parents did want her to go back to training, but she said she had to keep training or she'd lose her dream job. On May 12th, Nona went to Lamea for what was supposed to be an overnight training session. Sadly, she didn't return home the next afternoon as she had planned. Her parents reported her missing. The police checked with WIRES and learned that there was no overnight training that night, and they had never heard of Jason Green. The police looked at Nona's Facebook account, and they determined that Jason Green was really 20-year-old Christopher James Danevig. The police went to Danevig's home and interviewed him. He admitted that he knew Nona, but didn't know anything about her disappearance. He said that they had met on Facebook and they were both interested in working for WIRES. He said the last time he saw her was on May 10th, about 2 days before she disappeared. The police learned that on the day Nona went missing, someone had accessed her bank account and withdrew $170, which was the maximum amount. The police found CCTV footage of Danevig near the ATM where the money was withdrawn. Danevig was brought to the police station. He admitted he took Nona's purse and he knew her PIN. He told her that days earlier he could never remember his own PIN. She told him that her PIN was her birth year. On the morning of May 14th, Danevig was arrested. Later that day, he led the police to a small, isolated creek. Face down, fully clothed in the creek, was the dead body of 18-year-old Nona Belmasoff. Danevig claimed that he had blacked out for 5 minutes. When he came to, Nona was face down in the water. He watched her for a few minutes and she didn't move. So he took her purse and left. The police continued to investigate Danevig. A year and a half earlier, in November 2008, he had lured a 16-year-old girl into some bushland. He then grabbed her and held her at knife point. Some people happened upon them and rescued the girl. Danevig was arrested. In 2009, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison, but he was paroled after just 2 months in February 2010. 8 days after he was paroled, he met Nona on the dating website Oasis Active. Danevig was instantly attracted to Nona, but she didn't show any interest in him. So he cyber-stalked her and learned about her interest. He then created the Jason Green profile on Facebook and connected with Nona. He subsequently offered her the fictitious job. While awaiting trial, an undercover police officer was placed in the same cell as Danevig. He confessed that he pushed her and she fell backward into the creek. She hit her head on some rocks, but she didn't lose consciousness. So he held her head underwater until she stopped breathing. However, he never gave a motive to the murder. In August 2011, Christopher Danevig pleaded guilty to murder. A year later, in August 2012, he was sentenced to a maximum of 27 years in prison with a non-parole period of 21 years. Number 1. Casey Woody. Holland is a tiny city in central Arkansas. In the early 2000s, it only had a population of about 550 people. In late 2002, it was home to 13-year-old Casey Woody, her 46-year-old father, Rick, and her 19-year-old brother, Tim. Tim's 19-year-old friend, Eric Betts, lived with them as well. In June 1997, when Casey was 7, her family was driving home from Tim's baseball game. Suddenly, a horse ran out onto the road and their car collided with it. Casey's 38-year-old mother, Christy, was tragically killed. Rick was a police officer, and he often worked the night shift. Most nights, Tim or Betts or both stayed home with Casey. Casey and Tim also had an aunt who lived next door. Casey spent a lot of her free time online in chat rooms. In December 2002, Casey had an online boyfriend named Scott. Scott said that he was 14 years old and lived in Atlanta, Georgia. One of Casey's friends was concerned with her online activities. She warned her that she could be talking to anyone. She was also worried that Casey freely gave out her full name, address, and phone number to people she met online. On December 3, 2002, her friend decided to talk to the school's guidance counselor. That afternoon, the counselor had Casey come into her office. The counselor told her about the dangers of giving personal information to strangers. Casey lied and told her that she only gave her phone number after getting her father's approval. After the meeting, Casey talked to 2 of her friends and asked if she could sleep over at their homes. Both of her friends said no because it was a school night. Casey never explained why she wanted to sleep over at her friend's home, but it could have been because she would have been home alone that night. Her father was working, her brother was at the library, Betts had a class, and her aunt was away at her daughter's basketball game. Nevertheless, Casey spent most of the evening talking to her online boyfriend, Scott. They had met in May 2002 and officially became boyfriend and girlfriend on October 3rd. That evening, while they chatted online, Casey also spoke on the phone with another boy whom she had met online. He said his name was Dave, he was 18 and lived in San Diego, California. They had met in the summer of 2002 in a Yahoo Christian chat room for teens. Dave said he was upset because he had an aunt who lived in Arkansas and she had been in a horrible car accident. She was in a coma and probably wouldn't live much longer. Having lost her mother in a car accident 6 years earlier, Casey sympathized with Dave. At 9:41 p.m., Casey suddenly went quiet with Scott. That was very unlike her, and Scott asked if she was okay. She sent one message that simply said, "Yeah." Scott became nervous when he didn't hear anything else from her. He had Casey's phone number and he started calling her home. No one answered. He wrote a message to her, hoping someone would notice it. It read, "Eric, Tim, anyone, please be there to help her. I know something isn't right. Please, please, please." Eric Betts got home at 10:17 and he thought that Casey was in bed. At 11:30, he was doing laundry and saw that Casey's bed was empty. He assumed that Casey was with some friends or with one of her family members. Tim got home about 10 minutes later and Betts told him that Casey wasn't home. Tim thought that this was odd, so he called his father. Rick said the last time he spoke to Casey was at 7 p.m. and she was at home. She wasn't planning on going out that night. Tim called Casey's friends and their aunt. No one knew anything about Casey's whereabouts. Rick came home and noticed some unusual things. Casey's shoes were by the computer and her jacket was on a kitchen chair. It was cold that night, so it's doubtful she would have left on her own accord without them. Casey's eyeglasses were mangled on the recliner. Besides Casey, nothing else was missing. Around 1 a.m., they checked the caller ID and noticed that call had come from a phone number in Georgia. They also checked the computer and found Scott's messages. Betts wrote to Scott and asked him what had happened that evening. Scott explained that everything seemed fine until 9:41, and then suddenly she wrote "yeah," and after that, he didn't hear from her again. Betts read their earlier conversation. Scott and Casey had talked about Casey's meeting with a guidance counselor, and she told him that she was talking to Dave. Betts asked Scott about the meeting and who Dave was. Scott explained what happened with the guidance counselor. He then said that Dave wasn't a problem and not to worry about him because he was a good friend. Scott said they knew Casey and Dave were talking on the phone, but he didn't know when they hung up. Scott didn't know many personal details about Dave, like his last name or phone number. The state police and county sheriff's department were alerted that Casey was missing. Officers and deputies went door to door seeking any information, but they found nothing. At 5:14 a.m., an Amber Alert was issued. The police talked to the guidance counselor and Casey's friends. Casey's friends said that they talked to Dave on the phone and he didn't seem like he was 18 years old. One of the girls told the police about something unusual that happened a week earlier. They were talking to Dave on the phone at Casey's home. They were at Casey's home alone. Dave said that he was going to Arkansas to see his aunt, who was in a coma after a car accident. He didn't say where in Arkansas his aunt was hospitalized. The friend said that they heard strange sounds outside. They ran into Casey's bedroom and closed the door. Then they moved her dresser in front of the door. While they were in the bedroom, they heard someone walking around in the kitchen. They were still on the phone with Dave, and they told him that they thought someone was in her house. Dave said it was probably in their imaginations. Then, the sound suddenly stopped. The friend thought it was odd that Dave would not let them hang up the phone. He claimed he had been on the road for 11 hours and he wanted some company. Dave never mentioned meeting up, but Casey's friend thought that Casey would have met up with him if he had asked. At this point, the FBI was involved. Their prime suspect was Dave. In Casey's bedroom, an agent found a crumpled piece of paper that read, "Casey Renee Woody loves David Leslie Fagan." The police checked Casey's computer and learned that on Yahoo, she had been talking to someone with the profile Dave Fagan. The police went to local motels looking for suspicious men, possibly named Dave or David. They found a Motel 6 in Conway, Arkansas, where David Fuller from California was registered as a guest. Conway is about 14 miles southwest of Holland. Fuller had checked in on December 2nd, the day before Casey went missing. He had planned on staying for the week. The manager took a police officer to his room. Parked outside of his room was Fuller's car with California plates. They knocked on the door, but no one answered. So the manager opened the door. There was a suitcase, and the bed was made. It was clear that no one had slept in the bed the night before. The police checked to see if David Fuller had rented a vehicle from any car rental businesses in the area. They discovered he had rented a silver Dodge Caravan from an Enterprise rent-a-car in Conway. The police interviewed the employee who rented out the car. He remembered Fuller because he acted very strangely. He was very fidgety. He was constantly in and out of the rental place so he could smoke. He couldn't even get through the paperwork without having to go for a cigarette. On the paperwork, Fuller listed his cell phone number. It matched one of the numbers that called Casey on the night she went missing. The police then began to investigate David Fuller. He was born on January 18, 1955, into a devout Mormon family. He grew up in an upper middle-class Salt Lake City neighborhood. But Fuller was never interested in school or the church. He was an outsider in high school. After high school, he played bass in several bands. He got married for the first time when he was 19. But the marriage didn't last long. In 1983, he married his second wife. They met while his band was playing at a Margaritaville restaurant. The couple initially settled in Salt Lake City, but in 1997, they moved to La Mesa, California. They had 2 kids. 4 years after moving to California, his wife wanted out of the marriage. Fuller was spending too much time on the computer, and he seemed to be keeping secrets. He would go on long walks by himself, and during those walks, he would talk on his cell phone. In June 2002, Fuller and his wife got into an argument just before he was to take their kids on a trip to see his parents. Fuller mentioned a divorce during the fight. Then he and the kids left. While they were gone, Fuller's wife got prepared to divorce him. She did everything but file the paperwork. When Fuller returned home, he was shocked and angry to find out that his wife was actually going to divorce him. In September 2002, Fuller moved out of his family's home and got his own apartment. Massive searches around Holland were conducted for Fuller, his van, and of course, Casey. The police learned that a month earlier, Fuller had rented a storage unit in Conway. A Conway police officer and 2 FBI agents went to the storage facility. The manager led them to Fuller's locker, which didn't have a padlock on it. They opened the door, and inside of it was the rented minivan. The front end was facing the door, and the engine was running. As the locker door opened, there was a gunshot. The 3 law enforcement agents backed away and ordered Fuller to come out with his hands up. But Fuller didn't come out, so they called the SWAT team in. 2.5 hours later, they stormed the storage unit. They found the dead body of 47-year-old David Leslie Fuller behind the van. He had shot himself in the head. In the back of the van, they found the dead body of 13-year-old Casey Woody. Fuller had removed the 2 back seats of the van. He had chained Casey's ankles and wrists to the four corners of the floor. The medical examiner determined that she had been raped. She had also been shot in the head. He thought she had most likely been dead for 4 hours. Close to her body was a bottle of chloroform. The medical examiner believes that Casey was unconscious during her entire captivity. The police searched Fuller's apartment and his computer. It turned out that he was targeting 3 other girls around Casey's age. His DNA was entered into the FBI's combined DNA index system, also known as CODIS, to see if he was connected to any unsolved crimes. But no other matches were found. After Casey's murder, her friends and family started the Casey Woody Foundation. It educates children and parents about the dangers of the internet and how to keep children safe while online. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Please don't forget to check out our new channel, Paranormally Listed. Our latest video is about 3 celebrity UFO encounters. You can find a link to the channel on the screen now and in the description box below this video. Well, that's all for today. Thanks again for watching. Number 3. John Michael Musbach. In the summer of 2015, 25-year-old John Michael Musbach lived in Galloway, New Jersey. That summer, he started talking to a 13-year-old boy in an online chat room. He convinced the boy to trade sexual videos and images with him. In September 2015, the boy's parents found out about their conversations. They lived in New York State and they contacted the local police department. They started an investigation and an officer contacted Musbach. The officer told him he was under investigation for his online activities and he was told not to communicate with the boy any further. On March 31, 2016, Musbach was arrested at his home. He admitted that he and the boy had exchanged pornographic photos. Less than a year later, on October 11, 2017, he pleaded guilty to endangering the welfare of a child by sexual contact. In February 2018, he was given a 2-year suspended sentence with parole supervision for life. This should have been the end of a dark chapter in John Musbach's and the boy's life. After Musbach was convicted, he rebuilt his life. He started a new relationship and he got a new job as a computer tech. But then, in 2019, an informant went to the police and told them that Musbach had tried to hire a hitman on a website on the dark web. Musbach had emailed the website's administrator in May 2016, just over a month after being arrested. The police didn't identify the website's name, but it's believed to have been Bessa Mafia. It was a website where people could supposedly hire assassins. The administrator was a mysterious man who has only been identified as Yura. In spring 2016, Bessa Mafia was shut down by hackers. In the emails Musbach sent to Yura, he wrote, "The target would be 14. Is that an acceptable age or too young? I can budget up to $20,000 for the order." Yura told him that 14 years old was acceptable and they had gang members who could carry out the hit. Musbach then paid the website 40 bitcoins, which was about $20,000. Over the next few days, Musbach emailed Yura asking when the hit would happen. Yura then told him that the hitman had been arrested for cocaine possession. Yura then said he needed another $5,000 to get another hitman. Musbach supposedly tried to find the money and requested that the hit still happen. But Musbach couldn't get the money and he asked for a refund. That's when Yura told him that the website was a scam and he was going to pass his information along to the police. But he said he wouldn't inform the police if he was paid an additional $20,000. Musbach then stopped communicating with Yura. After the informant went to the police in 2019, the police were able to trace the money sent to the website from Musbach's bank account. In August 2021, John Musbach, who is now 31, was arrested by federal agents at his home in Haddonfield, New Jersey. He was charged with 1 count of murder for hire. If he is convicted, he can be sentenced to a maximum of 10 years in prison. Musbach says he is innocent. His lawyer has argued that the messages from the informant are only snippets of the conversation and it provides only limited context. A trial date has yet to be set. Number 2. Aatu Viljami Halonen and Micah Marcus Oleski Huuhtanen. On January 28, 2020, the police were called to an apartment in Tampere, Finland. A woman reported seeing her 44-year-old neighbor being assaulted by a younger man in front of the building. Then they went back inside the building. The police went to the area and they followed a trail of blood to a locked apartment door. They managed to get inside the apartment and they found the dead body of the 44-year-old man. He had been stabbed at least 40 times. The police never publicly revealed his name. What is known is that he was a successful car salesman. The man was engaged to be married. He had previously been married and he had a son from that marriage. The man also had a problem with alcohol. The police were unsure who would want to kill the man and why. The police looked in his apartment and they found a bag with a gun inside of it. Also in the bag was a sticker for bananas. This sticker contained the name of the store where they were purchased from, the date they were sold, the weight, and the price. The bananas came from a grocery store in Jyväskylä, a city about 100 miles away from Tampere. The police learned that 7 bunches of bananas for that price had been purchased that day. They reviewed the footage and discovered that only 1 bunch of bananas had a sticker attached to it. The police then tracked down the person who purchased the bananas. He was 19-year-old Micah Marcus Oleski Huuhtanen. The police arrested Huuhtanen and he admitted to killing the man. He said he had only planned on robbing him. After the arrest, the police uncovered a disturbing conspiracy. It turned out that Huuhtanen had homicidal feelings. He had even told his wife that he wanted to kill people. So he decided to profit from his deadly urges. In 2019, he posted an ad on the dark web offering his services as a hitman. He was then contacted by a 20-year-old man named Aatu Viljami Halonen. Halonen wanted his father dead. He would pay 250 euros up front and then pay 10,000 euros after the job was completed. Huuhtanen wanted proof that Halonen was who he claimed to be. So Halonen sent him a photo of his driver's license and one of his hydro bills. But Huuhtanen wanted proof that he was talking to Halonen. He asked Halonen to send him a photo holding a spoon, and then he would compare it to the picture on the driver's license. Halonen then sent him the following photo. Huuhtanen then believed that Halonen was serious about killing his father. Halonen then gave him details about his father and his father's girlfriend. Halonen told him to kill his father the last week of January because his girlfriend wouldn't be there. Huuhtanen then traveled to Tampere and then to Halonen's father's apartment. Using a ruse, he convinced Halonen's father to let him inside his apartment. Huuhtanen realized that after he walked out of the apartment, he had forgotten his bag with a gun inside of it, but the door had locked behind him. He was bleeding and he thought that the police were coming, so he decided to leave it behind. 20-year-old Aatu Halonen was arrested shortly after Huuhtanen was arrested. The two men went to trial in June 2020. Hallinan claimed he was innocent. He had never talked to Huuhtanen. He said he had lost his driver's license a long time ago. He also said that Huuhtanen could have got the spoon photo off social media and then made up the story about sending it as proof of identification. The prosecutor argued that Hallinan wanted his father dead for how he treated him as a child. The victim was known to have problems with alcohol, which contributed to the downfall of his first marriage. The prosecutor also said that Hallinan wanted his father dead because his father was planning to get married again. He thought that this would affect his inheritance. Both Hallinan and Huuhtanen were found guilty of murder. They were both sentenced to life in prison. The homicide is considered Finland's first murder-for-hire range on the internet. It was only the fourth conviction for murder for hire in the past 20 years in Finland. Number 1. Stephen Allwine. Stephen Allwine met the woman who would become his wife, Amy, while they were both in Christian college. They were married in 1998. They lived in Cottage Grove, Minnesota. Eventually, the couple adopted a son. The family was members of the United Church of God. Stephen was a church elder and offered marriage counseling to church members. Stephen worked in information technology, and Amy ran a dog training business out of the family's home. In early 2016, the Allwines received a strange visit from the police. Someone using the username DogDayGod had contacted the website Mesamafia on the dark web on Valentine's Day 2016. The user wanted to have Amy killed and make it look like a car accident. Apparently, DogDayGod wanted Amy dead because she believed that Amy had slept with her husband and had stolen business away from her. DogDayGod knew about Amy's travel plans and her whereabouts. The police didn't know who DogDayGod was, but the police suggested that the Allwines step up the security at their home. So the Allwines installed cameras around their property. Then in July 2016, Amy received 2 disturbing emails from a person who identified themselves as Jane. Jane called Amy fat and accused her of stealing her husband. Jane then implied that she had Amy and her family under surveillance. Jane also threatened her family. She said that Amy could save them by killing herself. On August 10, 2016, Stephen purchased a 9mm Springfield XDS handgun. 3 months later, on November 7th, Stephen called 911. The police arrived at the Allwines' home at around 7 p.m. Stephen and his 9-year-old son were standing outside, waiting for the officers. Stephen told them they could find Amy in the master bedroom. In the bedroom, they found 43-year-old Amy Allwine's body on the ground. They checked for a pulse, but couldn't find one. Under her head was a pool of blood. She had been shot once in the right ear. Next, Amy's left forearm and elbow was the 9mm Springfield XDS handgun, which Stephen had purchased a few months earlier. Because of the threats against Amy, the police were already suspicious that her death may not have been a suicide. The police talked to Stephen and his son. Amy was apparently not feeling well that day, so Stephen dropped their son off at Amy's parents' home. Several hours later, at 5:29 p.m., Stephen left their home to go pick up their son. After he picked him up, they were supposed to go to a gym, but Stephen said they didn't have enough time. Instead, they went to a fast food restaurant and ate dinner. When they got home, their son saw Amy lying on the bedroom floor. He asked Stephen why she was sleeping on the floor. Stephen said that she was probably dead and then he called 911. The police investigated the scene, and they found that some things were off. For example, Amy was shot in the right ear and she was right-handed. But the gun was found next to Amy's left arm and elbow, which suggests she shot herself with her left hand. If she shot herself with her right hand, the gun would have been on the right side of her body. Her hands were examined, and there was no soot, gunpowder, or blood splatter on either hand. There was also no blood splatter on the bed or the nightstand next to where her body was found. There were no powder burns or signs that the gun was held against her head when it was fired. The police searched the rest of the house and found traces of Amy's blood in other rooms. This included bloody footprints between the bedroom and the kitchen that someone had attempted to clean up. There were no signs of a break-in. The police checked the Allwine security footage. The only person seen coming and going from the house was Stephen. Based on the evidence in the house, the police thought that 43-year-old Stephen might have killed his wife. The police ended up collecting 64 electronic devices from the Allwine's home. They examined the devices and they made some shocking discoveries. It turned out that Stephen had been using the website Ashley Madison. Ashley Madison is a dating website for people who are married or who are in relationships. He had affairs with 2 women he met on the website. Stephen's church is very conservative. It is strongly against infidelity and divorce. If Stephen divorced Amy, it could have affected his position in the church. The police surmised that Stephen wanted out of his marriage, so he killed Amy. A computer forensic expert also found evidence that connected Stephen to Dog Day God. Dog Day God first contacted Besa Mafia on Valentine's Day 2016. At that same time, Stephen was at home using his MacBook Pro. He was looking at Bitcoin for the first time. The next day, Stephen looked up Amy's itinerary for a dog training convention that she was attending in Moline, Illinois. He then looked up how far Moline is from Chicago, Illinois. A couple minutes later, Dog Day God sent a message to Besa Mafia that reads, "The target will be traveling out of town to Moline, about a 3-hour drive from Chicago. What is the price in Bitcoin for a hit, and ideally, making it look like an accident?" A few weeks later, on March 6, Stephen downloaded a photo of Amy while she was on vacation in Hawaii onto the family server. Seconds later, the same photo was sent to Besa Mafia from Dog Day God. The Besa Mafia explained how to buy Bitcoin and how to cover it up by reporting it to the police as if he had been defrauded. Stephen then purchased 15.5 Bitcoins, which was valued at just over $6,000. Stephen then filed a report with the police saying he had been scammed of $6,000. The Bitcoins came with a unique 35-character alphanumeric code known as a Bitcoin wallet. On March 22nd, Stephen copied that code onto his Notes app on his iPhone 5. Less than half a minute later, Dog Day God sent the same code to Besa Mafia. 40 seconds after that, the note was deleted from the phone. But it actually been copied to the cloud. Sometime after that, Stephen got a new iPhone 6. On May 27th, the code was backed up onto his new phone. Months later, on August 3rd, Stephen's phone was backed up onto his MacBook Pro. This included the note with the Bitcoin wallet. Of course, the hit never happened because, as we revealed in our first entry, Besa Mafia was a scam. In fact, no professional murders have ever been linked to the site. The police also learned that several months after trying to set up the hit, Dog Day God searched the dark web for a drug called scopolamine. Scopolamine, also known as devil's breath, is an odorless, tasteless powder used to treat nausea. It's rumored that the drug can be used to remove someone's free will and put them in a zombie-like state. The police had the medical examiner do blood tests on Amy to see if she had any scopolamine in her system. It turned out that in her blood system, she had 45 times the amount of a common prescription, and she did not have a prescription. After 2 months of investigating, the police arrested Stephen Allwine in January 2017. He went to trial a year later in January 2018. The prosecution argued that Stephen wanted out of his marriage, but he couldn't divorce Amy because he might lose his position in the church. So he tried to hire a hitman to have her killed. When that didn't work out, he killed her himself. He shot her in the hallway and then dragged her body into the bedroom. He then cleaned up the blood. The trial lasted for 6 days and the jury deliberated for 8 hours. Stephen Allwine was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was given a mandatory life sentence without the chance of parole. 49-year-old Stephen Allwine is currently serving a sentence at the Stillwater Prison in Bayport, Minnesota. Stephen claims he is innocent. He says that no physical evidence proves he killed his wife. He claims that all the digital evidence was planted there by the real killer. Number 3. Robert Durrell. In the early 1990s, Robert and Carolyn Durrell and their 3 children settled in Renton, a suburb of Seattle, Washington. To friends and neighbors, they seemed to have a perfect life. The couple had good, well-paying careers. Carolyn loved nature, wrote poetry, and loved to cook. Robert took his health seriously by eating natural, organic food and jogging. He was also a leader in their church. Their 3 children, ages 4, 7, and 9, were involved in many extracurricular activities. But behind closed doors, things were much different than they appeared. The couple bickered constantly, and it was like that from the start of their marriage. They spent most of their honeymoon arguing. Robert always wanted things his way. Although this annoyed Carolyn, she chalked it up to normal differences in a marriage. In January 1998, 36-year-old Carolyn was working full-time at Morgan Stanley, an investment firm. She was also in charge of all the household responsibilities and taking care of the children. 40-year-old Robert couldn't be bothered to help. He did play with the children, but it was only when he felt like it. He felt his duties were at work and church. In the mid-1990s, he became the supervisor of the computer division at the King County Housing Authority. Robert was very computer savvy, and he spent a lot of time on the internet. The marriage was also racked with infidelity and suspicion. Robert was having several affairs, and he was talking to several women online. He met many of the women online through the dating website Match.com. Even though he was being unfaithful, he accused Carolyn of cheating. It turned out that he was right. Carolyn was in a relationship with another man. In 1997, she met a man in an internet chat room named Kevin Johnson. She loved the attention he gave her. However, she didn't like the sneaking around, so she eventually broke it off. The Durrells went to couples therapy, but it didn't work. Robert used the sessions to complain about Carolyn. Carolyn heavily weighed the decision to stay or leave her husband after a dozen years of marriage. But by August 1998, she decided she'd be happier without him. She decided to leave him and raise the children on her own. On August 6, 1998, Carolyn told her co-workers that she planned to divorce Robert. She told them about letters in her desk drawer in case anything happened to her. The next day, Carolyn was absent from work. Her co-workers called home to check with Robert.
Robert told the co-workers that she had run off while he was in the shower. Carolyn's co-workers tried notifying the police that she was missing, but the police said they needed a family member to file a report. So they called her parents, who also thought it was strange that they hadn't heard from their daughter. Carolyn's co-workers also knew about the letters stashed in her desk in case anything happened to her. In the letters, Carolyn wrote about being unhappy in her marriage. She also admitted to being in a relationship with another man she met online. Robert reported his wife missing the day after she didn't show up for work. Detectives met with Robert a few days later on August 11th. They thought he was calm for a man whose wife was missing. They also knew about the letters in Carolyn's desk. The detectives and Robert also talked about Carolyn's internet relationship and that she was still chatting with people online. Contrary to all the evidence, Robert claimed that his marriage to Carolyn was solid. On August 9th, Carolyn's van was spotted abandoned just outside of town, about 2 miles from the family's home. Robert was notified, and he said he would pick it up the next day. The next morning, several drivers saw someone driving the van. They reported it to the police because the driver was driving erratically, weaving in and out of lanes. Robert told the police that when he went to pick up the van, he couldn't find it. The description of the driver who was driving erratically matched Robert, but the police weren't sure. Meanwhile, Carolyn's co-workers organized a search party and handed out flyers. While all this was happening, Robert was talking to another woman. On August 18th, he wrote an email to her telling her his wife had vanished. When the woman saw the missing persons report in the newspaper, she immediately called the police. On August 19th, Carolyn's friends found her van, which was parked in a hotel parking lot that was close to the airport. On August 21st, detectives got a search warrant for the Durrells' home, Robert's car, and the van. When the investigators searched the couple's master bedroom, they lifted a piece of carpet and they found 100 blood splatters. Based on the amount of blood that was found, they knew Carolyn was dead. No one could have survived losing that much blood without immediate medical attention. This was all the evidence the police needed. Robert Durrell was arrested on August 28th. He was charged with second-degree murder and he faced 10 to 18 years in prison. A week after Robert's arrest, managers of the King County Housing Authority asked their computer technicians to see if there was anything left on Robert's computer that could help the police. They found conversations he had with women on Match.com in which he said he was living apart from his wife. He told at least one woman he could not divorce his wife because it would be too expensive and messy. He also said it would be better if she just died. He told another woman he had a plan on how to deal with his estranged wife. When they examined his hard drive, technicians found searches on the computer such as kill spouse, accidental death, smothering, poison, homicides, and murder. Now the police could prove premeditation, and they upgraded the charges to first-degree murder. However, they still didn't have Carolyn's body. The prosecution approached Robert with an unusual proposal. If he revealed the location of the body, they would not use that evidence against him at trial. They felt they had enough evidence to convict him of first-degree murder, but they wanted to find the body to give some closure to Carolyn's parents. Robert agreed, and he took them to the body. Police found her body in a shallow grave covered with rocks 2 miles off Interstate 90. The medical examiner reported that she died of blunt force trauma. She was most likely beaten to death with a baseball bat. Robert Durrell went to trial in June 2000. He pleaded not guilty. During Robert's trial, he testified on his own behalf. He told a bizarre story about 2 men who killed his wife and forced him to bury her and then clean the house of evidence. Prosecutors argued that on the night of the murder, Robert took his wife out for dinner and drinks and then beat her to death in the bedroom when they got home. With the physical evidence and the internet search history, prosecutors convinced jurors that Robert Durrell had planned his wife's murder, which made him guilty of first-degree murder. After 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder on August 7, 2000, exactly 2 years after the murder. Robert was sentenced to 46 years in prison. 65-year-old Robert Durrell is currently incarcerated at the Monroe Correctional Complex in Monroe, Washington. Number 2. George Hemingway. On January 4, 1996, Jesse M. Unger dashed out of his home in East Windsor, New Jersey, after receiving a call at around 12:45 a.m. The 39-year-old systems analyst didn't say anything to his brother and sister-in-law, with whom he was living at the time. He drove 11 miles to the home of George Hemingway, a 38-year-old man he knew online but had never met in person. The two men became acquainted in 1994 when they met on an America Online, aka AOL, chat room. One chat room they frequented was NJ M4M, or New Jersey Men for Men, a chat room for gay men. Their interactions were usually heated, with both men exchanging bitter messages. Despite never meeting in person, Unger was worried that Hemingway was going to harm him physically. Both men were fond of an unidentified 15-year-old boy who frequented the same chat rooms during this time. Both men had met the teenage boy in real life and were enamored. In a published report, the teen admitted to being molested by Unger and Hemingway, though he did not report it to the police. On the night of January 3, 1996, Hemingway invited the 15-year-old boy to his home. The teenager accepted the invitation, assuming that Hemingway would teach him some computer skills. When the teenager arrived, Hemingway was drunk. He urged the boy to go down into the basement and stay calm. That's when Hemingway called Unger, who rushed to the house 20 minutes later. When Unger arrived, Hemingway told him that the teenager was in the basement. As the men went downstairs, Hemingway reached for a .22 caliber rifle and pointed it at Unger. Unger initially thought it was a joke. Hemingway told him it wasn't a joke. Unger said, "If you're going to shoot me, shoot me." Hemingway then fired at Unger, hitting him on the right side of the head. Unger stood silent for a moment. He then asked Hemingway, "Why are you doing this?" Hemingway shot the man in the head twice more. Hemingway took the teenager, who witnessed the murder, back home. When he returned home, Hemingway contacted two online friends to help him. When the two friends, 23-year-old Timothy Brown and 24-year-old Michelle Benson, showed up, they found out what Hemingway wanted. He wanted them to help him dispose of Unger's body. The trio wrapped the body in a tarp, but they had trouble moving the more than 230 pounds out of the basement, so they eventually gave up. They threw lime on the body, hoping it would decompose the body quicker. Then Benson and Brown left. Benson called the police not long after leaving. George Hemingway was arrested on murder and weapons charges. According to the police, he confessed to the murder. Brown and Benson were also charged with tampering with evidence. They both pleaded guilty and were given probation. In May 2000, Hemingway pleaded guilty to first-degree aggravated manslaughter. At his hearing, he claimed he was drunk and became angry when Unger bragged about the many young boys he had. He also claimed that he was joking when he fired the gun at Unger. He was sentenced to 30 years without a chance of parole for 15 years. Hemingway's lawyer appealed the sentence. In July 2001, a panel with 3 judges ruled that the sentence was excessive. So Hemingway was resentenced to 20 years without the chance of parole for 10 years. This case was one of the first of its kind, bitter chat room exchanges that go beyond the internet to murder. It sparked debate between privacy, free speech, and public safety advocates. In such instances, could investigators use the information in chat rooms and emails as evidence of the crimes? In 1996, AOL was not archiving chat room data, and the company would only archive emails for up to 5 days before they were purged. Before this, investigators collected this data for money laundering and child pornography cases, but in the early days of the internet, this was a new protocol for the police. Almost 30 years later, striking a balance between online safety and free speech is still an important topic. Including time served, George Hemingway would have been able to apply for parole in 2006, and he would have completed his sentence in 2016. His current whereabouts are unknown. Number 1. Cherie Miller. Bruce Miller was in his late 40s when he met and started dating Cherie Kitley, who was almost 20 years his junior. According to friends, the couple was happy. Cherie was born in Flint, Michigan, and had been married twice before, and she had 3 children. Those marriages were not ideal. In a 2022 interview for the program 2020, Cherie said that one of her ex-husbands sexually abused her infant child. The ex-husband supposedly spent 4 months in prison. She also claimed that she was sexually abused as a young child. With her marriage to Bruce, she found stability. He gave her a good home and was going to adopt her children. Cherie said Bruce was the best thing to happen to her. On top of working at General Motors, Bruce owned and operated a junkyard, B&D Auto Parts, in Flint, Michigan. On the night of November 8, 1999, Cherie, who had been home all day with the kids, was worried when Bruce didn't come home from the junkyard. She called her brother-in-law, who went to the junkyard to look for Bruce. When Bruce's brother arrived, he found Bruce lying on the floor with the phone off the hook just out of reach. He was dead from a shotgun blast to the neck. Investigators who arrived on the scene initially thought it was a robbery gone wrong. Bruce was known to keep $2,000 in his shirt pocket to make change for customers. The money, along with his wallet, was missing. The police investigated the shop and they noticed a few suspicious details. No latent fingerprints were found at the scene. It was like someone knew what and what not to touch. Also, Bruce appeared to be talking on the phone when he was shot. The police found suspicious that no one would report talking to Bruce when shots were fired. The police noticed how easily the money was taken. Cash wasn't strewn over the office, and his pockets weren't ripped in a quick attempt to flee. Cherie told the police that John Hutchinson, one of Bruce's business partners, could be responsible. Hutchinson apparently owed Bruce thousands of dollars. Before his murder, Bruce noticed that Hutchinson was stealing from the junkyard. The two had argued over a $20 set of tires. Hutchinson was questioned by the police and he agreed to take a polygraph exam. But as the police questioned him, he fainted from the stress and he was rushed to the hospital. Hutchinson eventually took a polygraph exam and he failed. However, there was enough evidence to charge him with Bruce's murder. When the police searched Hutchinson's home, they didn't find a murder weapon or any evidence linking him to the crime scene. After 3 months and no new leads, the case stalled. Then something happened 700 miles away that would break the case wide open. On February 11, 2000, a retired Kansas City homicide investigator named Jerry Cassidy had taken his own life. The police found the body of the 39-year-old in a sitting position with a gun in his hand and a Bible on his lap. Cassidy was in the midst of a divorce and had recently been treated for depression. While investigating the scene, the police discovered a videotape in the trash. The label read, "For Jerry's Eyes Only." On the video was a woman dancing and acting seductively. The police showed clips of the video to Cassidy's friends. They thought it was his girlfriend who lived in Flint, Michigan. They thought her name was Cherie. The police decided to contact the police in Flint and see if they knew the woman. They did know Cherie because she was part of a recent homicide investigation. The police brought Cherie in for questioning. She denied knowing Cassidy. But then, when she was confronted with the video, her story changed. She said she knew Cassidy, but they had never met in person. They had met in a chat room on AOL, and their relationship had been an online one. Computer forensic investigators examined Cherie's and Cassidy's computers. At the time, computer forensics was an emerging field in criminal investigation. They found online conversations between the two talking about murdering Bruce. Cherie told Cassidy the location of Bruce's shop and where to park. When Cherie was confronted about this, she claimed that the chat records were a forgery. The police asked AOL if this was possible. The company said it could happen, but it was unlikely in this situation. Cassidy and Cherie were both signed on to AOL at the same time the conversations happened. AOL also said that Cherie called the company after her husband and Cassidy's death to change her personal details, such as her name and address. Another piece of evidence was found on Cherie's desk. It was an envelope with a name and phone number written in Cherie's handwriting. The name was John O'Connor, but it was misspelled. The police cross-referenced the chat records, and they discovered that Cassidy told Cherie to call this person if anything happened to him. The chat record even had the same misspelling and the same phone number. The police now knew for sure that Cherie Miller and Jerry Cassidy knew each other, and she probably had him kill her husband. Based on chat records and emails, the police pieced together what had happened. Cherie and Cassidy had met in a chat room a month before she was married. She frequented chat rooms where she would talk about how unhappy she was with Bruce. Cherie even flew to Reno, Nevada to meet Cassidy while he was working as a casino pit boss. Eventually, the relationship became physical. Cherie told Cassidy that she was pregnant with twins and he was the father. She sent Cassidy sonogram pictures to prove it. But it was a lie. Years earlier, Cherie had her tubes tied and could not have children. The sonogram pictures were actually of her 5-year-old child. Cherie continued to deceive Cassidy. She claimed that Bruce was involved in organized crime. She also said that he beat and raped her. She claimed he beat her so badly that she miscarried the twins. Further in her story, she sent pictures of her bruised body to Cassidy, but the bruises were applied to her skin with makeup. Cherie even sent emails to Cassidy where she pretended to be Bruce. In the emails, the fake Bruce would taunt and threaten Cassidy, which only made Cassidy more angry. That's when Cherie and Cassidy started to make plans to kill Bruce. They thought this would set her free and they could be together, or so Cassidy thought. On the night of the murder, Cherie kept Bruce on the phone while Cassidy walked into the shop and shot him. Cassidy, a former homicide detective, knew how to commit the murder with leaving as little evidence behind as possible. After the murder, Cherie stopped communicating with Cassidy. He was left heartbroken. Cherie then started spending her dead husband's money and moved on to a new boyfriend. Cassidy realized he had been used. He thought, as an investigator, he should have known better. His family had also warned him against her. In Cassidy's suicide note, he admitted to killing Bruce to help Cherie. He also admitted to being blinded by Cherie's love and said that he'd do anything for her. Cherie was charged with murder and conspiracy. Cherie Miller's trial started on December 13, 2000. She claimed that all the digital evidence used against her was forged. She said that Jerry Cassidy was heartbroken because she didn't want to be with him, so he killed Bruce and created fake chat entries to frame her. The defense also argued that John Hutchinson, Bruce's business partner, could have been the killer. It was later revealed that Hutchinson and Cherie Miller were romantically involved. Prosecution said that all the evidence indicated that Shree had Cassidy killed Bruce so she could get his life insurance money and his junkyard business. The prosecution had a strong case with Cassidy's confession in his note, the chat logs, and emails. The trial lasted a week. Then the jury deliberated for 15 hours over 2 days. Shree Miller was convicted of second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. A month later, Shree Miller was sentenced to life without parole. Shree Miller's case is dubbed the first internet murder case and became a media sensation. Shree's lawyer appealed the conviction. In August 2008, a judge overturned the conviction and ordered a new trial. It was ruled that Cassidy's note should not have been admitted into the original trial. The district attorney appealed the decision, and 4 years later, they won. In August 2012, the original conviction and sentence were reinstated. In 2016, Shree sent a handwritten 4-page letter to the judge admitting to her role in her husband's death. Shree said she was prompted to write the letter as she watched her daughter's reaction as she was sent back to prison. Her daughter was very upset when Shree was ordered to go back into prison, and she knew it was time to tell the truth. In the letter, Shree wrote that Bruce Miller was a good man. She also wrote, "I was living 2 lives, and I got caught up and did not want to get caught, so I planned a murder and went through with it. Instead of my family, or Bruce's family, finding out what I really was, I thought I could cover it up by having Bruce murdered. I cannot deny this anymore." Shree was interviewed for the ABC show 2020 in February 2022. In the interview, she admitted to using men to get what she wanted. Shree said she spent hours on the internet sex chatting with people. She then admitted to having Bruce killed because she was worried he'd figure out all the lies and the money of his she had spent. She was worried that he'd discover her true self. Because of Shree Miller's actions, 2 men are dead. Shree was initially offered a plea bargain of a maximum of 15 years of prison. Had she been honest from the beginning, she most likely would be out of prison by now. Instead, 51-year-old Shree Miller is currently serving her life sentence at the Women's Huron Valley Correctional Facility in Pittsfield County, Michigan.
Thank you so much for watching today's video. Please don't forget to check out our new channel, Paranormally Listed. There's a link on the screen now, and there's a link in the description box below this video. Well, that's all for today. Thanks again for watching. Bernard George Lamp. Bernard Lamp was a resident of Troutman, North Carolina. The 51-year-old man had a history of crimes that dated back decades. In 1980, he was convicted of robbery by force of Virginia. In 1989, he was convicted of abduction in Ohio. It's unclear how much time he served for these crimes. In January 2008, Lamp was convicted for assault on a female. In this case, Lamp contacted a woman on Craigslist in October 2007 to meet him at a Troutman truck stop. When the female showed up, Lamp forced her to drive to a rest stop at knife point. He then tried sexually assaulting her at the rest stop. Witnesses saw Lamp attempting to drag the woman back to the car by her hair as she ran away. They called the police and they arrested him. He was still on parole for the 1980 robbery, yet he was not sent to prison for reasons that were never made clear. In February 2008, a month after he was arrested for the attempted rape of the woman he met on Craigslist, Lamp posted another ad on Craigslist to meet someone. This ad was answered by 52-year-old Bonnie Lou Irvine of Cornelius, North Carolina. The two started emailing back and forth. Irvine sent Lamp a link to a website with pictures of her. The site was a popular website for men seeking sex workers. Irvine had been charged with prostitution charges in the past. Cell phone records show that the pair arranged to meet on February 28th. This was the last sign of Irvine.
her roommate reported her missing on March 8th. A week later, the police stopped Lamp while he was driving Irvine's 2001 Volvo. Police noticed bloodstains in the car and they arrested him. Lamp took the police to his girlfriend's home, another woman he met on Craigslist, to show where he buried Irvine's body. Police found the body of 52-year-old Bonnie Lou Irvine buried in a shallow grave in the backyard. The medical examiner believed she had been strangled or beaten to death. They charged Lamp with murder and first-degree kidnapping. Lamp was held in custody for almost 6 years until his trial started in January 2014. In February 2014, Bernard Lamp was found guilty of first-degree murder. For sentencing, the jury deliberated for 4 hours over 2 days. All of the members recommended the death penalty. The judge carried out their recommendation and sentenced Lamp to death. However, he was never executed. Bernard George Lamp died of natural causes in May 2016. He was 58 years old. Number 2. John Katis. John Katis posted his extreme views on the internet. The 16-year-old Elmhurst, Queens native said on his MySpace page that he enjoys drinking, bike riding, hanging out, roof hopping, hanging off trains, and extreme violence, chaos, anarchy, etc., video games, violent movies, and listening to my iPod. On that same page, he refers to himself as an extremist, an anarchist, and a sadomasochist. His MySpace page also showed his collection of knives. Katis lived by a simple rule: show respect to him and he'll show respect to you. If not, he would break your neck. Katis often posted Craigslist ads offering oral sex to men. He felt it was a good way to make quick cash. On March 18, 2009, 47-year-old George Weber responded to one of Katis' ads for a sexual encounter. Weber was a freelance journalist working for ABC News Radio in New York. He had also worked for ABC stations in California, Colorado, and Pennsylvania. Katis and Weber started emailing back and forth. Weber wanted someone to bind his hands and legs and smother him. He was willing to pay $60. The two planned to meet on March 20th, 2009. Around 6 p.m. that day, Katis went to Weber's apartment. When they entered the bedroom, Katis pulled Weber's pants and underwear down to his ankles and then bound him with duct tape as per their agreement. According to Katis, Weber pulled out a knife, making him paranoid. He fought with Weber over the knife and ended up cutting his left hand. Katis claimed he gained control of the knife and stabbed Weber about 50 times in the neck and torso. Then he went through Weber's pockets and collected the $60. He changed into Weber's clothes before leaving the apartment. Around 9:13 p.m., a subway conductor saw Katis bleeding profusely from his left hand. He was met by medical staff at the station and taken to the hospital for treatment. Katis then fled to a friend's house early that morning. The following day, the police went to Weber's apartment after he failed to show up for work. When they entered the apartment, they noticed blood splattered across the apartment. They found the dead body of 47-year-old George Weber on his bedroom floor with his legs bound. Investigators didn't find the murder weapon at the scene. The medical examiner determined that Weber had bled to death. Toxicology also reported that his blood alcohol level was 0.12. Police searched Weber's computer and found his communications with Katis. Katis' family knew that he had killed Weber and they provided information to the police. They also agreed to help the police. Katis' father arranged to meet him at a bus depot. As he approached his father's car, police stormed out of an unmarked vehicle and tackled him. Katis was arrested and held without bail on charges of second-degree murder and criminal possession of a weapon. Katis, who was 16 years old at the time of the murder, was charged as an adult. Katis spoke to the police for 40 minutes. In a taped confession, Katis claimed that he and Weber fought over the knife. We were both struggling over the knife. We were pulling towards each other, and the knife just goes and jabs him in the neck. Also in the tape confession, Cadiz makes several jokes. He even winks at the camera when the police read him his rights. At his October 2010 trial, Cadiz claimed he killed Weber in self-defense. The defense's opening statement claimed that Weber invited Cadiz over to move some boxes. Once he arrived, Weber allegedly offered the teen alcohol and cocaine and even sex. Cadiz admitted to being jumpy as this was his first time trying the drug. Cadiz's lawyer argued that Weber was a sexual predator luring the then 16-year-old into having sex with him. However, investigators didn't find cocaine at the murder scene. Toxicology reports proved that Cadiz didn't have any in his system. The defense team also argued that the police intimidated Cadiz into a confession. But during the tape confession, Cadiz can be heard laughing and joking as he picked at a donut. The prosecution argued that the defendant was a willing participant. As proof, they entered the email chain into evidence. They also said that the death was not the result of self-defense. Weber had been stabbed 50 times while his legs were bound with duct tape. Prosecutors argued that this was a thrill kill. Cadiz's courtroom behavior bolstered this claim. His carefree demeanor was consistent with the tape confession as he smirked at press members. Cadiz's first trial ended in a hung jury. He found out his fate during his second trial. He was found guilty of second-degree murder. On December 13, 2011, John Cadiz was sentenced to the maximum sentence of 25 years in prison. At his sentencing, George Weber's family offered compassion to Cadiz. Weber's brother-in-law, Jason Hannas, forgave the murderer. Hannas said he had no hatred for him. Cadiz showed remorse during his sentencing, a strange gesture from someone who laughed and joked during his confession and trial. For the death of George Weber, I am sorry, he said at his sentencing. I regret it. At the time of this video, 30-year-old John Cadiz is serving a sentence at Sing Sing Prison in Ossining, New York. The earliest he'll be released is in March 2034. Number 1. Salud de Reyes. Salud de Reyes was born in Brazil and adopted by Silviana and Salud de Reyes Sr. as a newborn. Silviana and Salud's marriage ended in 1981. Silvana met Isaias Arruda in 1986 and settled in Connecticut with her son. Dos Reyes attended Greenwich High School. He was an average student. By his early 20s, Dos Reyes was married. In 1999, his 19-year-old wife, Tatiana, was diagnosed with lymphoma. Dos Reyes worked 7 days a week to pay for her medical bills. He dropped out of his community college and rarely saw his friends. With pressures mounting, Dos Reyes took refuge in fixing his car. He spent a lot of time on the computer, bidding on online auto parts. In 2002, Dos Reyes was 24 years old and he was working full-time at his family's Brazilian restaurant. He was also active in chat rooms, styling himself as a car fanatic. One America Online account, aka AOL, that contacted him belonged to 13-year-old Christina Long. Christina was fascinated by cars. Dos Reyes drove an Infiniti G20. He told her that he was 19 years old and she told him she was 14. Of course, Dos Reyes was 24 and Christina was only 13. After a week of being online, they rented a hotel room to have sex. This wasn't the first time Dos Reyes had sexual relations with an underage girl he met online. In 1998, Dos Reyes met a 15-year-old girl online. He traveled from his Portchester, New York workplace to the 15-year-old girl's Connecticut home to have consensual sex with her. Christina, who had turned 13 2 months prior, was a newcomer at Danbury Elementary School in Danbury, Connecticut. Christina loved to dance and quickly became the cheerleader squad's co-captain. She also acted more mature than the other girls in her school. Some parents thought that she wore too much makeup and danced too sexy. However, within a year of joining the school, Christina was baptized, became an altar girl, and an honor student. Christina lived with her aunt, Shelley Riling. Her parents practically neglected her as a child. Her biological mother and father separated when she was young. Her father drank, and her mother would leave Christina at home while she sang karaoke. Christina's mother thought she could make a lucrative living in the karaoke scene. Shelley eventually got full custody of Christina. According to Shelley, Christina's mother didn't bother attending the court hearing regarding custody. On May 17, 2002, Christina told her Aunt Shelley she was going to meet a friend at the carousel at the Danbury Mall and they were going shopping, but she was secretly meeting Dos Reyes. Shelley didn't know that her niece was seeing an older man. Christina only told her aunt that her boyfriend was 14 years old. Shelley dropped Christina off at the mall and agreed to pick her up at 9:15 p.m. That was the last time Shelley saw her niece. Christina met with Dos Reyes and left in his car. The two started having sex in the car at the McDonald's parking lot. According to Dos Reyes, he claimed that Christina wanted him to choke her with a seatbelt, but she was worried to leave a mark, so he asked her to put his hands around her neck. Then Dos Reyes strangled the teenager. Christina became unresponsive. He thought she was joking, but she had lost consciousness. Dos Reyes tried to resuscitate her with CPR, even tasting blood in her mouth. When he realized she was dead, he dumped the body in a ravine and threw her belongings in a gas station dumpster. Shelley returned to the mall and had security page Christina, but there was no sign of her. At 10:21 p.m., Shelley reported her missing. The police accessed Christina's AOL account and saw email correspondence between her and Dos Reyes. First, Dos Reyes created an alibi. He emailed Christina after the murder and asked her about the date she went on. Nevertheless, the police decided to bring him in for questioning. He took a polygraph exam. After taking the polygraph test, Dos Reyes admitted to strangling Christina, dumping her body in the Greenwich Brook about 35 miles away, and then dumping her belongings in a dumpster. He also admitted to having sex with Christina on 2 occasions. He led investigators to her body the next day. Authorities charged Dos Reyes with state and federal crimes. The state of Connecticut charged him with 1 count of first-degree manslaughter and 3 counts of sexual assault and 1 count of risk of injury to a minor. The federal government also charged him with 2 counts of using the internet to entice a minor and 2 counts of interstate travel to engage in sexual behavior with a minor, plus 1 count for using the internet to entice another minor. Dos Reyes claimed that he thought Christina was 18 and that the murder was accidental. His wife, Tatiana, filed for divorce in 2002. She didn't attend any of his court appearances. In March 2003, Dos Reyes was convicted for his state crimes. He entered a plea under the Alford Doctrine, where he didn't admit to the crimes but conceded the state had enough evidence to convict him. His defense alleged it was an accident. They claimed that Christina died of an enlarged heart and irregular heartbeat during sex. However, the prosecution pointed out that Christina stopped breathing in the parking lot. Then Dos Reyes drove around with her body in his car for about an hour. At no point did he call 911. After he dumped the body, he meticulously cleaned the car. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison. In April 2003, he pleaded guilty to 2 federal crimes of traveling across state lines to have sex with a minor. Authorities also charged him for the 1998 encounter with a 15-year-old Connecticut girl. Dos Reyes' mother sobbed uncontrollably during the proceedings. Christina's Aunt Shelley was also present at the court. She brought a framed picture of Christina with her. "If I had my way, he'd be in jail for life," Shelley Riling told reporters outside the court. "The poor me stance, I don't buy it at all. I think he's absolutely a monster." For the crimes brought up by the state, Dos Reyes was sentenced to 30 years in prison. "I did some foolish and selfish things, but I did not do all the things for which I was accused," Dos Reyes said during his trial. I am not evil. I am not an evil man. While in prison awaiting his federal charges, Dos Reyes used an online pen pal service to connect with others. In his profile, he referred to himself as an outgoing heterosexual male in his mid-20s looking for female pen pals to correspond with. This move sickened Cristina Zan, who asserted that Dos Reyes was trying to lure young girls from prison. In July 2003, Dos Reyes was sentenced to 25 years for interstate travel to engage in unlawful sexual activity. He was to serve 15 years concurrently with his state crimes, giving him a total of 40 years in prison. Cristina's case garnered national attention. Her death brought into focus the dangers of online predators. Saul Dos Reyes is 45 years old at the time of this recording. He is currently serving his sentence at the Federal Correctional Institute Pekin in Pekin, Illinois. He will be released in August 2023 and then transferred to a state prison to serve the 25 years of his state-level sentences. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Please don't forget to check out our new channel, Paranormally Listed. There's a link on the screen now, and there's a link in the description box below this video. Well, that's all for today. Thanks again for watching. Number 3. Christine Billis. By her own admission, Christine Billis didn't have a happy marriage with her husband, Charles Billis. By 2009, the couple had been married for 17 years. They lived in a farmhouse in Brownington, Vermont, with their 2 daughters, plus a 3rd daughter from Christine's previous relationship. Christine said her husband was abusive and controlling. According to her, he abused her and the children. Supposedly, Charles Billis was so controlling that he wouldn't let her have friends or talk to her oldest daughter or parents on the phone. Charles was a well-known figure in the community. He and Christine hosted several local cable shows. Charles was also legally blind and could not drive. On September 22, 2009, 42-year-old Christine and 57-year-old Charles Billis were traveling southbound on Vermont's Route 5A. Christine, who was driving, wore a seatbelt while her husband rode in the passenger seat, unbelted. The car suddenly veered off the road, hitting a pine tree. Fire and rescue teams soon arrived on the scene. When they arrived, they tended to Christine and rushed her to the hospital. She sustained minor injuries. Her husband wasn't so fortunate. Charles was trapped in the car and had to be extricated. 57-year-old Charles Billis was taken to the hospital, but he was pronounced dead on arrival. The police investigating the scene suspected that Christine must have had a medical emergency that caused her to crash because the road conditions were ideal and the crash occurred during the day. There was a lack of skid marks on the road. She told the police she was on a combination of anti-smoking medication plus antidepressants and sleeping pills. The crash was suspicious, but the police could not prove anything, so Christine was not charged with any crimes. A year later, Christine, now a widow, started online dating. She signed up for the website OkCupid, where she met another user, Kevin Leland. After a few weeks of talking, one day online, Christine confided a secret with Kevin. She had murdered her husband. Christine allegedly told Kevin that the wreck was no accident. Kevin decided to get a recorded confession from Christine. When they met in person, Kevin brought a recording device. During their conversation, Christine threatened to kill Kevin if he went to the police with the information. Despite the threat, Kevin took the recording to the police. The police listened to the recording, and in it, Christine says that she couldn't take her husband's mental and verbal abuse. Christine also said that her husband had threatened to kill her. She wanted a divorce, but she was worried about her husband controlling their children. The police obtained a search warrant and gave Kevin a wire to record more conversations. During this time, the police started questioning Christine. She told investigators that at the time of the crash, she had ovarian cancer and had just undergone a hysterectomy. She also said she had extreme emotional and mental issues. Investigators eventually got the confession they needed and arrested Christine in June 2011. During her interview, she told the police the crash was supposed to kill them both. In her confession, Christine said, "I saw the tree. The crazy part was that it was the most beautiful thing I saw in my life. I couldn't take it anymore. Not gonna leave him with the kids. My intent was to kill us both." The police charged Christine with first-degree murder. Christine suffered a panic attack at her first court hearing before she could enter a plea. The presiding judge remanded her to the state mental facility for evaluation. Knowing Christine's history of mental illness, the judge also requested that she be examined to determine her mental state at the time of the crash. It was ultimately determined she was competent to stand trial. During her 2012 trial, Christine's lawyer requested that Kevin Leland's recorded conversations be stricken from the trial. The lawyer questioned Kevin's credibility due to an arrest after being caught with guns and drugs at the border. There was also speculation that Kevin was trying to capitalize financially by blogging about Christine's trial. But in the end, Christine's lawyer recommended that she take a plea agreement instead of facing a first-degree murder trial. In November 2012, she accepted the plea deal and she was sentenced to 7 to 15 years of prison with credit for time served. She did not apologize for killing her husband and the father of 2 of her children. She only shook her head when the judge asked her if she had anything to say. Her minimum sentence ended on June 25, 2018, and she was released. However, she didn't stay out of prison long. In June 2019, Christine was arrested for assaulting her boyfriend. She was sentenced to 16 months for domestic assault. As of 2021, reports indicate that she's been released on parole. Number 2. Cruz Wellwood and Cameron Moffett. Kimberly Proctor was born on New Year's Day, 1992. Her parents called her Baby New Year. She grew up in Langford, a suburb of Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. Her mother, Lucy, was a Walmart manager, and her father, Fred, was a diesel mechanic. Kimberly was passionate about animals. She had a collection of lizards, rabbits, mice, and hamsters. Her obsession went far enough that she wore cat ears and meowed in class. But classmates bullied her over this behavior. She also had attention deficit disorder, which made her more anxious at school. Her parents tried medicating her, but they didn't like the results. They eventually transferred her to Pacific Secondary, an alternative school, where they hoped she could get more individualized attention. At Pacific Secondary, Proctor met Cruz Wellwood and Cameron Moffett. Cruz Wellwood came from a troubled background. His father, Robert Raymond Deswayne, was sentenced to life in prison without parole for 15 years for sexually assaulting and strangling to death 16-year-old Cherish Oppenheim in 2001. His classmates teased him about it when the information was made public. Wellwood understood his father's actions, but rarely talked about them. He had legal problems of his own. By the time he was 16 years old, he was caught smoking pot and stealing money from mailboxes. Wellwood met Cameron Moffett in his 5th grade art class. The two bonded over their disdain for their teacher. Like Wellwood, Moffett had a troubled childhood. Moffett had ADHD. A psychiatry report revealed that he was sexually abused when he was 4. His windows were barred as a child because of his constant attempts at jumping out of them. He resisted medication and would cut himself to relieve stress. Wellwood and Moffett spent a lot of time together playing the online RPG game World of Warcraft. Wellwood blogged on his WordPress account that he met the criteria for early warnings of being a serial killer. In 2010, Wellwood, Moffett, and Kimberly, now 16, 17, and 18 years old respectively, hung out in a small group. The group spent most of their time hanging out and partying. After a breakup with a boyfriend, Kimberly became closer to Moffett and Cruz. They would confide in each other online. However, Wellwood and Moffat were becoming more unstable. The two spent a lot of time on sadomasochistic porn websites. They also experimented with drugs. They did more extreme activities like drinking blood and other bodily fluids. Their online chats focused on rape and bondage. On March 16, 2010, 16-year-old Wellwood asked an online girlfriend, "What would your opinion be on me if I killed, raped, or brutalized someone?" "I'd be pissed at you," the friend replied, then asked him why'd he do that. "Random person, shits and giggles," he responded. In one conversation with Kimberly in March 2010, Wellwood asked to meet up with her after she finished babysitting. He had something he wanted to ask her about her ex-boyfriend in person, but little did she know that he and Moffat were luring her into an attack. Around 10:30 a.m. on March 18, 2010, Kimberly met with the boys and returned to Cruz's home. She decided to meet them before babysitting that afternoon. The three hung out for a while and chatted. Wellwood and Moffat had a code for springing the attack. One of them would say, "I think I'm going to make some KD." In Canada, KD is a common way of saying Kraft dinner or boxed macaroni and cheese. When one of the boys said the phrase, they attacked Kimberly, hitting and kicking her. They bound her legs, stuffed a sock in her mouth, and covered it with duct tape. As she lay bound and beat up, yet still alive, Wellwood sent her an instant message. This message would serve as an alibi for the boys. Then, for the next few hours, Wellwood and Moffat raped and tortured Kimberly. They mutilated her with a knife and violated her with a lollipop. She died from suffocation after the boys put a bag over her head. Next, they put her dead body into a freezer in Wellwood's garage. Moffat then tried luring an ex-girlfriend to the house, but she declined to come over. The next morning, Wellwood and Moffat stuffed Kimberly's body in a hockey bag and boarded a bus at Galloping Goose Trail. The boys carried her body into the woods and under a bridge, where they doused her body with fuel and set it on fire. Afterward, Wellwood and Moffat carried on as usual. Meanwhile, Kimberly's mother, Lucy, knew something was wrong when her daughter's phone went straight to voicemail, so she called the police. Later that night, a young man discovered the charred remains under the bridge. Kimberly was identified through her dental records. The Vancouver Island Major Crime Unit, the RCMP, put together a team of 40 investigators. News reports of Kimberly's murder started to make Wellwood paranoid. He instant messaged an online girlfriend on MSN Messenger and told her he had something important to tell her on World of Warcraft. When the two logged on, Wellwood confessed to the crime. He didn't think that the servers archived chat logs. According to the girlfriend, Moffat joined the chat to confirm the story. In the passing days, Wellwood and Moffat continued to chat on MSN Messenger about their crime. "Since we killed that bitch and it wasn't hard, we should do it again," Moffat messaged Wellwood. In mid-June, investigators brought the boys in for questioning. They built up enough evidence to get a warrant to bug their homes. Investigators collected the boys' chat and search histories. Despite what the boys thought, investigators were able to collect chat logs from World of Warcraft. On June 18, 2010, a month after the murder, the police arrested Wellwood and Moffat. In October 2010, they pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and indignity to human remains. After April 2011 sentencing, Wellwood and Moffat were sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole for 10 years. The judge gave them the harshest penalty possible for young offenders. Wellwood and Moffat were placed in adult prisons with more comprehensive sexual offender treatment programs. The psychology reports stated that Wellwood was a sexual sadist with a high recidivism rate. Moffat was not diagnosed as a sexual sadist, but he enjoyed the thrill of his sexual deviance. Although the death penalty is now available in Canada, Kimberly's parents wanted to see the boys die for their crimes. "Like when an animal is sick, you put them down," said Lucy Proctor. These two are monsters. Both were placed in maximum security prisons. Moffat was moved to a medium security prison in 2014. Moffat and Wellwood were eligible for parole in 2018. Parole boards denied Wellwood day parole in 2019 and full parole in 2020 and 2023. It is unclear if Moffat was paroled or what his current status is. Number 1. Larry Froisted. Larry Froisted divorced his wife Ann Purdy in 1990. The couple had one daughter together named Amanda. After the divorce, Larry, the son of a Naval Reserve officer, joined the reserves. 2 years later, he left to fight for custody of his daughter, Amanda, which he won. The father and daughter settled in Bowman, North Dakota. On May 31, 1995, their house caught fire. Tragically, 5-year-old Amanda was killed in the blaze. Investigators ruled the house fire an accident. 3 years later, in 1998, Larry was 29 years old. He was working as a computer programmer and living in San Diego, California. He also joined a moderation management support group online. The support group helped people who were problem drinkers, but not necessarily alcoholics. Larry helped the group by maintaining the website and posting photos of the group members. On March 22, 1998, Larry shocked the support group. At 12:50 p.m., he messaged the mailing list that he purposely set his house on fire while his daughter was trapped inside. A mailing list automatically sent emails to all 200 group members. The message in part reads, "The conflict was tearing me apart, and the next night I let her watch the videos she loved all evening, and when she was asleep, I got wickedly drunk, set her house on fire, went to bed, listened to her scream twice, climbed out the window, and set about putting on a show of shock, surprise, and grief to remove culpability from myself. Damn it, part of the show was climbing in her window and grabbing her pajamas, then hearing her breathe and dropping her where she was so she could die and rid me of her mother's interferences." Some members of the group were supportive. They believed that Larry wrote this out of fantasy driven by guilt over his divorce. Some believe it was a false memory and didn't take it seriously. Other group members were shocked by the confession. They voiced their outrage at Larry. The division in the group became so heated that an online debate known as a flame war broke out. That's when group members ganged up on each other. The doctor who volunteered as the group's administrator privately contacted Larry, referring him to psychologists in the San Diego area. 3 members of the group reported Larry to the authorities. On March 27, 1998, after Larry learned that people on the mailing list had contacted the police, he called the Bowman police and confessed. Larry was extradited to North Dakota, where he was arraigned on murder charges. At his initial hearing, Larry Froisted pleaded not guilty. His lawyer argued that his client was taking antidepressants and that the confession was not serious. He also attacked the validity of the online confession. He also argued that the statements made in the online group should be private. The judge disagreed and allowed the confession to be admitted into evidence. Investigators combed through Larry's hard drive and found more incriminating evidence. FBI investigators found pornographic images of children, a federal crime. Investigators also found posts in chat rooms frequented by pedophiles. Larry posted 2 messages saying he had molested his daughter. According to court documents, investigators found abuse allegations from South Dakota Social Services in 1994. Amanda had told investigators that her father had touched her on multiple occasions. The problem was that Amanda's mother, Ann, had reported the abuse in South Dakota, but the incidents occurred in North Dakota. The states had failed to coordinate information, and no action was taken to protect Amanda. With this evidence against him, Larry entered a plea agreement in August 1998. Under the agreement, the judge suspended 10 years of his 40-year sentence, and he would be eligible for parole after 25.5 years. so Larry was sentenced to 30 years for the murder and molestation of his daughter. At his sentencing, the judge said, "Living creatures protect their young. You chose to cause the death of the most vulnerable victim there could be, a child, your child." Despite confessing and pleading guilty, Larry was adamant that he didn't kill his daughter. He maintains that his confession was the result of drugs and depression. Larry Froisted will be eligible for parole in 2024. Number 3. Nicole Cable. Nicole Cable was born in Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin on August 12, 1997. At some point, she and her family moved to Glenburn, Maine. Nicole was a typical teenager who spent her time texting friends and enjoyed spending time with her mother and stepfather, Christine and Jason Wiley, and her siblings. As a sophomore at Old Town High School, Nicole was a cheerleader. Life was great for the teen, but unfortunately, all that would change with a Facebook friend. One day, a person who identified themselves as Brian Butterfield friended Nicole on the popular social media site. The two spoke often. He continued to make online advances of the teen, wanting to sleep with her. Nicole rejected the request multiple times. Eventually, Nicole agreed to meet with Butterfield if he brought her some marijuana. On the night of May 12, 2013, 15-year-old Nicole told her mother, Christine, that she was going to meet a friend at the end of the driveway. Then, she vanished. Christine reported Nicole missing the following day. Dozens of law enforcement officers with aircrafts, dogs, and volunteers helped search for Nicole, but they couldn't find any trace of her. 8 days after she went missing, on May 20th, a person found Nicole's body in the woods near Old Town, Maine. The autopsy revealed she had died of asphyxiation based on the compressions around her neck. At the time of her funeral, there were over 300 people in attendance. Investigators searched Nicole's phone and computer. They found she had interacted with Brian Butterfield frequently, with as many requests for them to meet. The police tracked down Brian Butterfield. They quickly learned he had not been the one talking to Nicole. It turned out that someone living in the same area had created a Facebook account and used his name and pictures. Butterfield suspected it was 20-year-old Kyle Doobie. His ex-girlfriend was dating Kyle, and Butterfield said that he and Kyle didn't like each other. Facebook provided records to identify the person behind the fake Brian Butterfield account. The police traced the records to Kyle Doobie, who lived with his parents in Roanoke, Maine. Kyle was arrested on May 21, 2013. Kyle's brother, Dustin Doobie, was questioned by the police, and he had a bizarre story. He said that Kyle told him he had only intended to kidnap Nicole while wearing ski goggles to shield his identity. Then he was going to pretend to save her, and then he'd be her hero. But the plan went horribly wrong. He bound her with duct tape, including wrapping it around her head. He then placed her in the trunk of his father's vehicle. However, the duct tape went over her airways, and she suffocated. When he discovered she was dead, he dumped the body. Kyle Doobie went to trial for Nicole Cable's murder on February 23, 2015. He pleaded not guilty. Several witnesses took the stand at the trial, including fellow inmates, his girlfriend at the time of the murder, Sarah Mensinger, and Detective Kyle Willett, who specialized in analyzing calls and texts. The fellow inmate testified that Kyle admitted to killing Nicole. Sarah Mensinger said that Kyle spoke to her on the phone after the murder and told her where he left the body. At one point in the trial, Kyle attempted to blame Sarah for the murder, saying she was jealous. He claimed that she created the fake Facebook account and wanted to hurt Nicole. Sarah denied the allegations. Detective Willett's testimony shined a light on Nicole's final moments and where Kyle's location was in relation to her being kidnapped and then murdered. He analyzed Nicole's calls and texts with Kyle. She had texted Kyle's phone and Facebook Messenger app hours before she was killed. Detective Willett confirmed the cell towers that picked up Kyle's phone signal as he texted both Nicole and Sarah. One of the towers was near Kyle's workplace in Bangor, Maine. Another tower was close to where the body was found. Evidence provided to the jury included the final messages between Nicole and Kyle. Nicole asked Kyle if it was weird to be a little scared. Kyle wrote, "No, I wouldn't be." Other evidence presented included DNA samples from Nicole's hat, which matched DNA found on one of Kyle's socks. Kyle's defense lawyer argued that anyone could have accessed Kyle's computer and phone. The trial concluded 10 days later, and the jury deliberated for an hour. They found Kyle Doobie guilty. He was sentenced to 60 years in prison, 30 years for the kidnapping and 30 years for the murder. At the time of this video, 30-year-old Kyle Doobie is incarcerated at the Maine State Prison in Warren, Maine. His earliest possible release date is July 2065, when he'll be 72 years old. Number 2. Justin Bloxham. Justin Bloxham was born in Shreveport, Louisiana on May 29, 1997. He had 3 brothers and loved to skateboard and play football. In the spring of 2010, Justin was 12 years old. Like many people his age, Justin loved to text with his friends, family, and strangers that he connected with on MySpace. On his MySpace account, his tagline said he was the friendly neighborhood pimp. It caught the attention of someone using an account claiming to be a 15-year-old girl. In late March 2010, kids in Shreveport were on spring break. On March 30th, 2010, Justin went to a sleepover at his best friend Dustin's house. While there, he had been texting back and forth with a 15-year-old girl. She was trying to get Justin to meet up with her to have sex. Justin finally agreed to meet her. The girl told him she would send a cab to pick him up. Around 3 a.m., a green cab appeared on Dustin's street, and Justin got into the cab, vanishing into the night. Dustin woke up the following day on March 31st to find his friend was gone. He went to Justin's house, and his parents became worried when he was not there. Justin's parents filed a missing persons report around 10 a.m. that morning, and the search began. Meanwhile, a police officer noticed a green cab parked on Highway 171 around 6:30 a.m. The registered driver, 34-year-old Brian Horn, told the officer he had lost his keys and he was waiting for help from the cab company. He was later identified as the suspect because the same green cab was seen in Dustin's neighborhood. Officers returned to the area of the highway where the cab was seen. The police found some boot prints and they followed them. It led them to the body of 12-year-old Justin Bloxham. Justin had been strangled to death. The police searched Horn's house and they found muddy boots. The treads on the boots were matched to the boot prints in the mud. Horn was arrested for Justin's murder. Horn had a criminal record. He was a 2-time sex offender who had previously served time in a Missouri prison for a felony sexual assault. Despite his previous charges, he managed to get a job as a taxi driver. He had enjoyed various sex activities, which include swinging and watching his wife have sex with teenagers. He felt he was doing a good deed for virgins. The trial for Justin's murder began in early 2014. Horn's lawyer told the jury that while his client was a sex offender, he said that Horn didn't rape boys. He said that Horn's previous sex crimes had only involved females. His lawyer also said that since Horn enjoyed watching his wife have sex with other people, the text messages between Justin and Horn were to have another virgin have sex with his wife. The lawyer then suggested that teens want to have sex with adults. He said that Horn probably felt justified and thought it'd be fun for both of them. There was no intention to kill Justin. The lawyer also pointed out that there was no DNA evidence that suggested that Horn touched Justin. The semen found in Justin's boxers belonged to him, though it's unclear why it was there. The prosecutor detailed how Horn lured Justin, who at first resisted. On April 2, 2014, closing statements were presented. One of the prosecutors told the jury to think about the last text message Justin sent to Horn After, Horn had sent him explicit photos posing as the young girl. Justin wrote to him, "You gotta remember, I'm only 12. The text message was important because it showed that Justin reminded Horn of his age. The jury took less than an hour to deliberate, and they found Horn guilty. He was sentenced to death. However, his sentence was overturned in 2018 by the Louisiana Supreme Court due to another precedent set by another case. The case involved Robert McCoy, who was also on death row. McCoy rejected his lawyer's decision to concede that he was responsible for murdering 2 people in 2008. Horn also claimed that his lawyer conceded his guilt without his consent. Horn went to trial again in late June 2023. The trial lasted 5 days, and then the jury deliberated for less than 20 minutes. Once again, Brian Horn was found guilty of killing 12-year-old Justin Bloxam. He was sentenced to death. Number 1. Carly Ryan. Carly Ryan was born in Adelaide, Australia on January 31st, 1992. Her mother Sonia was 20 years old at the time. As a result, the mother and daughter duo had a close relationship. Carly was described as an emo teen. She would mostly wear black clothes and wear heavy eyeshadow paired with bright lipstick. She joined a goth website called VampireFreaks.com, and it was on there in 2006 that she connected with who she thought was an 18-year-old boy named Brandon Kane who lived in Melbourne, Australia. Brandon supposedly lived with his stepfather, Shane. During their various chats, Brandon told her he was Texas-born. He said he liked emo music and that he was an aspiring musician. Carly was infatuated with her new love and told her mother about him. At times, Sonia would see the two chatting online, thinking nothing of it. On January 26, 2007, Brandon's stepfather, Shane, arrived in Adelaide for Carly's 15th birthday. He said he was dropping off gifts on behalf of Brandon. The gifts were some lingerie and a nurse's outfit. Shane told Carly that he loved her and he would not let anything happen to her. He said she was beautiful and then sexually touched her. Carly was put off by Shane's sexual advances and told him he was old, fat, and gross. This did not sit well with Shane. Carly confided in Sonia after the party about what had happened. Sonia tracked down an email linked to Shane and told him to stay away from her daughter. She received a scathing reply. It reads, "Bitch please. That email was so full of lies and hearsay, and I am disgusted that someone of a reasonable intelligence could believe such crap to be true." Following the incident, Sonia took away Carly's access to the internet and confiscated her phone. However, that did not stop her from talking to Brandon. A couple weeks after the incident with Shane, on February 19, 2007, Carly told Sonia she was going to meet with a couple of friends for a sleepover. Sonia remembered her daughter having a funny look in her eye. Carly hugged her mom 4 times before saying, "See you later." It was the last time Sonia would see Carly alive. Carly went to meet up with Brandon near an isolated beach near Port Elliot in South Australia, a little more than 80 kilometers from her home. When she got there, there was 2 men, a young man, and the man who claimed to be Brandon's stepfather, Shane. Shane beat Carly, attempted to suffocate her in the sand, and then eventually threw her body into shallow water for her to drown in. When she was thrown into the water, she was likely unconscious. The body of 15-year-old Carly Ryan was found floating in the water the next day. The autopsy revealed she had suffered 19 separate injuries. At least 68 of the injuries were blows to her head. The medical examiner determined Carly's death was from drowning. The police reviewed security footage near Port Elliot and saw Carly with 2 men. The suspects were seen in a pale blue car. 11 days later, the police finally found their suspects, 50-year-old Gary Francis Newman and his 18-year-old son, who was not publicly identified. When they arrived, Newman was logged into a chat site and posing as Brandon Kane. He was speaking with another 14-year-old girl from Perth, Australia. It turned out that Newman had over 200 fake online personas. The police found notebooks filled with pages of fake names, ages, and passwords. Newman had a dark history leading up to Carly's murder. He was once married to a woman named Christine. Christine struggled to survive her marriage because Newman was abusive. The slightest misstep led to Christine being beaten up by Newman. Newman was obsessed with extreme porn, mainly in which women dressed as schoolgirls. At one point, Newman had attempted to rape his then 13-year-old daughter after getting her drunk. Eventually, Christine left Newman and they got divorced. Newman attempted to blame his son for Carly's murder, but it was determined he was there when Carly arrived, but he did not participate in the murder. Gary Newman went to trial in December 2009 and it lasted 3 months. Newman denied murdering Carly, but the judge ultimately found him guilty. The judge said that Newman was sexually obsessed with Carly, noting that the crime was terribly cruel. Newman was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 29 years on March 31, 2010. Carly's murder was the first catfishing murder in Australia. Today, Sonia fights to ensure that no other predators can catfish minors and predators are brought to justice. A new law called Carly's Law was passed on June 15, 2017, 10 years after Carly's murder. The law allows law enforcement to take action against predators before they act on their intentions. It was used for the first time 2 months after its creation in August 2017. A 35-year-old sex offender who was posing as a young woman to groom children was arrested. He received 14 charges, including grooming children online and sharing child pornography. Though it won't bring Carly back, Sonia will ensure that her daughter's legacy lives on.
Number 3. David Michael Kalick. In the autumn of 2014, Amberlynn Copland lived with her boyfriend, David Kalick, and her 13-year-old son in Port Orchard, Washington. Altogether, Amber had 4 sons and a stepson with her estranged husband. Her neighbors didn't know her well as she just moved into the neighborhood, but they called her sweet and quiet. 30-year-old Amber was trying to break up with Kalick. 33-year-old Kalick had a long history of violent crimes in Washington State and Virginia. On the evening of November 3, 2014, Amber and Kalick argued. Amber asked him to leave the apartment as the fight escalated. Amber then went into her son's room to borrow a sleeping bag. Her son had overheard the argument from another room and assumed Kalick would sleep on the couch. The boy went about his daily routine. He packed up and went to school. He noticed his mother's door was closed, but he was used to her sleeping as he left for school. While at school, Amber's son became ill. He said he had a weird feeling in his stomach. He texted Amber, but she didn't respond. He then contacted his father, Paul Copland, and asked him to pick him up at school. Paul retrieved his son and then dropped him off at home, but he didn't go into the apartment himself. Amber's son took a nap, showered, and ate before walking by his mother's bedroom. He noticed an odd stench as he passed. He opened the door. The room was a mess. Her belongings were strewn across the floor. His mother was under a pile of blankets with her face covered with pillows. Thinking his mother had passed out from drinking, he shook her. When she didn't respond, Amber's son urgently called his father, Paul, who returned to the apartment. Paul came with his other son. When Paul checked the room, he found Amber's driver's license on top of her with the word "dead" written in permanent marker. When Paul touched Amber, he discovered she was cold to the touch. He quickly realized she was dead. He hurried the boys out of the apartment and called 911. The police arrived shortly afterward. Amber's face was covered with blood and bruises. When they lifted the sheets, investigators found ligature marks around her neck and a bite mark on her breast. An autopsy later revealed that Amber had died from strangulation and blunt force trauma. Detectives combed the room where Amber's dead body was found and found more writing with permanent black marker. The phrase, "She killed me first," was written on a framed photograph of Amber. Bad news was written on the pulled-down blinds. More writing and permanent marker was found on her body. Investigators also found paperwork for a recent abortion. When the police looked in the parking lot, they discovered Amber's 2001 Ford Focus was missing. Perhaps most notable was that her 33-year-old boyfriend, David Kalick, was nowhere to be found. They notified other police departments to be on the lookout for Amber's car. Hours later, around 1:15 a.m., a police officer in Portland, Oregon, saw Kalick driving the gold Ford Focus. The officer hadn't pulled over, but then he peeled off into oncoming traffic. Kalick led the police on a chase, but they eventually let him go, fearing for the public safety. The police found Amber's car abandoned near the Barbara Transit Center. Kalick took refuge in a homeless camp on the outskirts of Portland. However, he became desperate as he was out of food, cigarettes, and other supplies. He tried to end his life by swallowing 20 trazodone pills, but the pills only made him sick. Kalick decided he was finished living life on the lam. Around 8:30 p.m. on November 5th, Kalick left the homeless camp and turned himself in to the police. When he approached an officer, he asked to sit down because he wasn't feeling well. The police took him into custody. The police found his belongings at the camp. Kalick had purchased a BB gun, and the police found it resting on a box spring with David's last stand written on it in permanent black marker. They also found a note left by Kalick. It reads, "I killed Amber Copeland. I strangled her with my hands, then a shoelace. I had no other reason than I was drunk and she pissed me off. Running from the cops was so fun." The police looked through his phone and made some horrifying discoveries. They found pictures of Amber's dead body on the phone, timestamped at 1:07 and 1:09 a.m. on November 4th. He had also sent some incriminating text messages. In one text, he told his employer they had done something bad and it would make the news. In another text, he told a friend he fucked up really bad last night and would be in prison or dead by the end of the day. Kalick also posted photos of Amber's dead body to 4chan, an internet bulletin board. He posted the photos with the following text: "Turns out it's way harder to strangle someone to death than it looks on the movies. She fought so damn hard." Kalick also added to the post, "Check the news for Port Orchard, Washington in a few hours. Her son will be home from school soon. You'll find her, then call the cops. I just wanted to share the pics before they find me. I bought a BB gun that looks realistic enough. When they come, I'll pull it, and it will be suicide by cop." 4chan users notified moderators, and they took the post down. However, the photos still circulate on the internet. The police were able to match the pictures to the crime scene. Washington State charged Kalick with first-degree murder, theft of a motor vehicle, and second-degree possession of stolen property. David Kalick went to trial in April 2017. He testified that he had strangled Amber, but he said he didn't kill her. He said that years of alcohol abuse prevented him from distinguishing memories from real life. His defense lawyer argued that he was in throes of alcoholism and wasn't capable of premeditated murder. A member of the jury who anonymously spoke to the press didn't buy Kalick's defense. He pointed out that Kalick had used his hands and the ligament to strangle Amber. After several weeks of trial, David Kalick was found guilty of murdering Amber Copeland. The presiding judge sentenced him to 82 years of prison. The prosecutor said the usual range for the sentence was 31 to 41 years, but Kalick was punished more for posting the pictures online and leaving the body for her son to find. Amber Copeland's death and the indignities of the photos being posted online took an emotional toll on her children. "Those pictures will forever haunt me," one of Amber's sons wrote in a letter to the presiding judge. Amber's mother also said that another one of her sons still wakes up screaming in the night. She said that Amber's youngest son still watches out the window, hoping his mother will take him to the park. At the time of this recording, 42-year-old David Kalick is serving his sentence at the Stafford Creek Correction Center in Aberdeen, Washington. Number 2. Kenneth Allen Amex. In late 2015, Kenneth Amex and Jennifer Straight Spears were lifelong friends, but they had recently started dating. In January 2016, the couple moved into an apartment in Plano, Texas. Friends and family were not aware of the relationship. Around the time, both Amex and Straight Spears were in mental distress. 43-year-old Straight Spears had recently lost her job and was having financial problems, while 45-year-old Amex was a fugitive from the police. He was wanted for sexual assault charges for allegedly assaulting his 12-year-old daughter. There were 2 outstanding warrants for him, one for indecency with a child in Dallas County, and another charging him with sexual abuse of a child under the age of 14 in Rockwall County. For months, the pair supposedly formulated a plan to do something about their problems. They apparently decided to end each other's life in a suicide pact. On the morning of May 29, 2016, the Plano Police Department received an urgent call from Straight Spears' mother saying she and her boyfriend were going to kill each other. The police went to the apartment, but no one answered. A maintenance worker had to let them into the apartment. When they entered the apartment, they found a nude and bloody Kenneth Amex lying on top of Jennifer Straight Spears. Police initially thought that Amex was dead, but they heard him making noise. Amex had a knife in his right hand. When the police rolled him over, they noticed a second knife. They checked on Straight Spears, and they confirmed that the 43-year-old woman was dead. Amex told the police about the suicide pact. He told them he wasn't dead because she had chickened out and he had to finish her off. Medical personnel took Amex to a nearby hospital. On the way to the hospital, Amex told a firefighter, "Oh, I killed her. Oh, I lost her. I'll never get her back. Just kill me." Amex called his father and said, "This is Ken. I love you. We've cut our throats." He gave him the apartment address and hung up. In the emergency room, Amex received stitches for a 3-inch cut on his neck. ER doctors treated a superficial wound on his left wrist. The police questioned Amex. He told them that he and Straight Spears had planned on running away together, but then they settled on dying by suicide. Amex told the police that they were drinking vodka that day and agreed to stab each other until they died. The two lay on the bedroom floor, cutting each other. Amex slashed her on the back of the neck. He then brought the knife down on her, and he described it as like cutting a tomato. He then pulled the knife out, and blood splattered in the bedroom. The wound, combined with a reported alcohol level of 0.39, made Straight Spears too weak to cut Amex. Amex said he grabbed the hand she held the knife in and stabbed himself. As they lay there wounded, Amex took photos of them and posted them to Straight Spears' Facebook. One picture was of Straight Spears nude and covered in blood. Another picture was a selfie of Amex with the caption, "Pray for us." They also sent pictures to Straight Spears' mother. One officer said that the photo was almost too dark and taken without a flash, but the body was still visible. He referred to it as quite disturbing. The privacy settings on Straight Spears' Facebook page posted to her contacts, which meant that only her friends and family saw the pictures. The family asked Facebook to remove the photo. Initially, the social media company claimed that the image didn't violate their terms and conditions. After 36 hours, Facebook finally took the photo down. During his questioning, Amex mentioned that there were other warrants for him. Amex was charged with murder. In 2017, a psychologist evaluated Amex to see if he could stand trial. A psychologist diagnosed him with bipolar disorder that was controlled through medication. The psychologist determined he was fit to stand trial. Kenneth Amex's non-jury trial in May 2019 took 2 days. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. His lawyer called no witnesses. The presiding judge also played the 2015 audio recordings where Amex went into graphic detail about the sexual assaults he committed. Amex admitted to the sexual assaults during the trial. Amex displayed bizarre behavior at his sentencing in May 2017. He told the court that Straight Spears visits him in his cell every night. He then told the court his Kenneth Amex on earth, then added, "But I am God." Amex said he had more to say, but his attorneys stopped their questions to cut him off. The presiding judge took little time to deliberate. On May 10, 2017, he sentenced Kenneth Amex to life in prison for the murder of Jennifer Straight Spears. During the victim impact statement, Straight Spears' sister, Wendy Bass, said Jennifer didn't deserve to die, and she said she was a beautiful person. Bass also said that Amex was full of lies, selfishness, and evil. Kenneth Amex is currently serving a sentence at the Preston E. Smith Unit in Lamesa, Texas. Number 1. Louis Daines. In 2014, Breck Bredner lived with his parents and siblings in Caterham, Surrey, United Kingdom. His father, Barry Bredner, was an oil futures trader, and his mother, Lorraine Lefebvre, was a teaching assistant for Michigan. Breck had 4 siblings, an older sister, and 2 younger sisters and a brother who were a set of triplets. His extended family called him a well-mannered, social, and confident boy who was always thoughtful and patient with his younger cousins. Breck attended St. Bede's School in Red Hill, where he was, quote, extremely gifted in computing, electronics, and engineering, unquote. He was also a member of the Air Training Corps. Like many 14-year-olds, Breck looked online to make connections. Breck played online games with a small group of friends. They played war games such as Call of Duty and Battlefield for hours. He looked up to one friend in particular, Louis Daines, an 18-year-old computer engineer from Grays, Essex. Breck and Daines also communicated through TeamSpeak, a piece of software that acts like a conference call. Daines told Breck that he worked for the US government. He also promised him great wealth through a fake computer company, telling friends he was a millionaire with an apartment in New York City. In reality, Daines was unemployed and lived alone in Grays. Daines also had a dark past. 3 years earlier, the then 15-year-old Daines was accused of raping another boy and possessing child pornography. The police released him, and no further investigation took place. Meanwhile, Breck's mother noticed changes in her son's behavior when he started communicating with Daines. She felt that Breck was, in her words, being manipulated and controlled. She said his personality was changing and his ideology was changing. He was starting to refuse to attend church with us. Breck's family tried cutting him off from Daines, but the young men kept their relationship secret. In February 2014, Daines invited Breck to his house. He told Breck he was ill and wanted to pass his business on to him. Breck told his parents that he was going to a sleepover at another friend's a couple of streets away, which was fine with his parents. On February 17, 2014, Breck took a taxi 30 miles to Grays, Essex to meet Daines. At his home, Daines attacked Breck. He bound Breck's wrists and ankles with duct tape and then stabbed him in the back of the neck. Daines then slashed his throat. 14-year-old Breck Bredner died in seconds. Daines took photos of the dead body. He then sent them to the friends that they played video games with. He also posted them on social media. He then showered and called 999, which is the United Kingdom's emergency line. During his call, Daines calmly told the dispatcher that he had stabbed Breck before he killed him. He told the dispatcher that there was an altercation and he was the only one to come out alive. The dispatcher asked, "So you're telling me you killed somebody?" He replied, "Yes, I am." He told the dispatcher that Breck was fed up with his home life and that he snapped. He claims they got into a fight. Daines said, "I grabbed the knife and stabbed him in the back of the neck, I believe somewhere near the brainstem. I don't remember exactly what happened, but the fight ended with me cutting his throat." The police arrived at the apartment around 11 a.m. and they found Breck's dead body with a neck wound. They also found Dane's computer hardware submerged in water. They concluded that he was trying to destroy evidence. All his devices were encrypted, and Danes refused to give the police passwords. The pictures that Danes posted went to Breck's 12-year-old siblings. This is how Breck's family found out that he had been murdered. 18-year-old Louis Danes was charged with murder. The police said that there was evidence of sexual activity before the killing. Authorities held Danes until his trial. In September 2014, Danes pleaded not guilty to the charges and initially denied killing Breck. But on the day of the pretrial, Danes admitted to the murder and he pleaded guilty. The prosecution said that the crime involved a sexual, sadistic motivation. Breck's mother, Lauren Lefebvre, called Danes an internet predator. The devastated mother was heartbroken. She said, "He was murdered on my birthday this year, and so much of me died as well." In January 2015, there was a hearing for Danes. The prosecution showed that Danes bought syringes and duct tape before Breck's visit. Danes even supplied Breck's alibi to his family. The prosecution noted that Danes posted the photos of Breck's dead body before showering and calling 999. Danes' defense argued that he experienced deep-rooted feelings of rejection and isolation in his life. His mother put him in local authority care when he was young, then moved abroad. His attorney said he felt more at home in the game world than the real world. The judge also commented, "Your contact with Breck increased in a sinister way," said Judge Cox. "The precise details of what happened in your flat are unclear and may never be known. I'm sure that this murder was driven by sadistic or sexual motivation." Danes was sentenced to life without the chance of parole for 25 years. It was later publicly revealed that Breck's mother had been worried about Danes for years. In 2011, she called the Essex Police regarding Danes. Then in December 2013, Breck's mother called the Surrey Police and accused Danes of online grooming, but neither police force followed through with an investigation. Breck's family sued the Essex and Surrey Police Departments for their handling of the case. The Independent Police Complaints Commission investigated both police departments as well. The case against the Surrey Police was settled in 2016 when they paid an undisclosed settlement and officially apologized to the family. It's unknown what happened with the lawsuit against the Essex Police Department. After her son's murder, Lauren Lefebvre wanted to ensure that something like this does not happen to another child. She set up Breck's Last Game, a foundation that promotes responsible internet usage and warns about the dangers of online predators. A video for the foundation was shown to classes where actors playing Breck's friends talked about how awesome Danes was. But as the video continues, his friends realize Danes lies, but the actor playing Breck doesn't catch on. Portions of the 999 calls were used, and Breck's mother talks about the effects of her son's death. Then text appears on the screen explaining what happened to Breck. Louis Danes would not leave the Bredner family alone over the next few years. In 2016, BBC Three released a three-part documentary based on Breck Bredner's murder called Murder Games: The Life and Death of Breck Bredner. Danes blogged from prison criticizing the documentary. He referred to it as a crusade against the online gaming community, myself, and the family's attempt to highlight police incompetence and sue two police forces. Danes made the news again in 2019 as Lefebvre claimed he had been harassing her children from prison. According to Lefebvre, Danes sent a message through Snapchat. The messages included tombstone, skull, and eyeball emojis. Danes also reportedly threatened to dig up Breck's body from his grave. While the messages were never directly tied to Danes, the sender did give details about the case. The family alerted the police, who told them they could do nothing since Snapchat is a US company. But Snapchat vowed to help as much as possible. However, they refused to give information about their users, a move British Prime Minister Theresa May criticized. Louis Danes is still serving time in prison. He'll be eligible for release in 2039 when he's in his mid-40s.
Number 3. Haley Bustos. In the summer of 2016, Adam Hillary was 27 years old and lived in Auburndale, Florida. Hillary was the father of a 5-year-old daughter. Earlier that summer, he had broken up with his girlfriend, who was the mother of his daughter. Hillary did a bit of amateur boxing and mixed martial arts. In August 2016, he had a job interview he was looking forward to. Early on the morning of August 19, 2016, Hillary's roommate called 911. He had found 27-year-old Adam Hillary dead on the floor of their home. He had been shot once in the back of the head with a .38 caliber gun. Their home had also been robbed. The police talked to Hillary's roommate and discovered that Hillary had been on a date hours before he was killed. Hillary had brought his date back to the apartment. The roommate did not know the woman's name, but he was sure he would recognize her if he saw her. Later that same day, a woman matching the description was arrested for an unrelated burglary. Hillary's roommate was shown a photograph of the woman, and he said she was the woman who had been on a date with Hillary. She was 18-year-old Haley Bustos. The police were able to connect Bustos to Hillary in several ways. They had met on the dating app Plenty of Fish, and that's how they set up the date. Also, shortly after their first date, which ended hours before Hillary was murdered, Bustos texted him and said, quote, "I had a good time and would like to see you again," unquote. In custody, Bustos confirmed that she met Hillary on Plenty of Fish. They went bowling, and then they went back to his apartment where they talked. He then drove her home. When she got to the apartment where she was crashing, 29-year-old Joshua Ellington and 34-year-old Gary Gray were there. She said she told them about the stuff Hillary had in his apartment, like an Xbox, iPhone, marijuana, and alcohol. She said that she went to bed. A few hours later, Ellington and Gray woke her up. They wanted her to take them to Hillary's home. They all got into a car driven by 26-year-old Andre Warner, and the four of them drove to Hillary's home. Bustos said that she and Ellington stayed in the car while Gray and Warner went inside. When they returned to the car, they had some valuables from Hillary's home. As they got into the car, they were laughing. They said they forced their way into his home at gunpoint. They said that Hillary did not put up much of a fight, but he begged for his life. He pleaded with them not to kill him because he had a 5-year-old daughter. But they forced him to get to his knees, and then Andre Warner shot him in the back of the head. The police did not entirely believe Haley Bustos' story. They thought she intentionally went on Plenty of Fish to find someone for her and her friends to rob. Then they planned out the robbery and went to Hillary's home together. The police found the stolen items in the apartment where Bustos had been crashing. 3 days after the murder, Joshua Ellington, Gary Gray, and Andre Warner were all arrested. The trigger man, Andre Warner, was the first to go to trial in March 2020. Warner testified on his own behalf. He claimed he had nothing to do with the deadly home invasion. He said he had only let Bustos borrow his car that evening. Both Haley Bustos and Joshua Ellington testified against Warner. Neither had agreed to a plea deal before they testified. On the stand, Bustos admitted that she wanted to get a lighter sentence and knew that testifying could get her one. But she denied that was why she was testifying. She said she was doing it out of, quote, the goodness of her heart, unquote. She also said, quote, I really don't care if I spend the rest of my life in prison. Warner deserves it too, unquote. On the stand, she admitted she signed up for Plenty of Fish to steal money from men. The jury deliberated for 2.5 hours. Andre Warner was found guilty of murder. The jury unanimously recommended he be sentenced to death, but the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the chance of parole. In August 2021,
Gary Gray was found guilty and he was sentenced to 43 years of prison. In September 2021, Joshua Ellington pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and he was sentenced to 25 years of prison. Haley Bustos, who was called the central figure in the murder, took a plea deal. In February 2022, she pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and she was sentenced to 15 years of prison. 34-year-old Andre Warner is currently serving his life sentence at the Graceville Correctional Facility in Graceville, Florida. 39-year-old Gary Gray is incarcerated at the Wakulla Correctional Institution in Crawford, Florida. His projected release date is 2058, when he'll be 73. 34-year-old Joshua Ellington is serving his sentence at the Jackson Correctional Institution in Malone, Florida. His current release date is 2041. He'll be 51. Finally, 26-year-old Haley Bustos is serving her 15-year sentence at the Florida Women's Reception Center in Ocala, Florida. She's set to be released in 2031, when she'll be 33. Number 2. Steven Zelage. In southwest Wisconsin is the town of Geneva. On June 5, 2014, highway workers were cutting grass in a ditch along a rural road in the town. The workers found a pair of suitcases. They placed the suitcases on the side of the road and continued working. A motorist saw the suitcases and thought something was off, so they called the police. Inside the suitcases were the nude dead bodies of 2 women. They were both badly decomposed. One of them had their hands tied behind their back. The other one had a rope tied around her neck. There was also a ball gag strapped into her mouth with a collar. The body with the ball gag had several tattoos. Using the tattoos, the police matched the body to a missing persons report within a day of the discovery of the bodies. She was 37-year-old Laura Simonson from Farmington, Minnesota. Simonson had struggled with mental illness since she was a teenager. She had 7 children, but did not have custody of any of them. Simonson's mother reported her missing over half a year earlier on November 22, 2013. Simonson was last seen alive on November 2, 2013 at a motel in Rochester, Minnesota. An employee called the police after they saw the missing persons report. After the bodies were found, investigators went to the motel. They learned on November 2nd, Simonson checked into the motel with a man, 52-year-old Steven Zelage. But the next day, Zelage checked out by himself. The police investigated Zelage. He lived in West Allis, a Milwaukee, Wisconsin suburb. He worked as a patrolman for the Mequon, Wisconsin Police Department from 1984 to 1989. He had a solid record and there were no issues with him. From February 1989 to August 2001, he was a police officer with the West Allis Police. He had resigned from the force after 5 incidents with young women. While wearing a uniform, he had asked out several women. One woman worked at a hair salon. She said that he waited until she was done working for the day, then used his patrol car to block her car. He would then ask her out. While on the clock, Zelage would frequent a strip club. He then used the police's computer system to look up information on dancers. He then contacted them and asked them out. In May 2001, a sex worker called the police and reported Zelage. She said she met Zelage at a bar and went home with him. She heard him handling a pair of handcuffs. She became frightened, so she ran half naked out of the apartment. Zelage's superiors questioned him about the incident, and he said that she had stolen money from him. He said he tried to get the money back and there was a struggle. In August 2001, it was recommended that Zelage be terminated. Instead, 3 days after the recommendation was handed down, he resigned. He started working for a private security firm in 2007.
The company had no issues with him. Zelich was active on Collar Me, a dating website for people interested in BDSM. His username was Mr. Handcuffs. His profile said that he was actively seeking submissive women. The profile also said he was, quote, seeking a 24/7 slave for absolute ownership. There is nothing better than a slave tied tight, gagged, blindfolded, hooded, unquote. After the bodies were found, Zelich was still active on Collar Me and other BDSM websites. Zelich and Laura Simonson had a relationship on the internet. Simonson's family also believed that Zelich had something to do with her disappearance. 3 days before Simonson's body was found, someone in her family, most likely her sister, posted on the website, quote, Stephen Mark Zelich is a sadist who has enslaved a petite female named Laura Jean Simonson. He keeps her naked, handcuffed, shacked, and caged, unquote. The police searched the motel room where Zelich and Simonson stayed. They found forensic material from both of them. On June 25, 2014, nearly 3 weeks after the bodies were found, Stephen Zelich was arrested for hiding a corpse. In custody, he admitted that he killed both women, but said they accidentally died during rough sex. They were doing a choking game, and things went too far. He said he put the bodies in suitcases and then stored them in a refrigerator, and then later in the trunk of his car. He said he didn't know the identity of the second woman, but he said she died in late 2012 or early 2013 in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He said that they had met online. The police generated an image of the woman and released it to the public. Although it was an odd image, days after it was made public, several people called the police and identified the woman. She was 19-year-old Jenny Gamis from Cottage Grove, Oregon. One of her friends said that certain features on the image made them sure it was Gamis. Gamis had high cheekbones, little eyes, big front teeth, and crooked bottom teeth. Gamis fell out of contact with her foster family and friends in 2012. She told them that she was moving. Gamis was known as a free spirit, so no one reported her missing. In March 2016, 55-year-old Stephen Zelich pleaded guilty to first-degree reckless homicide in the murder of 21-year-old Jenny Gamis. He was sentenced to 35 years of prison. In February 2017, he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder for killing Laura Simonson. He was sentenced to an additional 25 years of prison. Then, in October 2017, 10 years were added to the 60 years he was already sentenced to for hiding the bodies. Stephen Zelich is serving a sentence for the murder of Jenny Gamis and hiding the corpses at the Dodge Correctional Institution in Waupun, Wisconsin. Once he's finished serving a sentence there, if he's still alive, he'll be sent to Minnesota to serve his sentence for the second-degree murder conviction he received for killing Laura Simonson. Number 1. Charabanc K. In the German legal system, people are only identified by their first names and the initials or the last names, so we will be doing that for this video. In August 2022, 23-year-old Charabanc K, who went by Sherry, was living with her parents in Munich, Germany. Sherry worked as a beautician. She had been married for 4 years, but recently moved out of the apartment she shared with her husband. She and her husband had ran a beauty salon. She and her husband had been fighting frequently in the months leading to the split up. Sherry had also been fighting with her husband's family. On August 16, 2022, Sherry told her parents that she was going to her former apartment, which she shared with her estranged husband, in Ingolstadt, a city about 50 miles north of Munich, to pick up her mail. When Sherry didn't return home, her parents went looking for her. In a residential area in Ingolstadt, they found her black Mercedes-Benz parked on the street. They saw the body of their daughter in the back seat under a blanket. It looked like she was dead. The car was locked, so they tried to break a window, but they couldn't. The police were called, and they got the door open. Sherry was dead. She had been stabbed dozens of times in the upper body, and her face was disfigured. The police instantly had a suspect, her estranged husband. They interviewed him immediately. He claimed he had nothing to do with the murder. He said that his estranged wife was violent and she had hit him several times. One time she smashed his head into a mirror. Another time she tried to run him down with her car. She had threatened him several times. He had even gotten a restraining order against her. An autopsy was conducted. The victim had been hit several times in the head with brass knuckles. She had been stabbed 56 times in the face, neck, chest, and back. There were no signs of sexual assault. The medical examiner noted something unusual. The body had several tattoos, but Sherry didn't have any tattoos. The tattoos did match a missing woman, identified only as Khadija O. Khadija had been last seen a few hours before the body was found. Khadija was a 23-year-old beauty blogger who looked remarkably like Sherry. Khadija lived in Heilbronn, which is about 130 miles from where the body was found. DNA testing confirmed it was Khadija's body and not Sherry's. About 22 hours after the body was found, Sherry went to a pizzeria in Ingolstadt and asked to use a phone. She told the owner that her SIM card was broken. The owner noticed that she looked distressed. The owner gave her his phone and she made 2 calls. At least one was to the police. Then she sat down in front of the pizzeria and waited for the police to arrest her. The police took her into custody a short time later. Later that night, Sherry's friend, 25-year-old Shakir K., who went by the name Cece, was arrested at the apartment he shared with his mother. The apartment was a few hundred yards from where the body was found. Over the next year, the police investigated the pair, and they pieced together what they believed happened. Sherry was not happy in her marriage. She also loathed her husband's brother. She told people her brother-in-law made their lives miserable. He also apparently forced her to have an abortion. In January 2022, she met a man named Volkan A. Volkan told her if she paid him, he could kill her brother-in-law. In July 2022, Sherry told Volkan that she would pay him 10,000 euros for the hit. She paid him 5,000 euros up front. But Volkan never followed through with the job. He later said he never intended to kill the brother-in-law and just wanted to rip off Sherry. Sherry wanted to leave her husband and start a new relationship with a man that her family did not approve of. After being swindled out of the money, Sherry took steps to fake her death and frame her husband for the murder. She met Cece on Instagram a few days before the murder. Cece's mother said he was easy to manipulate. Also, Cece's friends and family said that he had become infatuated with Sherry. Sherry searched Instagram looking for a doppelganger so that she could kill her and make it look like she had died. She found 26 women who looked like her and reached out to at least 5. On August 9, 2022, about a week before the murder, the victim, Khadija, received a message from Instagram from a woman claiming to be associated with the German rapper Loon. The woman offered Khadija a role in Loon's next music video. Khadija contacted Loon via Instagram and asked her if the offer was real. Loon replied and told her it was a scam. 2 days later, Khadija received a message on Instagram from a different account. It was a woman who said she ran a cosmetic studio in Ingolstadt. She offered Khadija a free treatment during a photo shoot. The woman was then going to use the photos for advertisement. The woman offered to pick up Khadija at home and drive her to the studio. She gave Khadija the studio's address, which was the hair salon of Sherry's estranged husband. Khadija accepted the offer. The police tracked Sherry and Cece's phones throughout the night of the murder. After picking up Khadija, they started driving towards Ingolstadt. They stopped near a wooded area in Massenbachhausen. It's believed that they tricked Khadija to get out of the car. They think she was asked to read a road sign. Once she was out of the car, Cece punched her in the head repeatedly with the brass knuckles. He then stabbed her to death. When she was dead and disfigured, they loaded her body back into the car. Then they drove to Ingolstadt, where they abandoned the car. Sherry and Cece went to trial in January 2024. Sherry testified, and she admitted she tried to hire Volkan to kill her brother-in-law. But she said she did not orchestrate the murder of Khadija. She claimed that Cece forced her to drive him to pick up Khadija. Then, as they were driving home, he got out to urinate. Khadija also got out to smoke. Then, Cece attacked her. Sherry said that after they returned to Ingolstadt, he threatened to kill her if she told anyone. The prosecution argued that Cece had no reason to murder a stranger who lived over 100 miles away. But Sherry wanted to escape her life. She wanted to leave her husband and be with a man her family didn't approve of. She thought if she killed her doppelganger and her family and the police believed it was her, it would have given her a chance at a new life. It's believed that Sherry had been planning to do something nefarious for years. On her phone that she used in 2016 and 2017, there were searches on how to buy a gun and how to go into hiding. Unfortunately, the trial's outcome could not be found, and Sherry and Cece's current status is unknown. In the media, the murder has been called the Instagram lookalike murder and the doppelganger murder. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Please don't forget to check out our new channel, Paranormally Listed. There's a link on the screen now, and there's a link in the description box below this video. Well, that's all for today. Thanks again for watching.